Chapter 1 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser, Chapter Number 1. During the year 1890, I had been formulating my first dim notion as to what it was I wanted to do in life. For 2 years and more, I had been reading Eugene Field's Sharps and Flats, a column he wrote daily for the Chicago Daily News, and through this, the various phases of life which he suggested in a humorous, though at times romantic way, I was beginning to suspect, vaguely at first, that I wanted to write, possibly something like that. Nothing else that I had so far read, novels, plays, poems, histories, gave me quite the same feeling for constructive thought as did the matter of his daily notes, poems, and aphorisms, which were of Chicago principally, whereas nearly all others dealt with foreign scenes and people. But this comment on local life here and now, these trenchant bits on local street scenes, institutions, characters, functions, all moved me as nothing hitherto had. To me, Chicago at this time seethed with a peculiarly human or realistic atmosphere. It is given to some cities, as to some lands, to suggest romance, and to me Chicago did that hourly. It sang, I thought, and in spite of what I deemed my various troubles, small enough as I now see them, I was singing with it. These seemingly drear neighborhoods through which I walked each day, doing collecting for an easy payment furniture company, these ponderous regions of large homes where new wealthy packers and manufacturers dwelt, these curiously foreign neighborhoods of almost all nationalities. And lastly, that great downtown area, surrounded on two sides by the river, on the east by the lake, and on the south by railroad yards and stations, the whole set with these new tall buildings, the wonder of the Western world, fascinated me. Chicago was so young, so blithe, so new, I thought. Florence in its best days must have been something like this to young Florentines, or Venice to the young Venetians. Here was a city which had no traditions but was making them, and this was the very thing that everyone seemed to understand and rejoice in. Chicago was like no other city in the world, so said they all. Chicago would outstrip every other American city, New York included, and become the first of all American, if not European or world, cities. This dream many hundreds of thousands of its citizens held dear. Chicago would be first in wealth, first in beauty, first in art achievement. A great World's Fair was even then being planned that would bring people from all over the world. The auditorium, the new Great Northern Hotel, the amazing, for its day, Masonic Temple 22 stories high, a score of public institutions, depots, theaters, and the like were being constructed. It is something wonderful to witness a world metropolis springing up under one's very eyes, and this is what was happening here before me. Nosing about the city in an inquiring way and dreaming half-formed dreams of one and another thing I would like to do, it finally came to me, dimly, like a bean that strains at its enveloping shell, that I would like to write of these things. It would be interesting, so I thought, to describe a place like Goose Island in the Chicago River, a mucky and neglected realm then covered with shanties made of upturned boats sawed in two, and yet which seemed to me the height of the picturesque. Also a building like the auditorium or the Masonic Temple, that vast wall of masonry 22 stories high, and at that time actually the largest building in the world. Or a seething pit like that of the Board of Trade, which I had once visited and which astonished and fascinated me as much as anything ever had. That roaring, yelling, screaming whirlpool of life. And then the lake, with its pure white sails and its blue water, the Chicago River with its black, oily water, its tall grain elevators and black coal pockets, the great railroad yards, covering miles and miles of space with their cars. How wonderful it all was! As I walked from place to place collecting, I began betimes to improvise, rhythmic, vaguely formulated word pictures or rhapsodies anent these same and many other things. free verse, I suppose we should call it now, which concerned everything and nothing, but somehow expressed the seething poetry of my soul and this thing to me. Indeed, I was crazy with life, a little demented or frenzied with romance and hope. I wanted to sing, to dance, to eat, to love. My word dreams and maunderings concerned my day, my age, poverty, hope, beauty, which I mouthed to myself, chanting aloud at times. Sometimes, because on a number of occasions I had heard the Reverend Frank W. Gonzalez and his like spout rocket-like sputterings on the subjects of life and religion, I would orate, pleading great causes as I went. I imagined myself a great orator with thousands of people before me, my gestures and enunciation and thought perfect, poetic, and all my hearers moved to tears or demonstrations of wild delight. After a time I ventured to commit some of these things to paper, scarcely knowing what they were, and in a fever for self-advancement I bundled them up and sent them to Eugene Field. In his column and elsewhere I had read about geniuses being occasionally discovered by some chance composition or work noted by one in authority. I waited for a time, with great interest but no vast depression, to see what my fate would be. But no word came, and in time I realized that they must have been very bad and had been dropped into the nearest wastebasket. But this did not give me pause nor grieve me. I seethed to express myself. I bubbled. I dreamed. And I had a singing feeling, now that I had done this much, that some day I should really write and be very famous into the bargain. But how? How? My feeling was that I ought to get into newspaper work. And yet this feeling was so nebulous that I thought it would never come to pass. I saw mention in the papers of reporters calling to find out this, or being sent to do that, and so the idea of becoming a reporter gradually formulated itself in my mind, though how I was to get such a place I had not the slightest idea. Perhaps reporters had to have a special training of some kind. Maybe they had to begin as clerks behind a counter, and this made me very somber, for those glowing business offices always seemed so far removed from anything to which I could aspire. Most of them were ornate, floriate, with onyx or chalcedony wall trimmings, flambeaux of bronze or copper on the walls, imitation mother-of-pearl lights in the ceilings. In short, all the gorgeousness of a sultan's court brought to the outer counter where people subscribed or paid for ads. Because the newspapers were always dealing with signs and wonders, great functions, great commercial schemes, great tragedies and pleasures, I began to conceive of them as wonderlands in which all concerned were prosperous and happy. I painted reporters and newspaper men generally as receiving fabulous salaries, being sent on the most urgent and interesting missions. I think I confused inextricably reporters with ambassadors and prominent men generally. Their lives were laid among great people, the rich, the famous, the powerful. And because of their position and facility of expression and mental force, they were received everywhere as equals. Think of me, new, young, poor, being received in that way. Imagine then my intense delight one day when, scanning the help-wanted male columns of the Chicago Herald, I encountered an advertisement which ran, in substance, "Wanted. A number of bright young men to assist in the business department during the Christmas holidays. Promotion possible. Apply to business manager between 9 and 10 a.m." Here, I thought as I read it, is just the thing I am looking for. Here is this great paper, one of the most prosperous in Chicago, and here is an opening for me. If I can only get this, my fortune is made. I shall rise rapidly. I conceived of myself as being sent off the same day, as it were, on some brilliant mission and returning somehow, covered with glory. I hurried to the office of the Herald, in Washington Street near Fifth Avenue, this same morning, and asked to see the business manager. After a short wait, I was permitted to enter the sanctuary of this great person, who to me, because of the material splendor of the front office, seemed to be the equal of a millionaire at least. He was tall, graceful, dark, his full black whiskers parted aristocratically in the middle of his chin. his eyes vague pools of subtlety. See what a wonderful thing it is to be connected with the newspaper business, I told myself. I saw your ad in this morning's paper, I said hopefully. Yes, I did want a half-dozen young men, he replied, beaming upon me reassuringly, but I think I have nearly enough. Most of the young men that come here seem to think they are to be connected with the Herald direct, but the fact is we want them only for clerks in our free Christmas gift bureau. They have to judge whether or not the applicants are imposters and keep people from imposing on the paper. The work will only be for a week or 10 days, but you'll probably earn $10 or $12 in that time. My heart sank. After the first of the year, if you take it, you may come around to see me. I may have something for you. When he spoke of the free Christmas gift bureau, I vaguely understood what he meant. For weeks past, the Herald had been conducting a campaign for gifts for the poorest children of the city. It had been importuning the rich and the moderately comfortable to give, through the medium of its scheme, which was a bureau for the free distribution of all such things as could be gathered via cash or direct donation of supplies, toys, clothing, even food, for children. But I wanted to become a reporter if I could, I suggested. Well, he said, with a wave of his hand, this is as good a way as any other. When this is over, I may be able to introduce you to our city editor. The title, city editor, mystified and intrigued me. It sounded so big and significant. This offer was far from what I anticipated, but I took it joyfully. Thus to step from one job to another, however brief, and one with such prospects, seemed the greatest luck in the world. For by now I was nearly hypochondriacal on the subjects of poverty, loneliness, the want of the creature comforts and pleasures of life. The mere thought of having enough to eat and to wear and to do had something of a paradise about it. Some previous long and fruitless searches for work had marked me with a horror of being without it. I bustled about to the Herald's Christmas Annex, as it was called, a building standing in Fifth Avenue between Madison and Monroe, and reported to a brisk underling in charge of the doling out of these pittances to the poor. Without a word, he put me behind the single long counter which ran across the front of the room, and over which were handled all those toys and Christmas pleasure pieces which a loud tom-tomming concerning the dire need of the poor and the proper Christmas spirit had produced. Life certainly offers some amusing paradoxes at times, and that with that gay insouciance which life alone can muster and achieve when it is at its worst anachronistically. Here was I, a victim of what socialists would look upon as wage slavery and economic robbery, quite as worthy, I am sure, of gifts as any other, and yet lined up with 15 or 20 other economic victims, ragamuffin souls like myself, all out of jobs, many of them out at elbows, and all of them doling out gifts from 8:30 in the morning until 11 and 12 at night to people no worse off than themselves. I wish you might have seen this chamber as I saw it for 8 or 9 days just preceding and including Christmas Day itself. Yes, we worked from 8 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. on Christmas Day, and very glad to get the money, thank you. There poured in here from the day the bureau opened, which was the morning I called, and until it closed Christmas night, as diverse an assortment of alleged poverty-stricken souls as one would want to see. I do not say that many of them were not deserving. I am willing to believe that most of them were. But, deserving or no, they were still worthy of all they received here. Indeed, when I think of the many who came miles, carrying slips of paper on which had been listed, as per the advice of this paper, all they wished Santa Claus to bring them or their children, and then recall that, for all their pains in having their minister or doctor or the Herald itself vise their request, they received only a fraction of what they sought, I am inclined to think that all were even more deserving than their reward indicated. For the whole scheme, as I soon found in talking with others and seeing for myself how it worked, was most loosely managed. Endless varieties of toys and comforts had been talked about in the paper, but only a few of the things promised, or vaguely indicated, were here to give, for the very good reason that no one would give them for nothing to the Herald. Nor had any sensible plan been devised for checking up either the gifts given or the persons who had received them, and so the same person, as some of these recipients soon discovered, could come over and over, bearing different lists of toys, and get them, or at least a part of them, until some clerk with a better eye for faces than another would chance to recognize the offender and point him or her out. Jews, the fox-like Slavic type, of course, and the poor Irish, were the worst offenders in this respect. The Herald was supposed to have kept all applications written by children to Santa Claus, but it had not done so, and so hundreds claimed that they had written letters and received no answer. At the end of the second or third day before Christmas, it was found necessary, because of the confusion and uncertainty, to throw the doors wide open and give to all and sundry who looked worthy of whatever was left or handy, we, the ragamuffin clerks, being the judges. And now the clerks themselves, seeing that no records were kept, and how without plan the whole thing was, notified poor relatives and friends, and these descended upon us with baskets, expecting candy, turkeys, suits of clothing, and the like, but receiving instead only toy wagons, toy stoves, baby brooms, Noah's arks, storybooks, the shabbiest mess of cheap things one could imagine. For the newspaper, true to that canon of commerce which demands the most for the least, the greatest show for the least money, had gathered all the odds and ends and leftovers of toy bargain sales and had dumped them into the large lofts above, to be doled out as best we could. We could not give a much desired article to any one person because, supposing it were there, which was rarely the case, we could not get at it or find it. Yet later another person might apply and receive the very thing the other had wanted. And we clerks, going out to lunch or dinner, save the mark, would seek some scrubby little restaurant and eat ham and beans, or crullers and coffee, or some other tasteless dish, at 10 or 15 cents per head. Hard luck stories, comments on what a botch the Herald Gift Bureau was, on the strange characters that showed up, the hooded Niobes and dusty Priams, with eyes too sunken and too dry for tears, were the order of the day. Here I met a young newspaper man, gloomy, out at elbows, who told me what a wretched, pathetic struggle the newspaper world presented. But I did not believe him, although he had worked in Chicago, Denver, St. Paul. A poor failure, I thought. Someone who can't write and who now whines and wastes his substance in riotous living when he has it. So much for the sympathy of the poor for the poor. But the Herald was doing very well. Daily it was filling its pages with the splendid results of its charity, the poor relieved, the darkling homes restored to gaiety and bliss. Can you beat it? But it was good advertising, and that was all the Herald wanted. Hey, rub-a-dub. Hey, rub-a-dub-dub. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 2. On Christmas Eve, there came to our home to spend the next 2 days, which chanced to be Saturday and Sunday, Alice Kane, a friend and fellow clerk of one of my sisters in a department store. Because the store kept open until 10:30 or 11 that Christmas Eve, and my labors at the Herald office detained me until the same hour, we three arrived at the house at nearly the same time. I should say here that the previous year, my mother having died and the home being in dissolution, I had ventured into the world on my own. Several sisters, 2 brothers, and my father were still together, but it was a divided and somewhat colorless home at best. Our mother was gone. I was already wondering, in great sadness, how long it could endure, for she had made of it something as sweet as dreams. That temperament, that charity and understanding and sympathy, we who were left were like fledglings, trying our wings but fearful of the world. My practical experience was slight. I was a creature of slow and uncertain response to anything practical, having an eye single to color, romance, beauty. I was but a half-baked poet, romancer, dreamer. As I was hurrying upstairs to take a bath and then see what pleasures were being arranged for the morrow, I was intercepted by my sister with a, "Hurry now and come down. I have a friend here and I want you to meet her. She's awful nice." At the mere thought of meeting a girl, I brightened, for my thoughts were always on the other sex, and I was forever complaining to myself of my lack of opportunity, and lack of courage when I had the opportunity, to do the one thing I most craved to do, shine as a lover. Although at her suggestion of a girl I pretended to sniff and be superior, Still, I bustled to the task of embellishing myself. On coming into the general living room, where a fire was burning brightly, I beheld a pretty dark-haired girl of medium height, smooth-cheeked and graceful, who seemed and really was guileless, good-natured, and sympathetic. For a while after meeting her, I felt stiff and awkward, for the mere presence of so pretty a girl was sufficient to make me nervous and self-conscious. My brother, E, had gone off early in the evening to join the family of some girl in whom he was interested. Another brother, A, was out on some Christmas Eve lark with a group of fellow employees. So here I was alone with C and this stranger, doing my best to appear gallant and clever. I recall now the sense of sympathy and interest which I felt for this girl from the start. It must have been clear to my sister, for before the night was over, she had explained, by way of tantalizing me, that Miss Kane had a beau. Later, I learned that Alice was an orphan adopted by a fairly comfortable Irish people who loved her dearly and gave her many pleasures and as much liberty as their circumstances would permit. They had made the mistake, however, of telling her that she was only an adopted child. This gave her a sense of forlornness and a longing for a closer and more enduring love. Such a mild and sweet little thing she was. I never knew a more attractive or clinging temperament. She could play the banjo and guitar. I remember marveling at the dexterity of her fingers as they raced up and down the frets and across the strings. She was wearing a dark green blouse and a brown corduroy skirt, with a pale brown ribbon about her neck. Her hair was parted on one side, and this gave her a sort of maidenish masculinity. I found her looking at me slyly now and then, and smiling at one or another of my affected remarks, as though she were pleased. I recounted the nature of the work I was doing, but deliberately attempted to confuse it in her mind and my sister's with the idea that I was regularly employed by the Herald as a newspaper man, and that this was merely a side task. Subsequently, out of sheer vanity and a desire to appear more than I was, I allowed her to believe that I was a reporter on this paper. It was snowing. We could see great flakes fluttering about the gas lamps outside. In the cottage of an Irish family across the street, a party of merrymakers was at play. I proposed that we go out and buy chestnuts and popcorn and roast them, and that we make snow punch out of milk, sugar, and snow. How gay I felt, how hopeful. In a fit of great daring, I took one hand of each of my companions and ran, trying to slide with them over the snow. Alice's screams and laughter were disturbingly musical, and as she ran, her little feet twinkled under her skirts. At one corner, where the stores were brightly lighted, she stopped and did a graceful little dance under the electric light. Oh, if I could have a girl like this! If I could just have her! I thought, forgetting that I was nightly telling a Scotch girl that she was the sweetest thing I had ever known or wanted to know. Bedtime came with laughter and gaiety up to the last moment. Alice was to sleep with my sister and preceded me upstairs, saying she was going to eat salt on New Year's Eve so that she would dream of her coming lover. That night I lay and thought of her, and next morning hurried downstairs hoping to find her, but she had not come down yet. There were Christmas stockings to be examined, of course, which brought her, but before 8:30 I had to leave in order to be at work at 9 o'clock. I waved them all a gay farewell and looked forward eagerly toward evening, for she was to remain this night and the next day. Through my work at 5:30, I hurried home, and then it was that I learned, and to my great astonishment and gratification, that she liked me. For when I arrived, dressed as I had been all day in my very best, E and A were there endeavoring to entertain her. E, my younger brother, attempting to make love to her. His method was to press her toe in an open, foolish way, which because of the jealousy it waked in me seemed to me out of the depths of dullness. From the moment I entered, I fancied that Alice had been waiting for me. Her winning smile as I entered reassured me, and yet she was very quiet when I was near, gazing romantically into the fire. During the evening I studied her, admiring every detail of her dress, which was a bit different from that of the day before and more attractive. She seemed infinitely sweet, and I flattered myself that I was preferred over my two brothers. During the evening, we two being left together for some reason, she arose and went into the large front room, and standing before one of the 3 large windows, looked out in silence on the homelike scene that the neighborhood presented. The snow had ceased, and a full moon was brightening everything. The little cottages and flat buildings nearby glowed romantically through their drawn blinds, a red-ribboned Christmas wreath in every window. I pumped up my courage to an unusual point, and, heart and mouth, followed and stood beside her. It was a great effort on my part. She pressed her nose to the pane and then breathed on it, making a misty screen between herself and outside, upon which she wrote my initials, rubbed them out, then breathed on the window again and wrote her own. Her face was like a small wax flower in the moonlight. I had drawn so close, moved by her romantic call, that my body almost touched hers. Then I slipped an arm about her waist and was about to kiss her when I heard my sister's voice. "Now, Al and Theo, you come back." "We must go," she said shamefacedly, and as she started I ventured to touch her hand. She looked at me and smiled, and we went back to the other room. I waited eagerly for other solitary moments. Because the festivities were too general and inclusive, there was no other opportunity that evening. But the next morning, church claiming some and sleep others, there was a half hour or more in which I was alone with her in the front room, looking over the family album. I realized that by now she was as much drawn to me as I was to her, and that, as in the case of my Scotch maid, I was master if I chose to be. I was so wrought up in the face of this opportunity, however, that I scarcely had courage to do that which I earnestly believed I could do. As we stood over the album looking at the pictures, I toyed first with the strings of her apron, and then later, finding no opposition, allowed my hand to rest gently at her waist. Still no sign of opposition or even consciousness. I thrilled from head to toe. Then I closed my arm gently about her waist, and when it became noticeably tight, she looked up and smiled. "You'd better watch out," she said. "Someone may come." "Do you like me a little?" I pleaded, almost choking. "I think so. I think you're very nice, anyhow. But you mustn't," she said. "Someone may come in." And as I drew her to me, she pretended to resist, maneuvering her cheek against my mouth as she pulled away. She was just in time, for C came into the back parlor and said, "Oh, there you are. I wondered where you were." "I was just looking over your album," Alice said. "Yes," I added, "I was showing it to her." "Oh, yes," laughed my sister sarcastically. "You and Al, I know what you two were trying to do." "You," she exclaimed, giving me a push. "And Al, the silly, she has a beau already." She laughed and went off, but I, hugely satisfied with myself, swaggered into the adjoining room. Beau or no beau, Alice belonged to me. Youthful vanity was swelling my chest. I was more of a personage for having had it once more proved to me that I was not unattractive to girls. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 3. When I asked Alice when I should see her again, she suggested the following Tuesday or Thursday, asking me not to say anything to C. I had not been calling on her more than a week or two before she confessed that there was another suitor, a telegraph operator to whom she was engaged, and who was still calling on her regularly. When she came to our house to spend Christmas, she said it was with no intention of seeking a serious flirtation, though in order not to embarrass the sense of opportunity we boys might feel, she had taken off her engagement ring. Also, she confessed to me she never wore it at the store, for the reason that it would create talk and make it seem that she might leave soon, when she was by no means sure that she would. In short, she had become engaged thus early without being certain that she was in love. Never were happier hours than those I spent with her, though at the time I was in that state of unrest and change which afflicts most youths who are endeavoring to discover what they want to do in life. On Christmas Day, my job was gone, and the task of finding another was before me, but this did not seem so grim now. I felt more confident. True, the manager of the Herald had told me to call after the first of the year, and I did so, but only to find that his suggestion of something important to come later had been merely a ruse to secure eager and industrious service for his bureau. When I told him I wanted to become a reporter, he said, "But you see, I have nothing whatsoever to do with that. You must see the managing editor on the 4th floor." To say this to me was about the same as to say, "You must see God." Nevertheless, I made my way to that floor, but at that hour of the morning I found no one at all. Another day, going at 3, so complete was my ignorance of newspaper hours, I found only a few uncommunicative individuals at widely scattered desks in a room labeled City Room. One of these, after I had asked him how one secured a place as a reporter, looked at me quizzically and said, "You'll want to see the city editor. He isn't here now. The best times to see him are at noon and 6. That's the only time he gives out assignments." Aha, I thought, assignments. So that's what reportorial work is called? And I must come at either 12 or 6. So I bustled away to return at 6, for I felt that I must get work in this great and fascinating field. When I came at 6, and was directed to a man who bent over a desk and was evidently very much concerned about something, he exclaimed, "No vacancies! Nothing open! Sorry!" and turned away. So I went out crestfallen and more overawed than ever. Who was I to attempt to venture into such a wonderland as this? I, a mere collector by trade. I doubt if anyone ever explored the mouth of a cave with more feeling of uncertainty. It was all so new, so wonderful, so mysterious. I looked at the polished doors and marble floors of this new and handsome newspaper building with such a feeling as might have possessed an Ethiopian slave examining the walls and the doors of the Temple of Solomon. How wonderful it must be to work in such a place as this! How shrewd and wise must be the men whom I saw working here, able and successful and comfortable! How great and interesting the work they did! Today they were here, writing at one of these fine desks. Tomorrow they would be away on some important mission somewhere, taking a train, riding in a Pullman car, entering some great home or office, and interviewing some important citizen. And when they returned, they were congratulated upon having discovered some interesting fact or story on which, having reported to their city editor or managing editor, or having written it out, they were permitted to retire in comfort with more compliments. Then they resorted to an excellent hotel or restaurant to refresh themselves among interested and interesting friends before retiring to rest. Some such hodgepodge as this filled my immature brain. Despite the discouraging reception of my first overture, I visited other newspaper offices, only to find the same, and even colder, conditions. The offices in most cases were by no means so grand, but the atmosphere was equally chill, and the city editor was a difficult man to approach. Often I was stopped by an office boy who reported, when I said I was looking for work, no vacancies. When I got in at all, nearly all the city editors merely gave me a quick glance and said, "No vacancies." I began to feel that the newspaper world must be controlled by a secret cult or order, until one lithe, bony specimen with a pointed green shade over his eyes and dusty red hair looked at me much as an eagle might look at a pouter pigeon, and asked, "Ever work on a paper before?" "No, sir." "How do you know you can write?" "I don't, but I think I could learn." "Learn? Learn? We haven't time to teach anybody here. You better try one of the little papers, a trade paper maybe, until you learn how. Then come back." And he walked off. This gave me at least a definite idea as to how I might begin, but just the same, it did not get me a position. Meanwhile, looking here and there and not finding anything, I decided, since I had had experience as a collector, and must live while I was making my way into journalism, to return to this work and see if I might not in the meantime get a place as a reporter. Having been previously employed by an easy payment installment house, I now sought out another, the Corbin Company in Lake Street, not very far from the office of the firm for which I had previously worked. From this firm, having been hard-pressed for a winter overcoat the preceding fall, I had abstracted, or held out, $25, intending to restore it. But before I had been able to manage that, a slack-up in the work occurred, due to the fact that wandering street agents sold less in winter than in summer, and I was laid off and had to confess that I was short in my account. The manager and owner, who had seemed to take a fancy to me, said nothing other than that I was making a mistake, taking the path that led to social hell. I do not recall that he even requested that the money be returned, but I was so nervous that I was convinced that someday, unless I returned the money, I should be arrested. And to avoid this, I had written him a letter after leaving promising that I would pay up. He never even bothered to answer the letter, and I believe that if I had returned in the spring, paid the $25, and asked for work, he would have taken me on again. But I had no such thought in mind. I held myself disgraced forever, and only wished to get clear of this sort of work. It was a vulture game at best, selling trash to the ignorant for 12 and 14 times its value. Now that I was out of it, I hated to return. I feared that the first thing my proposed employer would do would be to inquire of my previous employer, and that being informed of my stealing, he would refuse to employ me. With fear and trembling, I inquired of the firm in Lake Street, and was told that there was a place awaiting someone, the right party. The manager wanted to know if I could give a bond for $300. They had just had one collector arrested for stealing $60. I told him I thought I could, and decided to explain the proposition to my father and obtain his advice, since I knew little about how a bond was secured. When I learned that the bonding company investigated one's past, however, I was terrorized. My father, an honest, worthy, and defiant German, on being told that a bond was required, scouted the idea with much vehemence. Why should anyone want a bond from me, he demanded to know. Hadn't I worked for Mr. M. in the same line? Couldn't they go there and find out? At thought of M, I shook, and rather than have an investigation, dropped the whole matter, deciding not to go near the place again. But the manager, taken by my guileless look, I presume, called one evening at our house. He had taken a fancy to me, he said. I looked to be honest and industrious. He liked the neighborhood I lived in. He proposed that I should go to one of the local bonding companies and get a $300 bond for $10 a year, his company paying for the bond out of my first week's salary, which was to be only $12 to start with. This promised to involve explaining about M, but I decided to go to the bonding company and refer only to 2 other men for whom I had worked, and see what would happen. For the rest, I proposed to say that school and college life had filled my years before this. If trouble came over M, I planned to run away. But to my astonishment and delight, my ruse worked admirably. The following Sunday afternoon, my new manager called and asked me to report the following morning for work. Oh, those singing days in the streets and parks and show places of Chicago! Those hours when in bright or thick Lowry weather I tramped the highways and byways dreaming chaotic dreams. I had all my afternoons to myself after 1 or 2 o'clock. The speed with which I work and could walk would soon get me over the list of my customers, and then I was free to go where I chose. Spring was coming. I was only 19. Life was all before me, and the feel of plenty of money in my pocket, even if it did not belong to me, was comforting. And then youth, that lilt and song in one's very blood. I felt as if I were walking on tinted clouds among the highlands of the dawn. How shall I do justice to this period, which, for perfection of spirit, ease of soul, was the very best I had so far known? In the first place, because of months of exercise in the open air, my physical condition was good. I was certain to get somewhere in the newspaper world, or so I thought. The condition of our family was better than it had ever been in my time, for we 4 younger children were working steadily. Our home life, in spite of bickerings among several of my brothers and sisters, was still pleasing enough. Altogether, we were prospering, and my father was looking forward to a day when all family debts would be paid, and the soul of my mother, as well as his own when it passed over, could be freed from too prolonged torments in purgatory. For, as a Catholic, he believed that until all one's full debts here on earth were paid, one's soul was held in durance on the other side. For myself, life was at the topmost toss. I was like some bird poised on a high twig, teetering and fluttering and ready for flight. Again, I was like those flying hawks and buzzards that ride so gracefully on still wings above a summer landscape, seeing all the wonders of the world below. Again, I was like a song that sings itself, the spirit of happy music that by some freak of creation is able to rejoice in its own harmonies and rhythms. Joy was ever before me, the sense of some great adventure lurking just around the corner. How I loved the tonic note of even the grinding wheels of the trucks and cars, the clang and clatter of cable and electric lines, the surge of vehicles in every street, the palls of heavy manufacturing smoke that hung low over the city like impending hurricanes, the storms of wintry snow or sleety rain, the glow of yellow lights in little shops at evening, mile after mile, where people were stirring and bustling over potatoes, flour, cabbages. All these things were the substance of songs, paintings, poems. I liked the sections where the women of the town were still, at noon, sleeping off the debauches of the preceding night, or at night were preparing for the gaudy make-believes of their midnight day. I liked those sections crowded with great black factories, stockyards, steelworks, Pullman yards, where in the midst of Plutonian stress and clang, men mixed or forged or joined or prepared those delicacies, pleasures, and perfections for which the world buys and sells itself. Life was at its best here, its promise the most glittering. I liked those raw neighborhoods where, in small, unpainted, tumble-down shanties set in grassless, can-strewn yards, drunken and lecherous slatterns and brawlers were to be found mooning about in a hell of their own. And, for contrast, I liked those areas of great mansions set upon the great streets of the city in spacious lawns, where liveried servants stood by doors, and carriages turned in at spacious gates and under heavy porte-cocheres. I think I grasped Chicago in its larger material, if not in its more complicated mental aspects. Its bad was so deliciously bad, its good so very good, keen and succulent, reckless, inconsequential, pretentious, hopeful, eager, new. People cursed or raved or snarled, the more fortunate among them, but they were never heavy or dull or asleep. In some neighborhoods, the rancidity of dirt or the stark, icy bleakness of poverty fairly shouted, but they were never still, decaying pools of misery. On wide, bleak stretches of prairie, swept by whipping winds, one could find men who were tanning dog or cat hides, but their wives were buying yellow plush albums or red silk-shaded lamps or blue and green rugs on time, as I could personally testify. Churches with gaudy altars and services rose out of mucky masses of shanties and gas tanks. Saloons with glistening bars of colored glass and mirrors stood as the centers and clubs of drear, bleak masses of huts. There were vice districts and wealth districts hung with every enticing luxury that the wit of a commonplace or conventional mind could suggest. Such was Chicago. In the vice districts, I had been paid for shabby rugs and lamps, all shamelessly overpriced, by plump naked girls striding from bed to dresser to get a purse, and then offered certain favors for $1, or its equivalent, a credit on the contract slip. In the more exclusive neighborhoods, I was sent around to a side entrance by comfortably dressed women who were too proud or too sly to have their neighbors know that they were buying on time. Black negresses leered at me from behind shuttered windows at noon. Plump wives drew me into risque situations on sight. Death-bereaved weepers mourned over their late lost in my presence, and postponed paying me. But I liked the life. I was crazy about it. Chicago was like a great orchestra in a tumult of noble harmonies. I was like a guest at a feast, eating and drinking in a delirium of ecstasy. End of Chapter 3. Recorded by John Payton of Omaha, Nebraska. chowdownright.blogspot.com.
Chapter 4 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 4. But if I was wrought up by the varying aspects of the city, I was equally wrought up by the delights of love, which came for the first time fully with the arrival of Alice. Was I in love with her? No, as I understand myself now. I doubt that I have ever been in love with anyone, or with anything save life as a whole. Twice or thrice I have developed stirring passions, but always there was a voice or thought within which seemed to say over and over, like a bell at sea, "What does it matter? Beauty is eternal. Beauty will come again." But this thing, life, this picture of effort, this colorful panorama of hope and joy and despair, that did matter. Beauty, like a tinkling bell, the tintings of the dawn, the whispering of gentle winds and waters in summer days and Arcadian places, was in everything and everywhere. Indeed, the appeal of this local life was its relationship to eternal, perfect beauty. That it should go, that never again, after a few years, might I see it more. That love should pass, that youth should pass. That in due time I should stand old and grizzled, contemplating with age-filmed eyes joys and wonders whose sting and color I could no longer feel or even remember, out on it for a damned tragedy and a mirthless joke. Alice proved to be in love with me. She lived in a 2-flat frame house in what was then the far middle south section of the city, a region about 51st and Halsted streets. Her foster father was a railroad watchman, and had saved up a few $1,000s by years of toil. This little apartment represented his expenditures plus her taste, such as it was. A simple little place, with plush red curtains shielding a pair of folding doors, which separated 2 large rooms, front and back. There were lace curtains and white shades at the windows, a piano, a most soothing luxury for me to contemplate, and then store furniture, a red velvet settee, a red plush rocker, several other new, badly designed chairs. Quaint little soul! How cheery and dreamful and pulsating with life she was when I met her. Her suitor, as I afterwards came to know, was a phlegmatic man of 35, who had found in her all that he desired and was eager to marry her, as he eventually did. He was wont to call regularly on Wednesday and Sunday evenings, taking her occasionally to a theater or to dinner downtown. When I arrived on the scene, I must have disrupted this, for after a time, because I manifested some opposition, leaving her no choice indeed, Wednesdays and Sundays became my evenings, and any others that I chose. Regardless of my numerous and no doubt asinine defects, she was in love with me and willing to accept me on my own terms. Yes, Alice saw something she wanted and thought she could hold. She wanted to unite with me for this little span of existence, to go with me hand in hand into the ultimate nothingness. I think she was a poet in her way, but voiceless. When I called the first night, she sat primly for a little while on one of her red chairs near the window, while I occupied a rocker. I had hung up my coat and hat with a flourish, and had stood about for a while, examining everything, with the purpose of estimating it and her. It all seemed cozy and pleasing enough, and, curiously, I felt more at ease on this my first visit than I ever did at my Scotch maid's home. There her thrifty, cautious, religious though genial and well-meaning mother, her irritable blind uncle, and her more attractive young sister disturbed and tended to alienate me. Here, for weeks and weeks, I never saw Alice's foster parents. When finally I was introduced to them, they grated on me not at all. This first night she played a little on her piano, then on her banjo, and because she seemed especially charming to me, I went over and stood behind her chair, deciding to take her face in my hands and kiss her. Perhaps a touch of remorse, and in consequence a bit of indecision now swayed her, for she got up before I could do it. On the instant, my assurance became less, and yet my mood hardened, for I thought she was trifling with me. After the previous Sunday, it seemed to me that she could do no less than permit me to embrace her. I was deciding that the evening was about to be a failure, when she came up behind me and said, "Don't you think it's rather nice across there, between those houses?" Over the way, a gap between peaked-roofed houses revealed a long stretch of prairie, now covered with snow, gas lamps flickering in orderly rows, an occasional frame house glowing in the distance. "Yes," I admitted moodily. "This is a funny neighborhood," she ventured. "People are always moving in and out of that row of houses over there." "Are they?" I said, not very much interested now that I felt myself defeated. There was a silence, and then she laid one hand on my arm. "You're not mad at me, Dorse?" she asked, using a name which my sister had given me. The sound of it on her lips, soft and pleading, moved me. "Oh, no," I replied loftily. "Why should I be?" "I was thinking that maybe I oughtn't to be doing this. There's been someone else up to now, you know." "Yes." "I guess I don't care for him anymore, or I wouldn't be doing what I am." "I thought you cared for me. Why did you invite me down here?" "Oh, Doris, I do," she said, placing both her hands on my folded arms and looking up into my face with a kind of tenseness. "I know it isn't right, but I can't help it. You have such nice hair and eyes, and you're so tall. Do you care for me at all?" "Yes," I said, smiling cynically over my victory. "I think you're beautiful." I smoothed her cheek with one hand while I held her about the waist with the other. We went over to the red settee, and I took her in my arms and held her and kissed her mouth and eyes and neck. She clung to me and laughed and told me bits about her work and her pompous floor walker and her social companions, and even her fiancé. She danced for me when I asked her, doing a running overstep clog, sideways to and fro, her skirts lifted to her shoe tops. She was sweetly feminine, in no ways aggressive or bold. I stayed until nearly 1 a.m. I had 9 or 10 miles to go by owl cars, arriving home at nearly 3, but at this time I was not working, and so my time was my own. The thing that troubled me was what my Scotch girl would think if she found out, which she never would, and how I could extricate myself from a situation which, now that I had Alice, was not as interesting as it had been. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 5. As spring approached, this affair moved on apace. The work of the Corbin Company was no harder than that of the Lovell Company, and I had more time to myself. Because of an ingrowing sense of my personal importance, and because I thought it such a wonderful thing to be a newspaper man and so very much less to be a collector, I lied to Alice as to what I was doing. When should I be through with collecting and begin reporting? I was eager to know all about music, painting, sculpture, literature, and to be in those places where life is at its best. I was regretful now that I had not made better use of my school and college days, and so in my free hours I read, visited the art gallery and library, went to theaters and concerts. The free intellectual churches, or ethical schools, were my favorite places on Sunday mornings. I would sometimes take Alice or my Scotch girl to the Theodore Thomas concerts, which were just beginning at the auditorium, or to see the best plays and actors: Booth, Barrett, Modjeska, Fanny Davenport, Mary Anderson, Joseph Jefferson, Nat Goodwin. Thinking of myself as a man with a future, I assumed a kind of cavalier attitude toward my two sweethearts, finally breaking with N on the pretext that she was stubborn and superior and did not love me, whereas I really wanted to assume privileges which she, with her conventional notions, could not permit, and which I was not generous enough not to want. As for Alice, she was perfectly willing to yield, with a view, I have always thought, to moving me to marry her. But being deeply touched by her very obvious charm, I did nothing. Once my work was done of an afternoon, I loitered over many things, waiting for evening to come, when I should see Alice again. Usually I read or visited a gallery or some park. Alice was intensely sweet to me. Her eyes were so soft, so liquid, so unprotesting, and so unresenting. She was usually gay, with at times a suggestion of hidden melancholy. At night, in that great world of life which is the business heart of Chicago, I used to wait for her, and together, once we had found each other in the crowds, we would make our way to the great railway station at the end of Dearborn Street, where a tall clock tower held a single yellow clock face. If it chanced to be Tuesday or Thursday, I would go home with her. On other nights she would sometimes stay down to dine with me at some inexpensive place. I never knew, until toward the end of the following summer, when things were breaking up for me in Chicago and seemingly greater opportunities were calling me elsewhere, that during all this time she had really never relinquished her relationship with my predecessor, fearing my instability, perhaps. By what necessary lies and innocent subterfuges she had held him against the time when I might not care for her any more, I know not. The thing has poignance now. Was she unfaithful? I do not think so. At any rate, she was tender, clinging, and in need of true affection. She would take my hand and hold it under her arm or against her heart and talk of the little things of the day, the strutting customers and managers, the condescending women of social pretensions, the other girls who sometimes spied upon or traitorously betrayed each other. Usually her stories were of amusing things, for she had no heart for bitter contention. There was a note of melancholy running all through her relationship with me, however, for I think she saw the unrest and uncertainty of my point of view. Already my mind's eye was scanning a farther horizon, in which neither she nor any other woman had a vital part. Fame, applause, power, possibly these were luring me. Once she said to me, her eyes looking longingly into mine, "Do you really love me, Doris?" "Don't you think I do?" I replied evasively, and yet saying to myself that I truly cared for her in my fashion, which was true. "Yes, I think you do, in your way," she said, and the correct interpretation shocked me. I saw myself a stormy petrel hanging over the yellowish-black waves of life and never really resting anywhere. I could not. My mind would not let me. I saw too much, felt too much, knew too much. What was I? What anyone but a small bit of seaweed on an endless sea, flotsam, jetsam, being moved hither and thither, by what subterranean tides? Oh, Alice, dead or living, eternally sleeping or eternally waking, listen to these few true words. You were beautiful to me. My heart was hungry. I wanted youth, I wanted beauty, I wanted sweetness, I wanted a tender smile, wide eyes, loveliness. All these you had, and gave. Peace to you. I do not ask as much for myself. My determination to leave the Corbin Company was associated with other changes, equally important and of much more emotional interest. Our home life, now that my mother was gone, was most unsatisfactory. What I took to be the airs and plotting domination of my sister M, toward whom I had never borne any real affection, had become unbearable. I disliked her very much, for though she was no better than the rest of us, or so I thought at the time, she was nevertheless inclined to dogmatize as to the duty of others. Here she was, married, yet living at home and traveling at such times and to such places as suited her husband's convenience, obtaining from him scarcely enough to maintain herself in the state to which she thought she was entitled, contributing only a small portion to the upkeep of the home, and yet setting herself and her husband up as superiors whose exemplary social manners might well be copied by all. Her whole manner, from morning to night, day in and day out, was one of superiority, or so I thought at the time. "I am Mrs. G.A., if you please," she seemed to say. "G is doing this. I am going to do so-and-so. It can scarcely be expected that we, in our high state, should have much to do with the rest of you." Yet, whenever A was in or near Chicago, he made our home his abiding place. 2 of the best rooms on the second floor was set aside for his and M's use. The most stirring preparations were made whenever he was coming, the house swept, flowers bought, extra cooking done, and what not. The moment he had gone, things fell to their natural and rather careless pace. M retired to her rooms and was scarcely seen for days. T, another sister, who despised her heartily, would sulk, and when she thought the burden of family work was being shouldered onto her, would do nothing at all. My father was left to go through a routine of duties such as fire building, care of the furnace, marketing, which should have facilitated the housework, but which in these quarreling conditions made it seem as if he were being put upon. C, another sister, who was anything but a peacemaker, added fuel to the flames by criticizing the drift of things to the younger members, A, E, and myself. The thing that had turned me definitely against M followed a letter which my brother Paul once sent to my mother, enclosing a check for $10 and intended especially for her. Because it was sent to her personally, she wanted to keep it secret from the others, and to do this, she sent me to the General Post Office on which it was drawn, with her signature filled in and myself designated as the proper recipient. I got the money and returned it to her, but either because of her increasing illness or because she still wanted to keep it a secret, when Paul mentioned it in another letter, she said she had not received it. Then she died, and the matter of the money came up. It was proved by inquiry at the post office that the money had been paid to me. I confirmed this and asserted, which was true, that I had given it to Mother. M alone, of all the family, felt called upon to question this. She visited an inspector at the General Post Office, a friend of A's, by the way, and persuaded him to make inquiry, with a view no doubt to frightening me. The result of this was a formal letter asking me to call at his office. When I went and found that he was charging me with the detention of this money and demanding its return on pain of my being sent to prison, I blazed, of course, and told him to go to the devil. When I reached home, I was furious. I called out my sister M and told her, well, many things. For weeks and even months I had a burning desire to strike her, although nothing more was ever done or said concerning it. For over 15 years the memory of this one thing divided us completely, but after that Having risen, as I thought, to superior interests and viewpoints, I condescended to become friendly. The first half of 1891 was the period of my greatest bitterness toward her, and in consequence, when my sister C came to me with her complaints and charges, we brewed between us a kind of revolution based primarily on our opposition to M and her heirs, but secondarily on the inadequate distribution of the family means and the inability of the different sisters to agree upon the details of the home management. According to C, who was most bitter in her charges, both M and T were lazy and indifferent. As a matter of fact, I cared as little for C and her woes as I did for any of the others. But the thought of this home, dominated by M and T, and supported by us younger ones, with Father as a kind of pleading watchdog of the treasury, weeping in his beard and moaning over the general recklessness of our lives, was too much. Indeed, this matter of money, not idleness or domination, was the crux of the whole situation. For if there had been plenty of money, or if each of us could have retained his own earnings, there would have been little grieving. C was jealous of M and T, and of the means with which their marital relations supplied them, and although she was earning $8 a week, she felt that the 3 or 4 which she contributed to the household were far too much. A, who earned 10 and contributed 5, had no complaint to make, and E, who earned 9 and supplied 4.5, also had nothing to say. I was earning 12, later 14, and gave only 6, and very often I begrudged much of this. So between us, C and I brewed a revolution, which ended unsatisfactorily for us all. Late in March, a crisis came because of a bitter quarrel that sprung up between M and C. C and I now proposed, with the aid of A and E, if we could get it, either to drive M from the house and take charge ourselves, or rent a small apartment somewhere, pool our funds, and set up a rival home of our own, leaving this one to subsist as best it might. It was a hard and cold thing to plan, and I still wonder why I shared in it, but then it seemed plausible enough. However that may be, this revolutionary program was worked out to a definite conclusion. With C as the whip and planner, and myself as general executive, a small apartment only a few blocks from our home was fixed upon, prices of furniture on time studied, cost of food, light, entertainment gone into. C, in her eagerness to bring her rage to a cataclysmic conclusion, volunteered to do the cooking and housekeeping alone, and still work downtown as before. If each contributed $5 a week, as we said, we would have a fund of over $80 a month, which should house and feed us and buy furniture on the installment plan. A was consulted as to this and refused, saying, which was the decent thing to say and characteristic of him, that we ought to stay here and keep the home together for Father's sake, he being old and feeble. E, always a lover of adventure and eager to share in any new thing, agreed to go with us. We had to revise our program, but even with only $60 a month as a general fund, we thought we could get along. And so, we 3, C being the spokesman, had the cheek to announce to my father that either M should leave and allow us to run the house as we wished, or we would leave. The ultimatum was not given in any such direct way. Charges and countercharges were first made. Long arguments and pleadings were indulged in by one side and the other. Finally, seeing that there was no hope of forcing M to leave, C announced that she was going, alone or with others. I said I would follow. E said he was coming, and there you were. I never saw a man more distressed than my father, more harassed by what he knew to be the final dissolution of the family. He pleaded, but his pleas fell on youthful, inconsiderate ears. I went and rented the flat, had the gas turned on, and some furniture installed, and then, toward the end of March, in blustery weather, we moved. Never was a man more distrait than my father during these last 2 or 3 days of our stay. Having completed the details, C, E, and I were busy marching to and fro at spare moments, carrying clothes, books, pictures, and the like to the new home. There were open squabbles now between C and M as to the possession of certain things, but these were finally adjusted without blows. At last we were ready to leave, and then came our last adieu to my father and A. When my turn came, I marched out with a hard, cheery, independent look on my face, but I was really heavy with a sense of my unfairness and brutality. A and my father were the two I really preferred. My father was so old and frail. "Well," he said, with his German accent when I came to say goodbye, "you're going, are you? I'm sorry, Dorsch. I done the best I could. The girls, they won't ever agree, it seems. I try, but it don't seem to do any good. I have prayed these last few days. I hope you don't ever feel sorry. It's C who stirs up all these things." He waved his hands in a kind of despairing way, and after some pointless and insincere phrases, I went out. The cold March winds were blowing from the west, and it was raw, blowy, sloppy, gray. Tomorrow would be brighter, but tonight... End of Chapter 5. Recording by John Payton of Omaha, Nebraska. chowdownright.blogspot.com.
Chapter 6 of a book about myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A book about myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 6. As April advanced, I left the carbon company, determined to improve my condition. I was tired of collecting the same districts, the same excuses, innocences, subterfuges. By degrees, I had come to feel a great contempt for the average mind. So many people were so low, so shifty, so dirty, so nondescript. They were food for dreams, little more. Owing to my experience with the manager of the Lovell Company in the matter of taking what did not belong to me, I had become very cautious, and this meant that I should be compelled to live from week to week on my miserable $12. In addition, home life had become a horrible burden. The house was badly kept, and the meals were wretched. Being of quarrelsome, fault-finding disposition, and not having M or T to fight with, C now turned her attentions to E and myself. We did not do this and that. The burden of the work was left to her. By degrees I grew into a kind of servant. Being told one April day of some needs that I must supply, and having decided that I could not endure either this about or my present work, I took my fate in my hands, and the next day resigned my job, having in my possession $65. I was now determined, come what might, never to take another job except one of reporting, unless I was actually driven to it by starvation, and in this mood I came home and announced that I had lost my position and that this home would therefore have to be given up. And how glad I was! Now I should be rid of this dull flat, which was so colorless and burdensome. As I see it now, my sister, sensibly enough from her point of view perhaps, was figuring that E and I, as dutiful brothers, should support her while she spent all her money on clothes. I came to dislike her almost as much as I did M, and told her gladly this same day that we could not live here any longer. In consequence, the furniture company was notified to come and get the furniture. Our lease at the place being only from month to month, it was easy enough to depart at once. E and I were to share a room at the DG's for $1.50 a week each, such meals as I ate there to be paid for at the rate of 25 cents each. Then and there, as I have since noted with a kind of fatalistic curiosity, the last phase of my rather troublesome youth began. Up to and even including this last move to Taylor Street, I had been intimately identified, in spirit at least, with our family and its concentrated home life. During my mother's life, of course, I had felt that whatever she was home. After her death, it was the house in which she had lived that held me, quite as much as it was my father and those of us who remained together to keep up in some manner the family spirit. When the spell of this began to lessen, owing to bitter recrimination and the continuous development of individuality in all of us, this new branch home, established by three of us, seemed something of the old place and spiritually allied to it. But when it fell, and the old home broke up at about the same time, I felt completely adrift. What was I to do with myself? I asked. Where go? Here I was soon, in 3 months, to be 21 years old, and yet without trade or profession, a sort of nondescript dreamer, without the power to earn a decent living, and yet with all the tastes and proclivities of one destined to an independent future. My eyes were constantly fixed on people in positions far above my own. Those who interested me most were bankers, millionaires, artists, executives, leaders, the real rulers of the world. Just at this time, the nation was being thrown into the quadrennial ferment, the presidential election. The newspapers were publishing reams upon reams of information and comment. David B. Hill, then governor of New York, Grover Cleveland of New York, Thomas B. Hendricks of Indiana, and others were being widely and favorably discussed by the Democratic Party, whose convention was to be held here in Chicago the coming June. Among the Republicans, Benjamin Harrison of Indiana, James G. Blaine of Maine, Thomas B. Ellison of Iowa, and others were much to the fore. If by my devotion to minor matters I have indicated that I was not interested in public affairs, I have given an inadequate account of myself. It is true that life at close range fascinated me, but the general progress of Europe and America and Asia and Africa was by no means beyond my intellectual inquiry. By now, I was a reader of Emerson, Carlyle, Macaulay, Freud, John Stuart Mill, and others. The existence of Nietzsche in Germany, Darwin, Spencer, Wallace, and Tyndall in England, and what they stood for, was in part at least with the range of my intuition, if not my exact knowledge. In America, Washington, Jefferson, Jackson, Lincoln, and history of the Civil War and the subsequent drift of the nation to monopoly and so to oligarchy were all within my understanding and private philosophizing. And now, this national ferment in regard to political preferment and advancement, the swelling tides of wealth and population in Chicago, the upward soaring of names and fames stirred me like whips and goads. I wanted to get up. Oh, how eagerly! I wanted to shake off the garments of the commonplace in which I seemed swathed and step forth in the public arena, where I should be seen and understood for what I was. No common man am I was constantly saying to myself, and I would no longer be held down to this shabby world of collecting in which I found myself. The newspapers, somehow by their intimacy with everything that was going on in the world, seemed to be the swiftest approach to all this of which I was dreaming. It seemed to me as if I understood already all the processes by which they were made. Reporting, I said to myself, must certainly be easy. Something happened. One car ran into another, a man was shot, a fire broke out. The reporter ran to the scene, observed and inquired the details, got the names and addresses of those immediately concerned, and then described it all. To reassure myself on this point, I went about looking for accidents on my own account, or imagining them, and then wrote out what I saw or imagined. To me the result, compared with what I found in the daily papers, was quite satisfactory. Some paper must give me a place. End of chapter 6. Read by Hanna Ponomarenko. Kiev, Ukraine.
Chapter 7. A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. Picture a dreamy cub of 21, long, spindling, a pair of gold-framed spectacles on his nose, his hair combed a la pompadour, a new spring suit consisting of light check trousers and bright blue coat and vest, a brown fedora hat, new yellow shoes, starting out to force his way into the newspaper world of Chicago. At that time, although I did not know it, Chicago was in the heyday of its newspaper prestige. Some of the nation's most remarkable editors, publishers, and newspaper writers were at work there. Melville E. Stone, afterward general manager of the Associated Press, Victor F. Lawson, publisher of the Daily News, Joseph Medill, editor and publisher of the Tribune, Eugene Field, managing editor of the Morning Record, William Penn Nixon, editor and publisher of the Inner Ocean, George Ade, Finley Peter Dunn, Brand Whitlock, and a score of others subsequently to become well known. Having made up my mind that I must be a newspaper man, I made straight for the various offices at noon and at 6 o'clock each day to ask if there was anything I could do. Very soon I succeeded in making my way into the presence of various city and managing editors of all the papers in Chicago, with the results that they surveyed me with the cynical, fishy eye peculiar to newspaper men and financiers, and told me there was nothing. One day in the office of the Daily News, a tall, shambling, awkward-looking man in a brown flannel shirt, without coat or waistcoat, suspenders down, was pointed out to me by an office boy who saw him slipping past the city editorial door. "Want to know who dat is?" he asked. "Yes," I replied humbly, grateful even for the attention of the office boys. "Well, that's Eugene Field. Heard of him, ain't you?" "Sure," I said, recalling the bundle of incoherent MS which I had once thrust upon him. I surveyed his retreating figure with envy and some nervousness, fearing he might physically detect that I was the perpetrator of that unsolicited slush and abuse me then and there. In spite of my energy, manifested for one solid week between the hours of 12 and 2 at noon and 5:30 and 7 at night, I got nothing. Indeed, it seemed to me as I went about these newspaper offices that they were the strangest, coldest, most haphazard and impractical of places. Gone was that fine ambassadorial quality with which a few months before I had invested them. These rooms, as I now saw, were crowded with commonplace desks and lamps, the floors strewn with newspapers. Office boys and hirelings gazed at you in the most unfriendly manner, asked what you wanted, and insisted there was nothing, they who knew nothing. By office boys, I was told to come after 1 or 2 in the afternoon, or after 7 at night, when all assignments had been given out, and when I did so, I was told that there was nothing and would be nothing. I began to feel desperate. Just about this time, I had an inspiration. I determined that, instead of trying to see all of the editors each day and missing most of them at the vital hour, I would select one paper and see if in some way I could not worm myself into the good graces of its editor. I now had the very sensible notion that a small paper would probably receive me with more consideration than one of the great ones, and out of them all chose the Daily Globe, a struggling affair financed by one of the Chicago politicians for political purposes only. You have perhaps seen a homeless cat hang about a doorstep for days and days meowing to be taken in. That was I. The door, in this case, was a side door and opened upon an alley. Inside was a large, bare room filled with a few rows of tables set end to end, with a railing across the northern 1/4, behind which sat the city editor, the dramatic and sporting editors, and one editorial writer. Outside this railing, near the one window, sat a large, fleshy, gelatinous, round-faced, round-headed young man wearing gold-rimmed spectacles. He had a hard, keen, cynical eye, and at first glance seemed to be most vitally opposed to me and everybody else. As it turned out, he was the Daily Globe's copy reader. Nothing was said to me at first as I sat in my far corner waiting for something to turn up. By degrees, some of the reporters began to talk to me, thinking I was a member of the staff, which eased my position a little during this time. I noticed that as soon as all the reporters had gone, the city editor became most genial with the one editorial writer who sat next him, and the two often went off together for a bite. Parlous and yet delicious hours. Although I felt all the time as though I were on the edge of some great change, still no one seemed to want me. The city editor, when I approached, after all the others had gone, would shake his head and say, "Nothing today. There's not a thing in sight," but not roughly or harshly, and therein lay my hope. So here I would sit, reading the various papers or trying to write out something I had seen. I was always on the alert for some accident that I might report to the city editor in the hope that he had not seen it, but I encountered nothing. The ways of advancement are strange, so often purely accidental. I did not know it, but my mere sitting here in this fashion eventually proved a card in my favor. A number of the employed reporters, of whom there were 8 or 9, the best papers carried from 20 to 30, seeing me sit about from 12 to 2, and thinking I was employed here also, struck up occasional genial and enlightening conversations with me. Reporters rarely knew the details of staff arrangements or changes. Some of them, finding that I was only seeking work, ignored me. Others gave me a bit of advice. Why didn't I see Selig of the Tribune or Herbst of the Herald? It was rumored that staff changes were to be made there. One youth, learning that I had never written a line for a newspaper, suggested that I go to the editor of the City Press Association or the United Press, where the most inexperienced beginners were put to work at the rate of $8 a week. This did not suit me at all. I felt that I could write. Finally, however, my mere sitting about in this fashion brought me into contact with that copy reader I have described, John Maxwell, who remarked one day out of mere curiosity, "Are you doing anything special for the Globe?" "No," I replied. "Just looking for work?" "Yes." "Ever work on any paper?" "No." "How do you know you can write?" "I don't. I just feel that I can. I want to see if I can't get a chance to try." He looked at me, curiously, amusedly, cynically. "Don't you ever go around to the other papers?" "Yes, after I find out there's nothing here." He smiled. "How long have you been coming here like this?" 2 weeks. "Every day?" "Every day." He laughed now, a genial, rolling, fat laugh. "Why do you pick the Globe? Don't you know it's the poorest paper in Chicago?" "That's why I pick it," I replied innocently. "I thought I might get a chance here." "Oh, you did?" He laughed. "Well, you may be right at that. Hang around. You may get something. Now I'll tell you something. This National Democratic Convention will open in June. They'll have to take on a few new men here then. I can't see why they shouldn't give you a chance as well as anybody else. But it's a hell of a business to be wanting to get into," he added. He began taking off his coat and waistcoat, rolling up his sleeves, sharpening his blue pencils, and taking up stacks of copy. The while I merely stared at him. Every now and then he would look at me through his round glasses as though I were some strange animal. I grew restless and went out. But after that he greeted me each day in a friendly way, and because he seemed inclined to talk, I stayed and talked with him. What it was that finally drew us together in a minor bond of friendship, I have never been able to discover. I am sure he considered me of little intellectual or repertorial import, and yet also I gathered that he liked me a little. He seemed to take a fancy to me from the moment of our first conversation, and included me in what I might call the Globe family spirit. He was interested in politics, literature, and the newspaper life of Chicago. Bit by bit, he informed me as to the various editors who were the most successful newspaper men, how some reporters did police, some politics, and some just general news. From him I learned that every paper carried a sporting editor, a society editor, a dramatic editor, a political man. There were managing editors, Sunday editors, news editors, city editors, copy readers, and editorial writers, all of whom seemed to me marvelous men of the very greatest import. And they earned, which was more amazing still, salaries ranging from $18 to $35 and even $60 and $70 a week. From him, I learned that this newspaper world was a seething maelstrom in which clever men struggled and fought as elsewhere, that some rose and many fell, that there was a roving element among newspaper men that drifted from city to city, many drinking themselves out of countenance, others settling down somewhere into some fortunate berth. Before long, He told me that only recently he had been copywriter on the Chicago Times, but due to what he characterized as office politics, a term the meaning of which I in no wise grasped, he had been jockeyed out of his place. He seemed to think that by and large, newspaper men, while interesting and in some cases able, were tricky and shifty, and above all, disturbingly and almost heartlessly inconsiderate of each other. Being young and inexperienced, this point of view made no impression on me whatsoever. If I thought anything, I thought he must be wrong, or that, at any rate, his heartlessness would never trouble me in any way, being the live and industrious person that I was. End of Chapter 7. Read by Albert Friedman. Philadelphia, April 28th, 2021.
Chapter 8 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 8. It made me happy to know that whether or not I was taken on, I had at least achieved one friend at court. Maxwell advised me to stick. "You'll get on," he said a day or two later. "I believe you've got the stuff in you. Maybe I can help you. You'll probably be like every other damned newspaper man once you get a start. An ingrate. But I'll help you just the same. Hang around. That convention will begin in 3 or 4 weeks now. I'll speak a good word for you, unless you tie up with some other paper before then." And to my astonishment, really, he was as good as his word. He must have spoken to the city editor soon after this, for the latter asked me what I had been doing and told me to hang around in case something should turn up. But before a newspaper story appeared for me to do, a new situation arose which tied me up closer with this prospect than I had hoped for. The lone editorial writer previously mentioned, a friend and intimate of the city editor, had just completed a small work of fiction which he and the city editor in combination had privately printed, and which they were very eager to sell. It was, as I recall it, very badly done, an immature imitation of Tom Sawyer without any real charm or human interest. The author himself, Mr. Jizzle, was a picayune, yellow-haired person. He spent all his working hours, as I came to know, writing those biased, envenomed, and bedeviling editorials which are required by purely Partesian journals. I gathered as much from conversations that were openly carried on before me between himself and the city editor, the managing editor, and an individual who I later learned was the political man. They were out, as I heard the managing editor say, one day to get someone, on orders from some individual of whom at that time I knew nothing, and Mr. Jizzle was your true henchman or editorial mercenary, a peanut or squeak writer, penning what he was ordered to pen. Once I understood, I despised him, but at first he amused me, though I could not like him. Whenever he had concocted some particularly malicious or defaming line, as I learned in time, he would get up and dance about it, chortling and cackling in a disconcerting way. So for the first time I began to see how party councils and party tendencies were manufactured or twisted or belied, and it still further reduced my estimate of humanity. Men, as I was beginning to find, all of us, were small, irritable, nasty in their struggle for existence. This little editor, for instance, was not interested in the Democratic Party, which this paper was supposed to represent, or indeed in party principles of any kind. He did not believe what he wrote, but, receiving $40 a week, he was anxious to make a workmanlike job of it. Just at this time he was engaged in throwing mud at the National Republican administration, the mayor and the governor, as well as various local politicians whom the owner of the paper wished him to attack.
What a pitiful thing journalism, or our alleged free press, was, I then and there began to gather. Dimly enough at first, I must admit. What a shabby compound of tricky backroom councils, public professions, all looking to public favors and fames which should lead again to public contracts and financial emoluments. Journalism, like politics, as I was now soon to see, was a slough of muck in which men were rigging busily and filthily for what their wretched rakes might uncover in the way of financial, social, political returns. I looked at this dingy office and then at this little yellow-haired rat of an editor one afternoon as he worked, and it came to me what a desperately subtle and shifty thing life was. Here he was, this little runt, scribbling busily, and above him were strong, dark, secretive men, never appearing publicly, perhaps, but paying him his little salary privately, dribbling it down to him through a publisher, and an editor-in-chief, and a managing editor, so that he might be kept busy misconstruing, lying, intellectually cheating. But the plan he had in regard to his book, the graduating class of the Hyde Park High School, of which he had been a member a few years before, had numbered about 300 students. Of these 200 were girls, 150 of whom he claimed to have known personally. One afternoon, as I was preparing to leave after all the assignments had been given out, the city editor called me over and, with the help of this scheming little editorial writer, began to explain to me a plan by which, if I carried it out faithfully, I would connect myself with the Daily Globe as a reporter. I was to take a certain list of names and addresses, and as many copies of The Adventures of Harry Munn, or some such name, as I could carry, and visit each of these quondam schoolmates of Mr. Jizzle at their homes, where I was to recall to their minds that he was an old schoolmate of theirs, that this, his first book, related to scenes with which they were all familiar, and then persuade them, if possible, to buy a copy for $1. My reward for this was to be 10 cents a copy on all copies sold, and in addition, and this was the real bait, I was to have a tryout on the Globe as a reporter at $15 a week if I succeeded in selling 120 copies within the next week or so. I took the list and gathered up an armful of the thin cloth-covered volumes, fired by the desire thus to make certain my entrance into the newspaper world. I cannot say that I was very much pleased with my mission, but my necessity or aspiration was so great that I was glad to do it just the same. I was nervous and shamefaced as I approached the first home on my list, and I suffered aches and pains in my vanity and my sense of the fitness of things. The only salve I could find in the whole thing was that Mr. Jizzle actually knew these people, and that I could say I came personally from him as a friend and fellow member of the Globe staff. It was a thin subterfuge, but apparently it went down with a few of those pretty unsophisticated girls. The majority of them lived in the best residences of the South Side, some of them mansions of the truly rich, whose democratic parents had insisted on sending their children to the local high school. In each case, upon inquiring for a girl, with the remark that I came from Mr. Jizzle of the Globe, I was received in the parlor or reception room and told to wait. Presently the girl would come bustling in and listen to my tactful story, smiling contemptuously perhaps at my shabby mission, or opening her eyes in surprise or curiosity. "Mr. Jizzle? Mr. Jizzle?" said one girl inquiringly. "Why, I don't recall any such person." And she retired, leaving me to make my way out as best I might. Another exclaimed, "Harry Jizzle! Has that little snip written a book? The nerve to send you around to sell his book! Why do you do it? I will take one, because I am curious to see the kind of thing he has done. But I will wager right now, it's as silly as he is. He's invented some scheme to get you to do this because he knows he couldn't sell the book in any other way." Others remembered him and seemed to like him. Others bought the book only because he was a member of their class. Some struck up a genial conversation with me. In spite of my distress at having to do this work, there were compensations. It gave me a last fleeting picture of that new, sunny prosperity which was the most marked characteristic of Chicagoans of that day, and contrasted so sharply with the scenes of poverty which I had recently seen. In this region, for it was June, newly fledged collegians, freshly returned from the colleges of the East and Europe, were disporting themselves about the lawns and within the open-windowed chambers of the houses. Traps and go-karts of many of the financially and socially elect filled the South Side streets. The lawn tennis suit, the tennis game, the lawn party, and the family croquet game were everywhere in evidence. The new rich, and those most ambitious financially at that time, were peculiarly susceptible, I think, to the airs and manners of the older and more pretentious regions of the world. They were bent upon interpreting their new wealth in terms of luxury as they had observed it elsewhere. Hence these strutting youths in English suits with turned-up trousers, swagger sticks, and flurry-colored ties and socks intended to suggest the spirit of London as they imagined it to be. Hence the high-headed girls in flouncy, lacy dresses, their cheeks and eyes bright with color, who no doubt imagined themselves to be great ladies, and who carried themselves with an air of remote disdain. The whole thing had the quality of a play well staged. Really, the houses, the lawns, the movements of the people, their games and interests, all harmonizing after the fashion of a play. They saw this as a great end in itself, which, perhaps, it is. To me, in my life-hungry, love-hungry state, this new rich prosperity with its ease, its pretty women, and its effort at refinement was quite too much. It set me to riotous dreaming, and longing made me ache to lounge and pose after this same fashion. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 9. In due course of time, I having performed my portion of the contract, it became the duty of the two editors to fulfill their agreement with me. Every day for 10 days, I'd been turning in the cash for from 5 to 15 books, thereby establishing my reputation for industry and sobriety. Mr. Jizzle was very anxious to know, at the end of each day, whom I had seen and how the mention of his name was received. Instead of telling him of the many who laughed or sniffed or bought to get rid of me gracefully, I gave him flattering reports. Lately, by way of reward, I presume, he had taken to reading to me the cleverest passages in his editorials. Mr. Sullivan, the city editor, confided to me one day that he was from a small town in central Illinois, not unlike the Warsaw from which I hailed, and which I then roughly and jestingly sketched to him, and from then on we were on fairly good terms. He dug up a number of poems and granted me the favor of reading them. Some of them were almost as good as similar ones by Whittier and Bryant, after whom they were obviously modeled. Today I know them to be bad or mediocre. Then I thought they were excellent, and grieved to think that any one should be going to make a reputation as a great poet, while I, the only real poet extant, although I had done nothing as yet to prove it, remained unrecognized. I did not know until later that I might not have secured a place even now. So numerous were the applications of clever and experienced newspaper men, had it not been for the influence of my friend Maxwell. For one reason or another, my errant youth perhaps, my crazy persistence and general ignorance of things journalistic, he had become interested in me and seemed fairly anxious to see me get a start. Out of the tail of his eye he had been watching. When I arrived of an evening and there was no one present, he sometimes inquired what I was doing, and by degrees, although I had been cautioned not to tell, he extracted the whole story of Jizzle's book. I even loaned him a copy of the book, which he read and pronounced rot, adding, "They ought to be ashamed of themselves. Sending you out on a job of this kind, you're better than that. As the end of my task drew near and I was dreading another uncertain wait, he put in a good word for me. But even then I doubt if I should have had a trial had it not been for the convention which was rapidly drawing near. On the day the newspapers were beginning to chronicle the advance arrival of various leaders from all parts of the country, I was taken on a $15 a week, for a week or two anyhow, and assigned to watch the committee rooms in the hotels Palmer, Grand Pacific, Auditorium, and Richelieu. There was another youth who was set to work with me on this, and he gave some slight instruction. Over us was the political man, who commanded other men in different hotels, and whose presence I had only noted when the convention was nearly over. If ever a youth was cast adrift and made to realize that he knew nothing at all about the thing he was so eager to do, that youth was I. Cover the hotels for political news were my complete instructions, but what the devil was political news? What did they want me to do, say, write? At once I was thoroughly terrified by this opportunity, which I had so eagerly sought, for now that I had it, I did not know how to make anything clear. For the first day or two or three, therefore, I wandered like a lost soul about the corridors and parlor floors and committee rooms of these hotels which I was supposed to cover, trying to find out where the committee rooms were, who and what were the men in them, what they were trying to do. No one seemed to want to tell me anything, and, as dull as it may seem, I really could not guess. I had no clear idea of what was meant by the word politics as locally used. Various country congressmen and politicians brushed past me in a most secretive manner. When I hailed them with the information that I was from the globe, they waved me off with, "I'm only a delegate. You can't get anything out of me. See the chairman." Well, what was a chairman? I didn't know. I did not even know there had been lists published in all the papers, my own included, giving the information which I was so anxiously seeking. I had no real understanding of politics or party doings or organization. I doubt if I knew how men came to be nominated, let alone elected. I did not know who were the various state leaders, who the prospective candidates, why one candidate might be preferred to another. The machinations of such an institution as Tammany Hall, or the things called property interests, were as yet beyond me. My mind was too much concerned with the poetry of life to busy itself with such minor things as politics. However, I did not know that there was a bitter feud on between David Bennett Hill, governor of New York, and Grover Cleveland, ex-president of the United States, both candidates for nomination on the Democratic ticket, and that the Tammany organization of New York City was for Hill and bitterly opposed to Cleveland. I also knew that the South was for any good Southerner as opposed to Cleveland or Hill, and that a new element in the party was for Richard Bland, better known as Silver Dick, of Missouri. I also knew by reputation many of the men who had been in the first Cleveland administration. Imagine a raw youth with no knowledge of the political subtleties of America trying to gather even an inkling of what was going on. The nation and the city were full of dark political trafficking, but of it all I was as innocent as a baby. The bars and lobbies were full of inconsequential spouting delegates who drank, swore, sang, and orated at the top of their lungs. Swinging Southerners and Westerners in their long frock coats and wide-brimmed hats amused me. They were forever pulling their whiskers or mustachios, drinking, smoking, talking, or looking solemn or desperate. In many cases they knew no more of what was going on than I did. I was told to watch the movements of Benjamin Ryan Tillman, senator from South Carolina, and report any conclusions or rumors of conclusions as to how his delegation would vote. I had a hard time finding where his committee was located, and where and when, if ever, it deliberated. But once I identified my man, I never left him. I dogged his steps so persistently that he turned on me one afternoon as he was going out of the Palmer House, fixed me with his one fiery eye, and said, "Young man, what do you want of me anyhow?" Well, you're Senator Tillman, aren't you? Yes, sir, I'm Senator Tillman. Well, I'm a reporter from the Globe. I've been told to learn what conclusions your delegation has reached as to how it will vote. You and your editor of the Globe be damned, he replied irritably. And I want you to quit following me wherever I go. Just now I'm going for my laundry, and I have some rights to privacy. The committee will decide when it's good and ready, and it won't tell the Globe or any other paper. Now you let me alone. Follow somebody else. I went back to the office the first evening at 5:30 and sat down to write, with the wild impression in my mind that I must describe the whole political situation, not only in Chicago, but in the nation. I had no notion that there was a supervising political man who, in conjunction with the managing editor and editor-in-chief, understood all about current political conditions. The political pot, I began exuberantly, was already beginning to seethe yesterday. About the lobbies and corridors of the various hotels, hundreds upon hundreds of the vanguard of American democracy, etc., etc. I had not scrawled more than 8 or 9 pages of this mush before the city editor, curious as to what I had discovered, and wondering why I had not reported it to him, came over and picked up the many sheets which I had turned face down. No, 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 he exclaimed. You mustn't write on both sides of the paper. Don't you know that? For heaven's sake. And all this stuff about the political pot boiling is as old as the hills. Why, every country Jake paper for thousands of miles east and west has used it for years and years. You're not to write the general stuff. Here, Maxwell, see if you can't find out what Dreiser has discovered and show him what to do with it. I haven't got time. And he turned me over to my gold-spectacled mentor, who eyed me very severely. He sat down and examined my copy with knitted brows. He had a round, meaty, cherubic face, which seemed all the more ominous because he would scowl fiercely, and his eyes could blaze with a cold, examining, mandatory glance. This is awful stuff, he said as he read the first page. He's quite right. You want to try and remember that you're not the editor of this paper, and just consider yourself a plain reporter sent out to cover some hotels. Now, where'd you go today? I told him. What'd you see? I described as best I could the whirling world in which I had been. No, I don't mean that. That might be good for a book or something, but it's not news. Did you see any particular man? Did you find out anything in connection with any particular committee? I confessed that I had tried and failed. Very good, he said. You haven't anything to write. And he tore up my precious 9 pages and threw them into the wastebasket. You'd better sit around here now until the city editor calls you, he added. He may have something special he wants you to do. If not, watch the hotels for celebrities, Democratic celebrities, or committee meetings, and if you find any, try to find out what's going on. The great thing is to discover beforehand who's going to be nominated, see? You can't tell from talking to 4 or 5 people, but what you find out may help someone else to piece out what is to happen. When you come back, see me, and unless you get other orders, come back by 11, and call up 2 or 3 times between the time you go and 11. Because of these specific instructions, I felt somewhat encouraged, although my first attempt at writing had been thrown into the wastebasket. I sat about until nearly 7, when I was given an address and told to find John G. Carlyle, ex-Secretary of the Treasury, and see if I could get an interview with him. Failing this, I was to cover the Grand Pacific, Palmer House and Auditorium, and report all important arrivals and delegations. Even if I had secured the desired interview, I am sure I should have made an awful botch of it. But fortunately, I could not get it. Only one thing of importance developed for me during the evening, and that was the presence of a Democratic United States Supreme Court Justice at the Grand Pacific, who, upon being intercepted by me as he was going to his room for the night, and told that I was from the Globe, eyed me genially and whimsically. My boy, he said, you're just a young new reporter, I can see that. Otherwise, you wouldn't waste your time on me. But I like reporters. I was one myself years ago. Now this hotel and every other is full of leaders and statesmen discussing this question of who's to be president. I'm not discussing it. First of all, because it wouldn't become a justice of the United States Supreme Court to do so. And, in the next place, because I don't have to. My position is for life. I'm just stopping here for one day on my way to Denver. You'd better go around to these committee rooms and see if they can't tell you something. And, smiling and laying one hand on my shoulder in a fatherly way, he dismissed me. My, I thought, what a fine thing it is to be a reporter. All I have to do is to say I'm from the globe, and even a justice of the United States Supreme Court is smiling and agreeable to me. I hurried to a phone to tell Maxwell, and he said, "He don't count. Write a stick of it if you want to, and I'll look it over." "How much is a stick?" I asked eagerly and curiously. "About 150 words. So much for a United States Supreme Court justice in election days." End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser, Chapter 10. I cannot say that I discovered anything of import this night or the next, although I secured various interviews which, after much wrestling with my spirit and some hard, intelligent, frank statements from my friend, were whipped into shape for fillers. "The trouble with you, Dreiser," said Maxwell, as I was trying to write out what the Supreme Court Justice had said to me, "is that you haven't any training, and you're trying to get it now when we haven't the time. Over in the Tribune office they have a sign which reads, 'Who or what, how, when, where,' all those things have to be answered in the first paragraph, not in the last paragraph or the middle paragraph, but in the first. Now come here, give me that stuff." And he cut and hacked, running thick lines of blue lead through my choicest thoughts and restating in a line or two all that I thought required 10. A sardonic smile played about his fat mouth, and I saw by his twinkling eyes that he felt that it was good for me. "News is information," he went on as he worked. "People want it quick, sharp, clear. Do you hear? Now you probably think I'm a big stiff, chopping up your great stuff like this, but if you live and hold this job, you'll thank me. As a matter of fact, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have this job now. Not one copy reader out of 100 would take the trouble to show you." And he looked at me with hard, cynical, and yet warm gray eyes. I was wretched with the thought that I should be dropped once the convention was over, and so I bustled here and there, anxious to find something. Of a morning, from 6 o'clock until noon, I studied all the papers, trying to discover what all this fanfare was about and just what was expected of me. The one great thing to find out was who was to be nominated and which delegations or individuals would support the successful candidate. Where could I get the information? The third day I talked to Maxwell about it, and as a favor he brought out a paper in which a rough augury was made which showed that the choice lay between David Bennett Hill and Grover Cleveland, with a third man, Senator McKenty, as a dark horse. Southern sentiment seemed to be centering about him, and in case no agreement could be reached by the New York delegation as to which of its two opposing candidates it would support, their vote might be thrown to this third man. Of course, this was all very confusing to me. I did my best to get it straight, learning that the Tammany delegation, 2,000 strong, was to arrive from New York this same day, and that the leaders were to be quartered at the auditorium. I made my way there, determined to obtain an interview with no less a person than Richard Croker, who, along with Bork Cochran and a hard-faced, beefy individual by the name of John F. Carroll, seemed to be the brains and mouthpiece of the Tammany organization. In honor of their presence, the auditorium was decorated with flags and banners, some of them crossed with tomahawks or Indian feathers. Above the onyx-lined bar was a huge tiger with a stiff, projecting tail, which when pulled downward, as it was every few seconds by one bartender and another, caused the papier-mâché image to emit a deep growl. This delighted the crowd, and after each growl there was another round of drinks. Red-faced men in silk hats and long frock coats slapped each other on the back and bawled out their joy or threats or prophecies. On the first floor above the office of the hotel were Richard Croker, his friend and adviser Carroll, and Bork Cochrane. They sat in the center of a great room on a huge red plush divan, receiving and talking. As a representative of the globe, a cheap nickel star fastened to one of the lapels of my waistcoat and concealed by my coat. My soul stirred by being allowed to mingle in affairs of great import. I finally made my way to the footstool of this imposing group and ventured to ask for an interview with Croker himself. The great man, short, stocky, carefully, almost too carefully dressed, his face the humanized replica of that of a tiger, looked at me in a genial, quizzical, condescending way and said, "No interviews." I remember the patent leather button shoes with the gray suede tops, the heavy gold ring on one finger, and the heavy watch chain across his chest. "Won't say who is to be nominated?" I persisted nervously. "I wish I could," he grinned. "I wouldn't be sitting here trying to find out." He smiled again and repeated my question to one of his companions. They all looked at me with smiling condescension, and I beat a swift retreat. Defeated though I was, I decided to write out the little scene, largely to prove to the city editor that I had actually seen Croker and been refused an interview. I went down to the bar to review the scene being enacted there. While I was standing at the bar drinking a lemonade, there came a curious lull. In the midst of it, the voices of two men near me became audible as they argued who would be nominated, Cleveland, Hill, or some third man, not the one I have mentioned. Bursting with my new political knowledge and longing to air it, I, at the place where one of the strangers mentioned the third man as the most likely choice, solemnly shook my head as much as to say, "You are all wrong." "Well then, who do you think?" inquired the stranger, who was short, red-faced, intoxicated. "Senator McKenty of South Carolina," I replied, feeling as though I were stating an incontrovertible truth. A tall, fair-complexioned, dark-haired Southerner in a wide-brimmed white hat and flaring frock-coat paused at this moment in his hurried passage through the room, and looking at the group, exclaimed, "Who does me the honor to mention my name in connection with the presidency? I am Senator McKenty of South Carolina. No intrusion, I hope?" I and the two others stared in confusion. "None whatever," I replied with an air, thinking how interesting it was that this man of all people should be passing through the room at this time. These gentlemen were saying that would be nominated, and I was going to say that sentiment is running more in your favor. "Well now, that is most interesting, my young friend, and I'm glad to hear you say it. It's an honor to be even mentioned in connection with so great an office, however small my qualifications. And who are you, may I ask?" "My name is Dreiser. I represent the Chicago Globe." "Oh, do you? That makes it doubly interesting. Won't you come along with me to my rooms for a moment? You interest me, young man, you really do. How long have you been a reporter?" "Oh, for nearly a year now," I replied grandly. "And have you ever worked for any other paper?" "Yes, I was on the Herald last fall." He seemed elated by his discovery. He must have been one of those swelling nonnities, flattered silly by this chance discussion of his name in a national convention atmosphere. An older newspaper man would have known that he had not the least chance of being seriously considered. Somebody from the South had to be mentioned as a compliment, and this man was fixed upon as one least likely to prove disturbing later. He bustled out to a shady balcony overlooking the lake, ordered 2 cocktails, and wanted to know on what I based my calculation. In order to not seem a fool, I now went over my conversation with Maxwell. I spoke of different delegations and their complexions as though these conclusions were my own, when as a matter of fact I was quoting Maxwell verbatim. My hearer seemed surprised at my intelligence. "You seem to be very well informed," he said genially, "but I know you're wrong. The Democratic Party will never go to the South for a candidate, not for some years anyway. Just the same, since you've been good enough to champion me in this public fashion, I would like to do something for you in return. I suppose your paper is always anxious for advance news, and if you bring it in you get the credit. Now at this very moment, over in the Hotel Richelieu, Mr. William C. Whitney and some of his friends, Mr. Croker has just gone over there, are holding a conference. He is the one man who holds the balance of power in this convention. He represents the moneyed interests and is heart and soul for Grover Cleveland. Now, if you want a real beat, you'd better go over there and hang about. Mr. Whitney is sure to make a statement sometime today or tomorrow. See his secretary, Mr. and tell him I sent you. He will do anything for you he can." I thanked him, certain at last I had a real piece of news. This conference was the most important event that would or could take place in the whole convention. I was so excited that I wanted to jump up and run away. "It will keep," he said, noting my nervousness. "No other newspaper man knows of it yet. Nothing will be given out yet for several hours because the conference will not be over before that time." "But I'd like to phone my office," I pleaded. "All right, but come back." I ran to the nearest telephone. I explained my beat to the city editor and, anxious lest I be unable to cover it, asked him to inform the head political man. He was all excitement at once, congratulated me, and told me to follow up this conference. Then I ran back to my senator. "I see," he said, "that you are a very industrious and eager young man. I like to see that. I don't want to say anything which will set up your hopes too much, because things don't always work out as one would wish. But did anyone ever suggest to you that you would make a good private secretary?" "No, sir," I replied, flattered and eager. "Well, from what I have seen here today, I am inclined to think you would. Now I don't know that I shall be returned to the Senate after this year. There's little dispute in my state. But if I am, and you want to write me after next January, I may be able to do something for you. I've seen a lot of bright young fellows come up in the newspaper profession, and I've seen a lot go down. If you're not too much attached to it, perhaps you would like this other better." He smiled serenely, and I could have kissed his hands. At the same time, if you please, I was already debating whether one so promising as myself should leave the newspaper profession. But even more than my good fortune at gleaning this bit of news or beat, as it proved, I was impressed by the company I was keeping and the realm in which I now moved as if by right. Great hotels, a newspaper office with which I was connected, this senator, these politicians, the display of comfort and luxury on every hand. Only a little while back I was an inexperienced, dreaming collector for an easy payment company, and now look at me. Here I sat on this grand balcony, the senator to my right, a table between us, all the lovely panorama of the lake and Michigan Drive below. What a rise! From now on, no doubt, I would do much better. Was I not even now being offered the secretaryship to a senator? In due time, I left and ran to the Richelieu, but my brain was seething with my great rise, and my greater achievement in being the first to know of and report to my paper this decisive conference. If that were true, I should certainly have discovered what my paper and all papers were most eager to know. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 11. What the senator had told me was true. The deciding conference was on, and I determined to hang about the corridors of the Richelieu until it was over. The secretary, who I found closeted with others, not newspaper men, in a room on the second floor, was good enough to see me when I mentioned Senator McKenty's name, and told me to return at 6:30, when he was sure the conference would be over and a general statement be issued to the press. If I wished, I might come back at 5:30. This dampened my joy in the thought that I had something exclusive, though I was later cheered by the thought that I had probably saved my paper from defeat anyhow, for we were too poor to belong to the general news service. As a matter of fact, my early information was a cause of wonder in the office, the political man himself coming down late in the night to find out how I had learned so soon. I spoke of my friend Senator McKenty as though I had known him for years. The political man merely looked at me and said, "Well, you ought to get along in politics on one of the papers, if nowhere else." The capture of this one fact, as I rather felt at the time, was my making in this newspaper office, and hence in the newspaper world at large, in so far as I ever was made. At 5:30 that afternoon I was on hand, and, true to his word, the secretary outlined exactly what conclusions the conference had reached. Afterward, he brought out a typewritten statement and read from it such facts as he wished me to have. Cleveland was to be nominated. Another man, Adlai Stevenson of Illinois, of whom I had never heard, was to be nominated for vice president. There were other details so confusing that I could scarcely grasp them, but I made some notes and flew to the office and tried to write out all I had heard. I know now that I made a very bad job of it, but Maxwell worked so hard and so cheerfully that he saved me. From one source and another, he confirmed or modified my statements, wrote an intelligent introduction, and turned it in. "You're one of the damnedest crack-brained loons I ever saw," he said at one place, cutting out a great slice of my stuff, "but you seem to know how to get the news just the same, and you're going to be able to write. If I could just keep you under my thumb for 4 or 5 weeks, I think I could make something out of you." At this I ventured to lay one hand over his shoulder, in an affectionate and yet appealing way, but he looked up frowningly and said, "Cut the gentle con work, Theodore. I know you. You're just like all other newspaper men, or will be, grateful when things are coming your way. If I were out of a job or in your position, you'd do just like all the others, pass me up. I know you better than you know yourself. Life is a goddamned stinking treacherous game, and 999 men out of every 1,000 are bastards. I don't know why I do this for you." And he cut some more of my fine writing. "But I like you. I don't expect to get anything back. I never do. People always trim me when I want anything. There's nobody home if I'm knocking. But I'm such a goddamned fool that I like to do it. But don't think I'm not on, or that I'm a genial ass that can be worked by every Tom, Dick, and Harry." And after visiting me with that fat, superior smile, he went on working. I stared, nervous, restless, resentful, sorrowful, trying to justify myself to life and to him. If I had a real chance, I said, I would soon show you. The convention opened its sessions the next day, and because of my seeming cleverness, I was given a front seat in the press stand, where I could hear all speeches, observe the crowd, trade ideas with the best newspaper men in the city and the country. In a day, if you will believe it, and in spite of the fact that I was getting only $15 a week, my stock had risen so that, in this one office at least, I was looked upon as a newspaper man of rare talent, an extraordinarily bright boy, sure to carve out a future for himself, one to be made friends with and helped. Here in this press stand, I was now being coached by one newspaper man and another in the intricacies of convention life. I was introduced to 2 other members of our staff who were supposed to be experienced men, both of them small, clever, practical-minded individuals well adapted to the work in hand. One of them, Harry L. Dunlap, followed my errant fortunes for years, securing a place through me in St. Louis and rising finally to be the confidential advisor of one of our presidents, William Howard Taft. A not very remarkable president to be advisor to at that. The other, a small, brown-suited soul, Brady by the name, came into my life for a very little while and then went. I know not where. But this convention, how it thrilled me, to be tossed into the vortex of national politics at a time when the country was seething over the possible resuscitation of the old Democratic Party to strength and power was something like living. I listened to the speeches, those dully conceived flights and word gymnastics and pyrotechnics whereby backwoods statesmen, district leaders, and personality followers seek to foist upon the attention of the country their own personalities as well as those of the individuals whom they admire. Although it was generally known that Cleveland was to be nominated, the money power of America having fixed upon him, and it was useless to name anyone else, still as many as 10 different statesmen, great leaders, saviors were put in nomination. Each man so mentioned was the beau ideal of a nation's dream of a leader, a statesman, a patriot, lover of liberty and of the people. This in itself was a liberal education and slowly but surely opened my eyes. I watched with amazement this love of fanfare and noise, the way in which various delegations and individual followers loved to shout and walk up and down waving banners and blowing horns. Different states or cities had sent large delegations. New York, a marching club 2,000 strong, all of whom had seats in this hall, and all were plainly instructed to yell and demonstrate at the mention of a given name. The one thing I heard which seemed rather important at the time, beautiful because of a man's voice and gestures, was a speech by Bork Cochran, exhorting the convention to nominate his candidate David Bennett Hill and save the party from defeat. Indeed, his speech, until later I heard William Jennings Bryan, seemed to me the best I had ever heard, clear, sonorous, forcible, sensible. He had something to say, and he said it with art and seeming conviction. He had presence, too, a sort of Herculean, animal-like effrontery. He made his audience sit up and pay attention to him, when as a matter of fact, it was interested in talking privately, one member to another. I tried to take notes of what he was saying until one of my associates told me that the full minutes of his speech could soon be secured from the shorthand reporters. Being in this great hall cheek by jowl with the best of the Chicago newspaper world thrilled me. Now, I said to myself, I am truly a newspaper man. If I can only get interesting things to write about, my fortune is made. At once, the different forceful reporters of the city were pointed out to me. George Ade, Finley Peter Dunn, Charlie Seymour, Charles D'Aulnay. My neck swelled, as does a dog's when a rival appears on the scene. Already, at mere sight of them, I was anxious to try conclusions with them on some important mission, and so see which of us was the better man. Always, up to the early 30s, I was so human as to conceive almost a deadly opposition to anyone who even looked as though he might be able to try conclusions with me in anything. At that time I was ready for a row, believing, now that I had got thus far, that I was destined to become one of the greatest newspaper men that ever lived. But this convention brought me no additional glory. I did write a flowery description of the thing as a whole, but only a portion of it was used. I did get some details of committee work, which were probably incorporated in the political man's general summary. The next day, Cleveland being nominated, interest fell off. Thousands packed their bags and departed. I was used for a day or two about hotels gathering one bit of news and another. but I could see that there was no import to what I was doing, and began to grow nervous lest I should be summarily dropped. I spoke to Maxwell about it. "Do you think they'll drop me?" I asked. "Not by a damned sight," he replied contentiously. "You've earned a show here. It's been promised you. You've made good, and they ought to give it to you. Don't you say anything, just leave it to me. There's going to be a conference here tomorrow as to who's to be dropped and who kept on, and I'll have my say then. You saved the day for us on that nomination stuff, and that ought to get you a show. Leave it to me." The conference took place the next day, and of the 5 men who had been taken on to do extra work during the convention, I and one other were the only ones retained, and this at the expense of 2 former reporters dropped. At that, I really believe I should have been sent off if it had not been for Maxwell. He had been present during most of the transactions concerning Mr. Jizzle's book, and thought I deserved work on that score alone, to say nothing of my subsequent efforts. I think he disliked the little editorial writer very much. At any rate, when this conference began, Maxwell, according to Dunlap, who was there and reported to me, sat back, a look of contented cynicism on his face, not unlike that of a fox about to devour a chicken. The names of several of the new men were proposed as substitutes for the old ones, when, not hearing mine mentioned, he inquired, "Well, what about Dreiser?" "Well, what about him?" retorted Sullivan, the city editor. "He's a good man, but he lacks training. These other fellows are experienced. I thought you and Jizzle sort of agreed to give him a show if he sold that book for you." "No, I didn't," said Sullivan. "I only promised to give him a tryout around convention time. I've done that." "But he's the best man on the staff today," insisted Maxwell. "He brought in the only piece of news worth having. He's writing better every day." He bristled, according to Dunlap, and Sullivan and Jizzle, taking the hint that the quarrel might be carried higher up, or aired inconveniently, changed their attitude completely. "Oh, well," said Sullivan genially, "let him come on. I'd just as lief have him. He may pan out." And so on I came, at $15 a week, and thus my newspaper career was begun in earnest. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MauriceWilliams. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 12. This change from insecurity to being an accredited newspaperman was delightful. For a very little while, a year or so, seemed to open up a clear, straight course, which if followed energetically must lead me to great heights. Of course, I found that beginners were very badly paid. Salaries ranged from $14 to $55 for reporters. And as for those important missions, about which I had always been reading, they were not even thought of here. The best I could learn of them in this office was that they did exist on some papers. Young men were still sent abroad on missions, or to the West or to Africa, as Stanley. But they had to be men of proved merit or budding genius, and connected with papers of the greatest importance. How could one prove oneself to be a budding genius? Salary or no salary. However, I was now a newspaperman, with the opportunity eventually to make a name for myself. Having broken with the family and with my sister C, I was now quite alone in this world, and free to go anywhere and do as I pleased. I found a front room in Ogden Place, overlooking Union Park, in which area I afterwards placed all my heroines. I could walk from here to the office in a little over 20 minutes. My route lay through either Madison Street or Washington Boulevard, east to the river, and morning and night I had ample opportunity to speculate on the rancid or out at elbows character of much that I saw. Both Washington and Madison, from Hillstead east to the river, were lined with vile dens and tumble-down yellow and gray frame houses. So many rancorous, unsolved, and possibly unsolvable misery and degeneracy. Whole streets of degraded, dejected, miserable souls. Why didn't society do better by them? I often ask of myself then. Why didn't they do better by themselves? Did God, who as had been drummed onto me up to that hour was all wise, all merciful, omnipresent, and omnipotent, make people so, or did they make themselves have something to do with it? Was government to blame, or they themselves? Always the miseries of the poor, the scandals, corruptions, and physical deteriorations with trail folly, weakness, uncontrolled passion fascinated me. I was never tired of looking at them, but I had no solution, and was not willing to accept any, suspecting even then that man is the victim of forces over which he has no control. As I walked here and there through these truly terrible neighborhoods, I peered through open doors and patched and broken windows at this wretchedness and squalor, much as a man may tread the poisonous paths of a jungle, curious and yet fearsome. It was this nosing and speculative tendency, however, which helped me most. As I soon found, journalism, even in Chicago, was still in that discursive stage which loved long-winded yarns upon almost any topic. Nearly all news stories were padded to make more of them than they deserved, especially as to color and romance. All specials were being written in imitation of the great novelists, particularly Charles Dickens, who was the ideal of all newspapermen and the editors, as well as magazine special writers. How often have I been told to imitate Charles Dickens in thought and manner? The city editor wanted not so much bare facts as feature stories, color romance, and although I did not see it clearly at the time, I was their man. Right? Why, I could write reams upon any topic, which at last I discovered that I couldn't write at all. One day, someone, Maxwell, I suppose, hearing me speak of what I was seeing each day as I came to or went from the office to my room, suggested that I do an article on Chicago's vilest slum, which lays between Hillstead and the River Madison and 12th Street. For the next Sunday issue, and this was as good as meat and drink for me, I visited this region a few times between 1 and 4 in the morning, wondering about its clattering boardwalks, its dark alleys, its gloomy mire and muck atmosphere. Chicago's wretchedness was never utterly tame, disconsolate, or hangdog. Whatever else it might be, rather it was savage, bitter and at times larkish and impish. The vile slovens, slatterns, prostitutes, drunkards, and drug fiends who infested this region all led a strident if beggary or horrible life. Saloon lights and smells and lamps gleaming smokily from behind broken lattice, and from below, wood sidewalk levels gave it a shameless and dangerous color. Accordions, harmonicas, Jews' harps, clattering tin pan pianos, and stingy violins were forever going. Paintless, rotting shacks always resounded with a noisy, blasphemous life. Between 12 and 4, oaths, foul phrases, a Hogarthian shamelessness, and reconciliation to filth everywhere. These were some of the things that characterized it. Although there was a closing hour law, there was none here as long as it was deemed worth while to keep open. Only at 4 and 5 in the morning did a heavy peace seem to descend, and this seemed as wretched as the heavier vice and degradation which preceded it. In the face of such a scene or picture as this my mind invariably paused and questioned. I had been reared on dogmatic religious and moral theory, or at least had been compelled to listen to it all my life. Here then was a part of the work of an impotent God, who nevertheless tolerated, apparently a more industrious devil. Why did he do it? Why did nature, when left to itself, devise such astonishing slums and human muck heap? Harlots in doorways, or behind windows, or under lampposts in these areas, smirking and signaling creatures with the dullest or most fox-like expression, and with the heavily smeared lips and cheeks and blackened eyebrows, ready to give themselves for $1, or even 50 cents, and this in the heart of this budding and prosperous West, a land flowing with milk and honey. What had brought that about so soon in a new, rich, healthy, forceful land? God, devil, or both working together towards a common end? Near at hand were huge and rapidly expanding industries. The street cars and trains, morning and evening, were crowded with earnest, careful, seeking, moderately well-dressed people who were presumptively anxious to work and lay aside a competence and own a home. Then why was it that these others lived in such a hell? Was God to blame, or society? I could not solve it. This matter of being, with its differences, it's permanently above the understanding of man, I fear. I smiled as I thought of my father's attitude to all this. There he was out on the west side, demanding that all creatures of the world return to Christ and the Catholic Church, see clearly whether they could or not. It's grave important to these immoral souls, and here were these souls and termagants, wretched, filthy, greasy, and the men low-browed, ill-clad, rum-soaked, body-racked, mere bags of bones, many of them blue-nosed, scarlet-splotched, diseased. If God should get them, what would he do with them? On the other hand, in the so-called better walks of life, there were so many strutting, contentious, self-opinionated swine-masters whose faces were maps of gross egoism, and whose clothes were almost a blare of sound. I think I said a little something of all this in the first newspaper special I ever wrote. It seemed to open the eyes of my superiors. You know, Theodore, Maxwell observed to me as he read my copy the next morning between 1 and 3. You have your faults, but you do know how to observe. You bring a fresh mind to bear on this stuff. Anyhow, I think maybe you're cut out to be a writer after all, not just an ordinary newspaper man. He lapsed into silence, and then at periods, as he read, he would exclaim, Jesus Christ, or that's a hell of a world. Then he would fall foul of some lugubrious English, and with a kind of malicious glee would cut and hack and restate, and shake his head despairingly, until I was convinced that I had written the trickiest rot in the world. At the close, however, he rose, dusted his lap, lit a pipe, and said, Well, I think you're nutty, but I believe you're a writer just the same. They ought to let you do more Sunday specials. And then he talks to me about phases of the Chicago he knew, contrasting it with a like section in San Francisco, where he had once worked. A hell of a fine novel is going to be written about some of these things one of these days, he remarked. And from now on, he treated me with such equality that I thought I must indeed be a remarkable man. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 13. This world of newspapermen, who now received me on terms of social equality, who saw life from a purely opportunistic and yet in the main sentimentally imaginative viewpoint, broadened me considerably, and finally liberated me from moralistic and religionistic qualms. So many of them were hard, gallant adventurers, without the slightest trace of the nervousness and terror of fortune which agitated me. They had been here, there, everywhere. San Francisco, Los Angeles, New York, Calcutta, London. They knew the ways of the newspaper world, and to a limited extent the workings of society at large. The conventional-minded would have called them harsh, impracticable, impossible, largely because they knew nothing of trade, that great American standard of ability and force. Most of them, as I soon found, were like John Maxwell, free from notions as to how people were to act and what they were to think. To a certain extent, they were confused by the general American passive acceptance of the Sermon on the Mount and the Beatitudes as governing principles, but in the main they were nearly all mistrustful of these things and of conventional principles in general. They did not believe, as I still did, that there was a fixed moral order in the world which one contravened at his peril. Heaven only knows where they had been or what they had seen, but they misdoubted the motives, professed or secret, of nearly every man. No man, apparently, was utterly and consistently honest. That is, no man in a powerful or dominant position, and but few were kind or generous or truly public-spirited. As I sat in the office between assignments, or foregathered with them at dinner, or at midnight in some one of the many small restaurants frequented by newspaper men, I heard tales of all sorts of scandals, robberies, murders, fornications, incendiarisms, not only in low life, but in our so-called high life. Most of these young men looked upon life as a fierce, grim struggle in which no quarter was either given or taken, and in which all men laid traps, lied, squandered, erred through illusion, a conclusion with which I now most heartily agree. The one thing I would now add is that the brigandage of the world is in the main genial, and that in our hour of success we are all inclined to be more or less liberal and warm-hearted. But at this time I was still sniffing about the Sermon on the Mount and the Beatitudes, expecting ordinary human flesh and blood to do and be those things. Hence the point of view of these men seemed at times a little horrific, at other times most tonic. "People make laws for other people to live up to," Maxwell once said to me, "and in order to protect themselves in what they have. They never intend those laws to apply to themselves, or to prevent them from doing anything they wish to do." There was a youth whose wife believed that he did not drink. On 2 occasions within 6 weeks, I was sent as envoy to inform his wife that he had suddenly been taken ill with indigestion and would soon be home. Then Maxwell and Brady would bundle him into a hack and send him off, 1 or 2 of us going along to help him into his house. So solemnly was all this done, and so well did we play our parts, that his wife believed it for a while, long enough for him to pull himself together a year later and give up drinking entirely. Another youth boasted that he was syphilitic and was curing himself with mercury. Another there was whose joy it was to sleep in a house of prostitution every Saturday night, and so on. I tell these things not because I rejoice in them, but merely to indicate the atmosphere into which I was thrown. Neither sobriety, nor virtue, nor continence, nor incontinence was either a compelling or preventive cause of either success or failure, or had anything to do with true newspaper ability. Rather, men succeeded by virtue of something that was not intimately related to any of these. If one could do anything which the world really wanted, it would not trouble itself so much about one's private life. Another change that was being brought about in me was that which related to my personal opinion of myself. The feeling I was now swiftly acquiring that after all I amounted to something, was somebody. A special or two that I wrote, thanks largely to Maxwell's careful schooling, brought me to the forefront among those of the staff who were writing for the Sunday supplement. A few news stories fell to my lot, and I handled them with a freedom which won me praise on all sides. Not that I felt at the time that I was writing them so well or differently, as that I was most earnestly concerned to state what I saw or felt or believed. I even essayed a few parables of my own, mild poetic commentaries on I scarcely recall what, which Maxwell scanned with a scowling eye at first, but later deigned to publish, affixing the signature of Carl Dreiser because he had decided to nickname me Carl. This grieved me, for I was dying to see my own name in print, but when they appeared I had the audacity to call upon the family and show them, boasting of my sudden rise in the world, and saying that I had used the name Carl as a compliment to a nephew. During this time, I was taking a rather lofty hand with Alice because of my great success, unmindful of the fact that I had been boasting for months that I was connected with one of the best of the local papers, and telling her that I did not think it so wonderful. But now I began to think that I was to be called to much higher realms, and solemnly asked myself if I should ever want to marry. A number of things helped to formulate this question in me. For one thing, I had no sooner been launched into general assignments than one afternoon, in seeking for the pictures of a group of girls who had taken part in some summer night festival, I encountered one who seemed to be interested in me, a little blonde of about my own age, very sleek and dreamy. She responded to my somewhat timid advances when I called on her, and condescended to smile as she gave me her photograph. I drew close to her and attempted a flirtation, to which she was not averse, and on parting I asked if I might call some afternoon or evening, hoping to crowd it in with my work. She agreed, and for several Sundays and weeknights I was put to my utmost resources to keep my engagements and do my work, for the newspaper profession that I knew tolerated neither weekdays nor Sundays off. I had to take an assignment and shirk it in part or telephone that I was delayed and could not come at all. Thus, early even, I began to adopt a cavalier attitude toward this very exacting work. Twice I took her to a theater, once to an organ recital, and once for a stroll in Jackson Park, by which time she seemed inclined to yield to my blandishments to the extent of permitting me to put my arms about her, and even to kiss her, protesting always that I was wanton and forward, and that she did not know whether she cared for me so much or not. Charming as she was, I did not feel that I should care for her very much. She was beautiful, but too lymphatic, too carefully reared. Her mother, upon hearing of me, looked into the fact of whether I was truly connected with the Globe, and then cautioned her daughter to be careful about making new friends. I saw that I was not welcome at that house, and thereafter met her slyly. I might have triumphed in this case, had I been so minded, and possessed of a little more courage, but as I feared that I should have to undergo a long courtship with marriage at the end of it, my ardor cooled. Because she was new to me, and comfortably stationed, and better dressed than either Alice or N had ever been, I esteemed her more highly, made invidious comparisons from a material point of view, and wished that I could marry some such well-placed girl without assuming all the stern obligations of matrimony. During the second month of my work on the globe, there arrived on the scene a man who was destined to have a very marked effect on my career. He was a tall, dark, broad-shouldered, slender-legged individual of about 45 or 50, with a shock of curly black hair and a burst of smuggler-like whiskers. He was truly your Bret Hart gold miner type, sloven, red-eyed at times, but amazingly intelligent and genial, reminding me not a little of my brother Rome in his best hours. He wore a long, dusty, brownish-black frock coat and a pair of black trousers, specked, gummed, shined, and worn by tobacco, food, liquor, and rough usage. His feet were encased in wide-toed shoes of the old boot-leather variety, and the swirl of Jovian locks and beard was surmounted by a wide-brimmed black hat such as Kentucky colonels were wont to affect. His nose and cheeks were tinted a fiery red by much drinking, the nose having a veinous, bulbous, mottled, and strawberry texture. This man was John T. McInnes, a well-known Middle West newspaper man of that day, a truly brilliant writer whose sole fault was that he drank too much. Originally from St. Louis, the son of a well-known politician there, he had taken up journalism as the most direct avenue to fame and fortune. At 45, he found himself a mere hanger-on in this profession, tossed from job to job because of his weakness, his skill equaled, if not outrivaled, by that of younger men. It was commonly said that he could drink more and stand it better than any other man in Chicago. "Why, he can't begin to work unless he's had 3 or 4 drinks to limber him up," Harry Dunlap once said to me. "He has to have 6 or 7 more to get through till evening." He did not say how many were required to carry him on until midnight, but I fancy he must have consumed at least a half-dozen more. He was in a constant state of semi-intoxication, which was often skillfully concealed. During my second month on the globe, McInnes was made city editor in place of Sullivan, who had gone to a better paper. Later, he was made managing editor. I learned from Maxwell that he was well known in Chicago newspaper circles for his wit, his trenchant editorial pen, and that once he had been considered the most brilliant newspaper editor in St. Louis. He had a small, spare, intellectual wife, very homely and very dowdy, who still adored him, and had suffered God knows what to be permitted to live with him. The first afternoon I saw him sitting in the city editorial chair, I was very much afraid of him and of my future. He looked raucous and uncouth, and Maxwell had told me that new editors usually brought in new men. As it turned out, however, much to my astonishment, he took an almost immediate fancy to me, which ripened into a kind of fatherly affection, and even, if you will permit me humbly to state a fact, a kind of adoration. Indeed, he swelled my head by the genial and hearty manner in which almost at once he took me under his guidance, and furthered my career as rapidly as he could, the while he borrowed as much of my small salary as he could. Please do not think that I begrudged this then, or that I do now. I owe him more than a dozen such salaries, borrowed over a period of years, could ever repay. My one grief is that I had so little to give him in return for the very great deal he did for me. The incident from which this burst of friendship seemed to take its rise was this. One day shortly after he arrived, he gave me a small clipping concerning a girl on the South Side who had run away, or had been kidnapped, from one of the dreariest homes it has ever been my lot to see. The girl was a hardy Irish creature of about 16. A neighborhood street boy had taken her to some wretched dive in South Clark Street and seduced her. Her mother, an old Irish Catholic woman whom I found bending over a washtub when I called, was greatly exercised as to what had become of her daughter, of whom she had heard nothing since her disappearance. The police had been informed, and from clues picked up by a detective I learned the facts first mentioned. The mother wept into her wash as she told me of the death of her husband a few years before, of a boy who had been injured in such a way that he could not work, and now this girl, her last hope. From a newspaper point of view, there was nothing much to the story, but I decided to follow it to the end. I found the house to which the boy had taken the girl, but they had just left. I found the parents of the youth, simple, plain, working people, who knew nothing of his whereabouts. Something about the wretched little homes of both families, the tumble-down neighborhoods, the poverty and privation, which would ill become a pretty sensuous girl, impelled me to write it out as I saw and felt it. I hurried back to the office that afternoon and scribbled out a kind of slum romance, which in the course of the night seemed to take the office by storm. Maxwell, who read it, scowled at first, then said it was interesting, and then fine. "Carl," he interpolated at one point as he read, "you're letting your youthful romantic mood get the best of you, I see. This will never do, Carl. Read Schopenhauer, my boy. Read Schopenhauer." The city editor picked it up when he returned, intending, I presume, to see if there was any sign of interest in the general introduction. Finding something in it to hold him, he read on carefully to the end, as I could see, for I was not a dozen feet away and could see what he was reading. When he finished, he looked over at me, and then called me to come to him. "I want to say to you," he said, "that you have just done a fine piece of writing. I don't go much on this kind of story, don't believe in it as a rule for a daily paper, but the way you have handled this is fine. You're young yet, and if you just keep yourself well in hand, you have a future." Thereafter he became very friendly, asked me out one lunchtime to have a drink, borrowed $1, and told me of some of the charms and wonders of journalistic work in St. Louis and elsewhere. He thought the Globe was too small a paper for me, that I ought to get on a larger one, preferably in another city, and suggested how valuable would be a period of work on the St. Louis Globe-Democrat, of which he had once been city editor. "You haven't any idea how much you need all this," he said. "You're young and inexperienced, and a great paper like the Globe-Democrat or the New York Sun starts a boy off right. I would like to see you go first to St. Louis, and then to New York. Don't settle down anywhere yet, don't drink, and don't get married whatever you do. A wife will be a big handicap to you. You have a future, and I'm going to help you if I can." Then he borrowed another $1 and left me. End of chapter 13. Recorded by John Payton of Omaha, Nebraska. chowdownright.blogspot.com.
Chapter 14 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shifa. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 14. Taken up by this man in this way, and with Maxwell as my literary guide and mentor still, I could not help but prosper to an extent at this task, and I did. I cannot recall now all the things that I was called upon to do, but one of the things that shortly after the arrival of Mac Innes was assigned to me, and that eventually brought my Chicago newspaper career to a close, in a sort of blaze of glory as I saw it, at least with a series of articles or rather a campaign to close a group of fake auction shops which were daily fleecing hundreds by selling bogus watches, jewelry, diamonds, and the like, yet which were licensed by the city and from which the police were deriving a very handsome revenue. Although so new at this work, the task was placed in my hands as a regular daily assignment by Mr. McInnes, with the command that I must make something out of it, whether or not I thought I could put a news punch in it and close these places. That would be a real newspaper victory, and ought to do me some good with my chief, the managing editor. Campaigns of this kind are undertaken not in a spirit of righteousness, as a rule, but because of public pressure or a wish to increase circulation and popularity. Yet in this case, no such laudable or excusable intent could be alleged. This paper was controlled by John B. MacDonald, an Irish politician, gambler, racer of horses, and the owner of a string of local houses of prostitution, saloons, and gambling dens, all of which brought him a large income and made him influential politically. Recently, he had fallen on comparatively difficult days. His reputation as a shady character had become too widespread. The Pharisees and influential men generally who had formerly profited by his favor now found it expedient to pass by on the other side. Public sentiment against him had been aroused by political attacks on the part of one newspaper and another that did not belong to his party. The last election having been lost to him, the police and other departments of the city were now supposed to work in harmony to root out his wile through profitable, wise privileges. Everybody knows how these things work. Some administration attacks were made upon his privileges, whereupon, not finding suitable support in the papers of his own party in the city, they having axes of their own to grind, he had started a paper of his own, the Globe. He had brought on a capable newspaper man from New York, who was doing his best to make of the paper something which would satisfy MacDonald's desire for circulation and influence, while he lined his own pockets against a rainy day. For this reason, no doubt, our general staff was underpaid, though fairly capable. During my stay, the police and other departments, under the guidance of Republican politicians and newspapers, were making an attack on Mr. MacDonald's preserves, to which he replied by attacking through the medium of the Globe anything and everything he thought would do his rivals harm. Among these were a large number of these same mock auction shops in the downtown section. Evidently, the police were deriving a direct revenue from these places, for they let them severely alone. But since the administration was now anti-MacDonald, and these were not Mr. MacDonald's property, nothing was left undone by us to stop this traffic. We charged, and it was true, that though victims daily appeared before the police to complain that they had been swindled and to ask for restitution, nothing was done by the police. I cannot now recall what it was about my treatment of these institutions that aroused so much interest in the office and made me into a kind of Globe hero. I was innocent of all knowledge of the above complications which I have just described when I started, and almost as innocent when I concluded. Nevertheless, now daily at 10 in the morning and again in the afternoon, I went to one or another of these shops, listened to the harangue of the noisy barkers, saw tin-gilt jewelry knocked down to unsuspecting yokels from the south and west, who stood open-mouthed, watching the hypnotizing movements of the auctioneer's hands as he waved a glistering gem or watch in front of them and expatiated on the beauties and perfections of the article he was compelled to part from for a song. These places were not only deceptions and frauds in what they pretended to sell, but also gathering places for thieves, pickpockets, footpads, who, finding some deluded bystander to be possessed of a watch, pin, or roll of money other than that from which he was parted by the auctioneer or his associates, either then and there by some legerdemain robbed him or followed him into a dark street and knocked him down and did the same. At this time, Chicago was notorious for this sort of thing, and it was openly charged in the Globe, and elsewhere that the police connived at and thrived by the transactions. My descriptions of what was going on, innocent and matter-of-fact as they were at first and devoid of guile or make-believe, so pleased Mr. McInnes beyond anything I had previously done that he was actually fulsome and yet at the same time mandatory and restraining in his compliments. I have no desire to praise myself at this time. Such things and so much that seemed so important then have since become trivial beyond words, but it is not only fair to state that he was seemingly immensely pleased and amused as was Maxwell. "Upon my word," I once heard him exclaim as he read one of my daily effusions, "the rascals, who would think that such scamps would be allowed to run at large in a city like this? They certainly ought to be in jail, every one of them, and the police along with them." Then he chuckled, slapped his knee, and finally came over and made some inquiries in regard to a certain dealer whom I had chanced to picture. I was cautioned against overstating anything, also against detection and being beaten up by those whom I was offending. For I noticed after the first day or two that the barkers of some of the shops occasionally studied me curiously or seized their more shameful effronteries in my presence, and produced something of more value. The facts which my articles presented, however, finally began to attract a little attention to the paper, either because the paper sold better or because this was an excellent club wherewith to belabor his enemies. The publisher now decided to call the attention of the public via the billboards to what was going on in our columns, and McInnes himself undertook to frighten the police into action by swearing out warrants against the different owners of the shop and thus compelling them to take action. I became the center of a semi-literary, semi-public reform hubbub. The principal members of the staff assured me that the articles were forceful in fact, and color and highly amusing. One day, by way of the License Bureau, and with the aid of McInnes, I secured the names of the alleged owners and managers of nearly all these shops, and thereafter attacked them by name, describing them just as they were, where they lived, how they made their money, etc. In company with a private detective and several times with McInnes, I personally served warrants of arrest, accompanied the sharpers to police headquarters, where they were immediately released on bail, and then ran to the office to write out my impressions of all I had seen, repeating conversations as nearly as I could remember, describing uncouth faces and bodies of crooks, policemen, and detectives, and by sly innuendo indicating what a farce and sham was the whole seeming interest of the police. One day, McInnes and I called on the chief of police, demanding to know why he was so indifferent to our crusade and the facts we put before him. To my youthful amazement and enlightenment, he shook his fist in our faces and exclaimed, "You can go to the devil, and so can the Globe. I know who's back of this campaign and why. Well, go on and play your little game. Shout all you want to. Who's going to listen to you? You haven't any circulation. You're not going to make a mark of me, and you're not going to get me fired out of here for not performing my duty. Your paper is only a dirty political rag without any influence." "Is it?" taunted McInnes. "Well, you just wait and see. I think you will change your mind as to that," and we walked solemnly out. And in the course of time, he did change his mind. Some of the fakers had to be arrested and fined, and their places closed up, and the longer we talked and exposed, the worse it became for them. Finally, a dealer approached me one morning and offered me an 18-karat gold watch to be selected by me from any jewelry store in the city and paid for by him, if I would let his store alone. I refused. Another, a dark, dusty, most amusing little Jew, offered me a diamond pin, insisting upon sticking it in my cravat, and said, go see, ask any jeweler what he thinks, if that ain't a real stone. If it ain't, if he says no, bring it back to me and I will give you $100 in cash for it. Don't you mention me no more now. be a young fellow now. I am a hard-working man, just like anybody else. I run an honest place. Carried the pin back to the office and gave it to McInnes. He stared at me in amazement. "Why did you do this?" he exclaimed. "You shouldn't have taken this at all. It may get the paper in trouble. They may have had witness to this, but maybe not. Perhaps this fellow is just trying to protect himself. Anyway, we are going to take this thing back to him and don't take anything more. Do you hear? Money or anything. You can't do that sort of thing. If I didn't think you were honest, I would fire you right now." He took me into the office of the editor-in-chief, who looked at me with still, gray-blue eyes and listened to my story. He dismissed me and talked with McInnes for a while. When the latter came out, he exclaimed triumphantly, "He sees that you are honest. All right," and he's tickled to death. "Now we will take the spin back, and then you will write out the whole story just as it happened." On the way, we went to the magistrate to swear out a charge of attempted bribery against this man, and later in the same day I went with the detective to serve the warrant. To myself, I seemed to be swimming in a delicious sea of life. What a fine thing life is, I thought. Here I'm getting along famously because I can write. Soon I will get more money, and maybe someday people will begin to hear of me. I will get a fine reputation in the newspaper world. Thanks to this vigorous campaign, of which McInnes was the inspiration and guiding spirit, all these auction shops were eventually closed. In so much at least, John B. MacDonald had achieved a revenge. As for myself, I felt that there must be some serious and favorable change impending for me, and true enough, within a fortnight after this, the change came. I had noticed that McInnes had become more and more friendly. He introduced me to his wife one day, and when she was in the office, told her in my presence what splendid work I was doing. Often he would take me to lunch or to a saloon for drinks, for which I would pay, and would then borrow $1 or $2 or $3, no part of which he ever returned. He lectured me on the subject of study, urging me to give myself a general education by reading, attending lectures, and the like. He wanted me to look into painting, music, sculpture. As he talked, the blood would swirl in my head, and I kept thinking what a brilliant career must be awaiting me. One thing he did was to secure me a place on the St. Louis Globe Democrat. Just at this time, a man whose name I have forgotten, Leland, I think, the Washington correspondent of the St. Louis Globe Democrat, came to Chicago to report the preliminary preparations for the Great World's Fair, which was to open the following spring. Already the construction of a number of great buildings in Jackson Park had been begun, and the newspapers throughout the country were on the alert as to its progress. Leland, as I may as well call him, a cool, capable observer and writer, was an old friend of McInnes. McInnes introduced me to him and made an impassioned plea in my behalf for an opportunity for me to do some writing for the Globe Democrat in St. Louis under his direction. The idea was to get this man to allow me to do some World's Fair work for him on the side, in addition to my work on the Globe, and then later to persuade Joseph E. McCulloch of the former paper to make a place for me in St. Louis. "As you see," he said when he introduced me, "he's a mere boy without any experience, but he has the makings of a first-rate newspaper man. I'm sure of it. Now, Henry, as a favor to me, I want you to help him. You're close to Mac, Joseph B. McCulloch, editor-in-chief of the St. Louis Globe Democrat, and he's just the man this boy ought to go to get his training. Dreiser has just completed a fine piece of journalistic work for me. He's closed up the fake auction shops here, and I want to reward him. He only gets $15 a week here, and I can't do anything for him in Chicago right now. You write and ask Mac to take him on down there, and I will also write and tell him how I feel about it." The upshot of this was that I was immediately taken into the favor of Mr. Leland, given some easy gossip writing to do, which netted me $16 the week for 3 weeks in addition to the $15 I earned on the Globe. At the end of that time, some correspondence having ensued between the editor of the Globe Democrat and his 2 Chicago admirers, I one day received a telegram which read, You may have reportorial position on this paper at $20 a week, beginning next Monday. Wire reply. I stood in the dusty little Globe office and stared at this, wondering what so great an opportunity portended. Only 6 months before I had been jobless and hanging about this back door. Here I was tonight with as much as $50 in my pocket, a suit of good clothes on my back, good shoes, a good hat, and overcoat. I had learned how to write and was already passed here as a star reporter. I felt as though life were going to do wonderful and beautiful things for me. I thought of Alice, that now I should have to leave her in this familiar and non-comfortable Chicago atmosphere. And then I went over to Mac Ennis to ask him what I ought to do. When he read the telegram, he said, "This is the best chance that could possibly come to you. You will be working on one of the greatest papers and under one of the greatest editors that ever lived. Make the most of your chance. Go." Of course, go. Let's see. It's Tuesday. Our regular week ends Friday. Your hand in your resignation now, to take effect then and go Sunday. I will give you some letters that will help you. And he at once turned to his desk and wrote out a series of instructions and recommendations. That night and for 4 days after, until I took the train for St. Louis, I walked on air. I was going away. I was going out in the world to make my fortune. Withal, I was touched by the pathos of the fact that life and youth and everything which now glimmered about me so hopefully was for me as well as for every other living individual insensibly slipping away. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of a book about myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MauriceWilliams. A book about myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 15. The sudden decision to terminate my newspaper life in Chicago involved the problem of what to do about Alice. During these spring and summer days, I had been amusing myself with her, imagining sometimes, because of her pretty face and figure and her soft clinging ways, that I was in love with her. By the lakes and pagodas of Chicago's parks, on the lake shore at Lincoln Park where the white sails were to be seen, in Alice's cozy little room with the windows open and the lights out, or of a Sunday morning when her parents were away visiting and she was preparing my breakfast, and flouring her nose and chin in the attempt. How happy we were! How we frivoled and kissed, and made promises to ourselves concerning the future. We were like two children at the time, and for a while I half decided that I would marry her. In a little while we were going everywhere together and she was planning her wedding trousseau, the little finery she would have when we were married. We were to live on the south side near the lake in a tiny apartment. She described to me the costume she would wear, which was to be of satin of an ivory shade, with laces, veils, slippers, and stockings to match. But as spring wore on, and I grew so restless, I began to think not so much of Alice as more of myself. I never saw her as anything but beautiful, tender, a delicate, almost perfect creature for someone to love and cherish. Once we went hand in hand over the lawns of Jackson Park of a Sunday afternoon. She was enticing in a new white flannel dress and dark blue hat. The day was warm and clear, and a convoy of swans was sailing grandly about the little lake. We sat down and watched them and the ducks, the rowers in green, blue, and white boats, with the white pagoda in the center of the lake reflected in the water. All was colorful, gay. "Oh, Doris," she said at one place, with a little gasping sigh which moved me by its pathos, "isn't it lovely? Beautiful. We are so happy when we are together, aren't we?" "Yes. Oh, I wish we were married. If we just had a little place of our own. You could come home to me, and I could make you such nice things." I promised her in happy days to come, but even as I said it, I knew it would not be. I did not think I could build a life on my salary. I did not know that I wanted to. Life was too wide and full. She seemed to sense something of this from the very beginning, and clung close to me now as we walked, looking up into my eyes, smiling almost sadly as the hours slipped away into dusk, and the hush of evening suggested change, and the end of many things. She sighed again. "Oh, Dor," she said as we reached our doorstep, "if we could just be together always and never part." "We will be," I said, but I did not believe my own words. It was on this spring night that she attempted to persuade me, not by words or any great craft, but merely by yielding pressure, to take her and make her fully mine. I fancy she thought that if she yielded to me physically, and found herself with child, my sympathy would cause me to marry her. We in her own home threw some pillows on the floor, and there in my arms she kissed and hugged me, begging me to love her, but I had not the wish. I did not think that I would do that thing then. It was after this that the upward turn of my fortunes began. I was involved in the mock accusation war for over 3 weeks, and for 2 weeks following that with my buzzing dreams of leaving Chicago. In this rush of work, and in paying some attention to Miss Winstead, I neglected Alice shamefully. Once for 10 days, not calling at her house or store, or writing her a note. One Sunday morning, troubled about me and no doubt heartsick, she attended the ethical culture lecture in the Grand Theatre, where I often went. On coming out, she met me and I greeted her affectionately, but she only looked at me with sad and reproachful eyes and said, "Oh, Doris, you don't really care any more, do you? You're just a little sorry when you see me. Well, you needn't come any more. I'm going back to Harry. I'm only too glad that I can." She admitted that, misdoubting me, she had never dropped him entirely, but had kept him calling occasionally. This angered me, and I said to myself, what is she that I should worry over her? Imagine, and this double-dealing, essential as it was then, cut me to the quick. Although I had been doing as much and more, when I thought it out I knew that she was entitled to protect herself against so uncertain a love as mine. Even though I could have taken her, she practically asked me to, but I offered reasons and excuses for delay. I went away both angry and sad, and the following Sunday, having received a telegram from St. Louis, I left without notifying her. Indeed, I trifled about on this score, debating with myself until Saturday night, when McGinnis asked me to go to dinner with him. Afterwards, when I hurried to her home, she was not there. This angered me groundlessly, even though I knew she never expected me any more of a Saturday night. I returned to my room, disconsolate and gloomy, packing my belongings, and then decided that I would go back after midnight and knock at her door. Remembering that my train left at 6:30 next morning, and having no doubt that she was off with my arrival, I decided to punish her. After all, I could come back if I wished, or she could come to me. I wrote her a note, then went to bed and slept fitfully until 6:30, when I rose and hurried to make my train. In a little while I was off, speeding through those wide flat yards which lay adjacent to her home, and with my nose pressed against the window. A driving rain outside. I could see the very windows and steps by which we had so often sat. My heart sank and I ached. I decided I wanted to write her upon my arrival in St. Louis and beg her to come, not to become my wife, perhaps, but my mistress. I brooded gloomily all day as I sped southward, picturing myself as a lorn youth without money, home, family, love, anything. I tried to be sad, thinking at the same time what wonderful things might not be going to befall me. But I was leaving Alice. I was leaving Chicago, my home. All that was familiar and dear. I felt as though I could not stand it, as though when I reached St. Louis I should take the next train and return. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of A Book About Myself.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser, Chapter 16. The time was November 1892. St. Louis, as I stepped off the train that Sunday evening, after leaving Chicago in cold, dreary state, seemed a warmer clime. The air was soft, almost balmy, but St. Louis could be cold enough too, as I soon discovered. The station, then at 12th and Poplar, the new Union Station at 18th and Market was then building, an antiquated affair of brick and stone, with the tracks stretching in rows in front of it, and reached by boardwalks laid at right angles to them, seemed unspeakably shabby and inconvenient to me after the better ones of Chicago. St. Louis, I said to myself, was not as good as Chicago. Chicago was rough, powerful, active. St. Louis was sleepy and slow. This was due, however, to the fact that I entered it of a Sunday evening, and all its central portion was still. Contrasted with Chicago, it was not a metropolis at all. While rich and successful, it was a creature of another mood and of slower growth. I learned in time to like it very much, but for the things that set it apart from other cities, not for the things by which it sought to rival them. But on that evening, how dull and commonplace it seemed, how slow after the wave-like pulsation of energy that appeared to shake the very air of Chicago. I made my way to a hotel called the Silver Moon, recommended to me by my mentor and sponsor, where one could get a room for $1, a meal for 25 cents. Outside of Joseph B. McCullough, editor of the Globe Democrat, and Edmund O'Neill, former editor of the Republic, to whom I bore a letter, there was no one to whom I might commend myself. I did not care. I was in a strange city at last. I was out in the world now, really, away from my family. My great interest was in life as a spectacle, this singing, rhythmic, mystic state in which I found myself. Life, the great sea, life, the wondrous, colorful riddle. After eating a bite in the almost darkened restaurant of this hotel, I at once went out into Pine Street and stared at the streetcars, yellow, red, orange, green, brown, labeled Choteau Avenue, Tower Grove, Jefferson Avenue, Carondelet. My first business was to find the Globe Democrat building, a prosperous 8-story brownstone and brick affair standing at 6th and Pine. I stared at this building in the night, looking through the great plate glass windows at an onyx-lined office, and finally went in and bought a Sunday paper. I went to my room and studied this paper, then slept, thinking of my coming introduction in the morning. I was awakened by the clangor of countless cars. Going to the stationary washstand, I was struck at once by the yellowness of the water, a dark yellowish-brown, which deposited a yellow sediment in the glass. Was that the best St. Louis could afford? I asked myself in youthful derision. I drank it just the same, went down to breakfast, and then out into the city to see what I should see. I bought a Globe Democrat, a Republican Party paper, by the way, an anachronism of age and change of ownership, and a Republic, the one morning Democratic paper, and then walked to 6th and Pine to have another look at the building in which I was to work. I wandered along Broadway and 4th Street, the street of the old courthouse, sought out the Mississippi River and stared at it, that vast river lying between banks of yellow mud. Then I went back to the office of the Globe Democrat, for it was nearing the time when its editor-in-chief might choose to put in an appearance. Joseph B. McCullough, Little Mac of Eugene Field's verse, was a short, thick, aggressive, rather pugnacious and defensive person of Irish extraction. He was short, sturdy, Napoleonic, ursine rather than leonine. I was instantly drawn and thrown back by his stiff reserve. A Negro elevator boy had waved me along a marble hall on the 7th floor to a room at the end, where I was met by an office boy who took in my name and then ushered me into the great man's presence. I found him at a roll-top desk in a minute office, and he was almost buried in discarded newspapers. I learned afterward that he would never allow these to be removed until he was all but crowded out. I was racked with nervousness. Whatever high estimate I had conceived of myself had oozed out by the time I reached his door. I was now surveyed by keen gray Irish eyes from under bushy brows. Yes, was all he deigned to say. See Mr. Mitchell in the city room. Mr. Mitchell, yes. Your salary will be, $20 to begin with. He was chewing a cigar and mumbled his words. And he turned to his papers. Not a word, not a sign that he knew I had ever written a line worthwhile. I returned to the handsome city room and found only empty desks. I sat down and waited fully 3/4 of an hour, examining old papers and staring out of the windows over the roofs until Mr. Mitchell appeared. Like his employer, he was thick-set, a bigger man physically, but less attractive. He had a round, closely cropped head and a severe and scowling expression. He reminded me of Squeers in Nicholas Nickleby, a savage, fat man. Can anything be worse? He went to his desk with a quick stride when he entered, never noticing me. When I approached and explained who I was and why I was there, he scarcely gave me a glance. "The afternoon assignments won't be ready till 12:30, he commented dryly. "Better take a seat in the next room." It was then only 11:30, and I went into the next room and waited. It was empty, but deliciously warm on this chilly day. How different from McInnes, I thought. Evidently being called to a newspaper by telegram was not to be interpreted as auguring that one was to lie on a bed of roses. A little bit afraid to leave for this hour in case he might call, I hung about the 2 windows of this room staring at the new city. How wonderful it seemed now this morning after the quiet of the night before, how strong and forceful in this November air. The streets and sky were full of smoke. There was a clangor of streetcar gongs below, and the rumble of endless trucks. A block or 2 away loomed up a tall building of the newer order, 12 stories at least. Most of the buildings were small, old family dwellings turned into stores. I wondered about the life of the city, its charms, its prospects. What did it hold for me? How long would I remain here? Would this paper afford me any real advancement? Could I make a great impression and rise? As I was thus meditating, several newspaper men came in. One was a short, bustling fellow with a golden-brown mustache and a shock of curly brown hair, whose name I subsequently learned was Hazard, a fitting name for a newspaper reporter. He wore a fedora hat, a short cream-colored overcoat which had many wrinkles about the skirts and the back, and striped trousers. He came in with a brisk air, slightly skipping his feet as he walked, and took a desk, which was nothing more than a segment of one long desk, fastened to the wall, and divided by varnished partitions of light oak. As soon as he was seated, he opened a drawer and took out a pipe, which he briskly filled and lighted, and then began to examine some papers he had in his pockets. I liked his looks. There sauntered in next a pale creature in a steel-gray suit of not too new a look, who took a seat directly opposite the first comer. His left hand, in a brown glove, hung at his side. Apparently it was of wood or stuffed leather. Later, there arrived a Negro of very intellectual bearing who took a seat next the second arrival. Then a stout, phlegmatic-looking man with dark eyes, dark hair, and skin, which gave me a feeling of something saturnine in his disposition. The next arrival was a small skippity man, bustling about like a little mouse, and having somewhat of a mousy look in his eyes, who seemed to be attached to the main city editorial room in some capacity. A curious company gradually filed in, 14 or 15 all told. I gave up trying to catalog them and turned to look out the window. The little bustling creature came through the room several times, looked at me without deigning to speak, however, and finally put his head in at the door and whispered to the attendant group, "The book's ready." At this there was an immediate stir. Nearly all of the men got up, and one by one they filed into the next room. Assuming that they were going to consult the assignment book, I followed, but my name was not down. In Chicago, my city editor usually called each individual to him in person. Here, each man was supposed to discover his assignment from a written page. I returned to the reporter's room when I found my name was not down, wondering what I should be used for. The others were not long gone before I was sought by the mouse, Hugh Keller Hartung by name, who whispered, "The city editor wants to see you." And then, for the second time, I faced this gloomy man, whom I had already begun not only to dislike, but to fear. He was dark and savage, in his mood to me at least, whether unconsciously so or not, I do not know. His broad face, set with a straight, full nose and a wide, thin-lipped mouth, gave him a frozen Cromwellian outline. He seemed a queer, unliterary type to be attached to so remarkable a journalist as McCullough. "There's been some trouble down at this number," he said, handing me a slip of paper on which an address was written. "A fight, I think. See if you can find out anything about it." I hurried out, immensely relieved to get into the fresh air of the city. I finally made my way to the place, only to find a vacant lot. Thinking there might be some mistake, I went to the nearest police station and inquired. Nothing was known. Fearing to fall down on my first assignment, I returned to the lot, but could learn nothing. Gradually it began to dawn upon me that this might be merely a trial assignment, a bright idea of the frowning fat man, a bearings finder. I had already conceived a vast contempt for him, a stumbling block in my path, I thought. No wonder he came to hate me, as I learned afterward. He did. I wandered back through the city, looking at the strange little low houses. It was the region between the river and North Broadway, about a mile above the courthouse, and marveling at the darksome character of the stores. Never in my life had I seen such old buildings, all brick and all crowded together, with solid wood or iron shutters, modeled after those of France, from whence its original settlers came, and having something of the dourness of the poorer quarters of Paris about them, and windows composed of very small panes of glass, evidences of the influence of France, I am sure. Their interiors seemed so dark, so redolent of an old-time life. The streets also appeared old-fashioned, with their cobblestones, their twists and turns, and the very little space that lay between the curbs. I felt as though the people must be different from those in Chicago, less dynamic, less aggressive. When I reached the office, I found that the city editor, Mr. Mitchell, had gone. The little mousy individual was at one of the party divisions of the wall desk, near Mr. Mitchell's big one, diving into a mass of copy the while he scratched his ear or trifled with his pencil or jumped mousily about in his seat. "Is Mr. Mitchell about?" I inquired. "No," replied the other briskly. "He never gets in much before 4 o'clock. Anything you want to know? I'm his assistant." He did not dare say assistant city editor. His superior would not have tolerated one. He sent me out to this place, but it's only a vacant lot. Did you look all around the neighborhood? Sometimes you can get news of these things in the neighborhood, when you can't get it right at the spot. I often do that. Yes, I answered. I inquired all about there. It would be just like Tobe to send you out there, though, he went on feverishly and timidly. Just to break you in. He does things like that. You're the new man from Chicago, aren't you, Dreiser? Yes, but how did you know? He said you were coming, he replied, jerking his left thumb over his shoulder. My name's Hartung, Hugh Keller Hartung. He was so respectful, almost fearsome in his references to his superior, that I could not help smiling. Now that I had my bearings, I did not feel so keenly about Mr. Mitchell. He seemed dull. I suppose you'll find St. Louis a little slower than Chicago, he went on, but we have some of the biggest newspaper stories here you ever saw. You remember the Preller trunk mystery, don't you, and that big Missouri Pacific train robbery last year? I recalled both distinctly. Is that so? I commented, thinking of my career in Chicago and hoping for a duplication of it here. Heavy steps were heard in the hall just outside, and Mr. Hartung jumped to his work like a frightened mouse. On the instant, his head was fairly pulled down between his shoulders, and his nose pressed over his work. He seemed to shrivel and shrink, and I wondered why. I went into the next room just as Mr. Tobias Mitchell entered. When I explained that the address he had given me was a vacant lot, he merely looked up at me quizzically, suspiciously. Couldn't find it, eh? Somebody must have given me the wrong tip. Wait in the next room. I'll call you when I want you. I returned to that empty room from which I could hear the industrious pencil of Mr. Hartung and the occasional throat-clearing cough of Mr. Mitchell brooding among his papers. End of Chapter 16. Read by Tad Davis, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, July 2nd, 2021.
Chapter 17 of a book about myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MauriceWilliams. Book about myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 17. This reporter's room, for all its handsome furnishings, never took on an agreeable atmosphere to me. It was too gloomy, solely because of the personality next door. The room was empty when I entered, but in a short while an old drunken railroad reporter with a red nose came in and sat down in a corner seat, taking no notice of me. I read the morning newspaper and waited. The room gradually filled up, and all went at once to their desks and began to write industriously. I felt very much out of tune. A reporter's duty at this hour of the night was to write. However, I made the best of my time reading, and finally went out to supper alone, returning as quickly as possible in case there should be an assignment for me. When I returned, I found my name on the book and I set out to interview a Chicago minister who was visiting in the city. Evidently, this city editor thought it would be easier for me to interview a Chicago minister than any other. I found my man, after some knocking at wrong doors, and got nothing worth a stick, mere religious drive, and returned with my story, which was never used. While I was writing it up, however, the youth of the Jovian curls returned from an assignment, hung up his little wrinkled overcoat, and sat down in great comfort next to me. His evening's work was apparently futile, for he took out his pipe, rapped it sonorously on his chair, lighted it, and then picked up an evening paper. "What's doing, Jock?" "Up at police headquarters," called the little man over his shoulder. "Nothing much, Bob," replied the other, without looking up. "My Jing, you police reporters have a cinch. Just did the first. All you do is sit around up there at headquarters and get the news off the police brothers, while we poor devils are chasing all over town. We have to earn our money." His voice had a peculiarly healthy, gay, and bantering ring to it. "That's no joke," put in a long, lean, speculated individual who was sitting in another corner. "I've been tramping all over South St. Louis, looking for a confounded robbery story." "Well, you've got long legs, Benson," retorted the jovial Hazard. "You can stand it. Now I'm so well fixed that Bellairs there ought to be given a chance at that. He wouldn't be getting so fat, by Jing." The one called Jock also answered to the name of Bellairs. "You people don't do so much," he replied, grinning cheerfully. "If you had my job, you wouldn't be sitting here reading a newspaper. It takes work to be a police reporter." "Is that so?" queried the little man, banteringly. "You're proof of it, I suppose. Why, you never did a good day's work in your life." "Give us a match, Bob, and shut up," grinned the other. "You're too nosy. I've got a lot of work ahead of me yet tonight." "I got your work. Is she over 16? Wish I had your job." Jock folded up some copy paper and put it into his pocket and walked into the next room, where the little assistant was toiling away over the nice grist of news. I still sat there, looking carelessly on. "It's pretty tough," said spirited Hazard, turning to me, "to go out on an assignment and then get nothing. I'd rather work hard over a good story any day, wouldn't you?" "That's the way I feel about it," I replied. "It's not very much fun sitting around. By the way, do you know whose desk this is? I've been sitting at it all evening. It doesn't belong to anybody at present. You might as well take it if you like it. There's a vacant one over there next to Benson's, if you like that better." He waved toward the tall, awkward scribe in the corner. "This is good enough," I replied. "Take your choice. There's no trouble about desks just now. The staff's way down anyhow. You're a stranger here, aren't you?" "Yes. I only came down from Chicago yesterday." "What paper did you look on up there?" "The Globe and News," I answered, lying up at the ladder in order to give myself a better standing than otherwise I might have. "They're good papers, aren't they?" "Yes, pretty fair. The News has the largest evening circulation. We have some good papers here, too. This is one of the biggest. The Post-Dispatch is pretty good, too. It's the biggest evening paper." "Do you know how much circulation this paper has?" I inquired. "Oh, about 50,000, I should say. That's not so much compared to Chicago's circulation, but it's pretty big for down here. We have the biggest circulation of any paper in the Southwest. McCulloch, one of the greatest editors in this country, outside of Dana in New York, the greatest of any. If McCulloch were in New York, he'd be bigger than he is by Jing." "Do you run many big news stories?" "Sometimes. Not often. The Globe goes very light on local news. They play up the telegraph on this paper because we go into Texas and Arkansas and Louisiana and all these other states around here. We use 400,000 worth of telegraph news here every year." And he said it as though we were part owner of the paper. I liked him very much. I opened my eyes at this news and thought dubiously of its in relation to my own work. I did not promise much for a big feature, on which I might spread myself. We talked on, becoming more and more friendly. In spite of the city editor whom I did not like, I now began to like this place, although I could feel that these men were more or less browbeaten. Held down and frozen, the room was much too quiet for a healthy Western reportorial room, the atmosphere too chill. We walked off St. Louis, its size 4,500, Its principal hotels, the Southern, the Lindell, and the La Clédy. I learned that its oldest and best, the Planter, had recently been torn down and was going to be rebuilt someday. What were the chief lines of news? It seemed that fires, murders, defalcations, scandals were here as elsewhere. The great things, far overshadowing most things of national and international import. Recently, a tremendous defalcation had occurred, and this new acquaintance of mine had been working on it, had handled it alone, as he said. Like all citizens of an American city, he was pro St. Louis, anxious to say a good word for it. The finest portion of it, he told me, was in the West End. I should see the wonderful new residences and places. There was a great park here, forest over 1,400 acres in size, a wonderful thing. A new bridge was building in North St. Louis and would soon be completed, one that would relieve traffic on the Eads Bridge and help St. Louis to grow. There was a small city over the river in Illinois, East St. Louis, and the Great Terminal Railroad Association, which controlled all the local railroad facilities and taxed each trunk line $6 a car to enter, and each passenger 25 cents. It's a great graft and a damn shame, but what can you do? Was his comment. Traffic on the Mississippi was not so much now, owing to the railroads that paralleled it, but still it was interesting. The already familiar noise of a roll-top desk broke in upon us from the next room, and I noticed a hushed fall on the room. What an atmosphere, I thought. After a few moments of silence, my new friend turned to me and whispered very softly, "That's Toby Mitchell, the city editor, coming in. He's a proper, as you'll find." He smiled wisely and began scribbling again. "He didn't look so pleasant to me," I replied as softly. "I've quit here twice," he whispered. "The next time I go, I won't come back. I don't have to stay here, and he knows it. I can get a job any day on the Chronicle, and wouldn't have to work so hard either. There's an evening paper. I stay here because I like a morning paper better. That's all. There's more to it. Everything's so scrappy and kicked together on an evening paper, but he doesn't say much to me anymore, although he doesn't like me. You'd think we were a lot of kids and this place a schoolroom," he frowned. We dropped into silence again. I did not like this thought of difficulty thrust upon me. What a pity a man like McGinnis was not here. "He doesn't look like much of a newspaperman to me," I observed. "And he isn't either. McCulloch has him here because he saved his life once in a fight somewhere, down in Texas, I think, or that's what they tell me." We sat and read. The sound of city life below had died out, and one could hear the scratching of reporters' pens. Assignments were written up and turned in, and then the reporter idled about, dangling their legs from spring-back chairs, smoking pipes and whispering. As the clock registered 11:30, the round body of Mitchell appeared in the doorway, his fair-tinted visage darkened by a faint scowl. "You boys can go now," he pronounced solemnly. All arose, I among them, and went to a closet where were our hats and overcoats. I was tired, and this atmosphere had depressed me. What a life! Had I come down here for this? The thought of the small news ends which the local life received depressed me also. I could not see how I was to make out. I went down to a rare elevator, the only one running at this time of night, and came out into the dark street, where a carriage was waiting. I assumed that this must be for the famous editor. It looked so comfortable and sedate, waiting at the door in the darkness for an editor who, as I later learned, might not choose to leave until 2. I went on to my little room at the hotel, filled with ideas of how, some day, I should be a great editor and have a carriage waiting for me. Yes, I felt that I was destined for a great end. For the present, I must be content to look around for a modest room where I could sleep and bide my time and opportunity. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 18. I found a room the next morning in Pine Street, only a few doors from this hotel and a block from my new office. It was a hall bedroom, one of the long series which I was to occupy, dirty and grimy. I recall it still with a sickening sense of its ugliness, and yet its cheapness and griminess did not then trouble me so much. Did I not have the inestimable boon of youth and ambition, which make most material details unimportant? Some drab of a woman rented it to me, and outside were those red, yellow, blue, green, and orange streetcars clanging and roaring and wheezing by all night long. Inside were 4 narrow gray walls, a small wooden bed, none too clean sheets and pillowcases, a yellow washstand. I brought over my bag, arranged the few things I thought need not be kept under lock and key, and returned to the streets. I need not bother about the office until 12:30, when the assignments were handed out, or the book, as Hartung reverently called it, was laid out for our inspection. And now, spread before me for my survey and entertainment, was the great city of St. Louis, and life itself as it was manifesting itself to me through this city. This was the most important and interesting thing to me, not my new position. Work? Well, that was important enough, considering the difficulty I had in securing it. What was more, I was always driven by the haunting fear of losing this or any other position I had ever had, of not being able to find another. A leftover fear, perhaps, due to the impression that poverty had on me in my extreme youth. Just the same, the city came first in my imagination and desires, and now I began to examine it with care, its principal streets, shops, hotels, its residence district. What a pleasure to walk about, to stare, to dream of better days and great things to come. Just at this time, St. Louis seemed to be upon the verge of change and improvement. An old section of mansions bordering on the business center was rapidly giving way to a rabble of small stores and cheap factories. Already several new buildings of the Chicago style of skyscraper were either contemplated or in process of construction. There was a new club, the Mercantile, the largest in the city, composed entirely of merchants in the downtown section, which had just opened and about which the papers were making a great stir. There was a new depot contracted for, one of the finest in all the country, so I was told, which was to house all the roads entering the city. A new city hall was being talked of, an enormous thing to be. Out in the West End, where progress seemed the most vital, were new streets and truly magnificent resident places, parked and guarded areas these in which were ranged many residences of the ultra-rich. The first time I saw one of these places, I was staggered by its exclusive air and the beauty of even grandeur of some of the great houses in it, newly manufactured exclusiveness. Here were great gray or white or brownstone affairs, bright, almost gaudy, with great verandas, astonishing doorways, flights of stone steps, heavily and richly draped windows, immense carriage houses, parked and flowered lawns. By degrees I came to know the trade and poor sections of the city. Here were long throbbing wholesale streets, crowded with successful companies. Along the waterfront was a mill area backed up by wretched tenements, as poor and grimy and dingy as any I have ever seen. Elsewhere were long streets of middle-class families, all alike, all with white stone doorsteps or windowsills and tiny front yards. The atmosphere of the Globe Democrat, after a time, came to have a peculiar appeal for me because it was dominated so completely by the robust personality of McCullough. He was so natural, unaffected, rugged. As time passed, he steadily grew in my estimation and by degrees. As I read his paper, his powerful, brilliant editorials, and saw how systematically and forcefully he managed all things in connection with himself and his men, the very air of St. Louis became redolent of him. He was a real force, a great man. So famous was he already that men came to St. Louis from the Southwest and elsewhere just to see him and his office. I often think of him in that small office, sitting waist-deep among his papers, his heavy head sunk on his powder-like chest, his feet encased in white socks and low slipper-like shoes, his whole air one of complete mental and physical absorption in his work. A few years later he committed suicide, out of sheer weariness, I assume, tired of an inane world. Yet it was not until long after, when I was much better able to judge him and his achievements, that I understood what a really big thing he had done. Build up a journal of national and even international significance in a region which, one would have supposed, could never have supported anything more than a mediocre panderer to trade interests. As Hazard had proudly informed me, the annual bill for telegraph news alone was $400,000, a sum which, in the light of subsequent journalistic achievements in America, may seem insignificant, but much at that time meant a great deal. He seemed to have a desire to make the newspaper not only good, as that word is used in connection with newspapers, but great, and from my own memory and impression, I can testify that it was both. It had catholicity and solidity in editorials and news. The whole of Europe, as well as America, was combed and reflected in order that his readers might be entertained and retained, and each day one could read news of curious as well as of scientific interest from all over the world. Its editorials were in the main wise and jovial, often beautifully written by McCullough himself. Of assumed Republican tendencies, it was much more a party leader than follower, both in national and in state affairs. The rawest of raw youths, I barely sensed this at the time, and yet I felt something of the wonder and beauty of it all. I knew him to be a great man because I could feel it. There was something of dignity and force about all that was connected with him. Later it became a fact of some importance to me that I had been called to a paper of so much true worth by a man so wise, so truly able. The only inharmonious note at this time was my intense loneliness. In Chicago, in spite of the gradual breaking up of our home and the disintegration of the family, I had managed to build up that spiritual or imaginative support which comes to all of us from familiarity with material objects. I had known Chicago, its newspaper world, its various sections, its places of amusement, some dozen or two of newspaper men. Here I knew no one at all. And, back in Chicago, there had been Alice and N and K, whereas here, whom had I? Alice was a living pain for years, for in my erratic way, I was really fond of her. I am of that peculiar disposition which will not let memories of old ties and old pleasures die easily. I suffer for things which might not give another a single ache or pain. Alice came very close to me, and now she was gone. Without any reasonable complaint, save that I was slightly weary, did not care for her as much as I had, and that my mind was full of the world outside and my future, I had left her. It had not been more than 4 weeks since I had visited her in her little parlor in Chicago, sipping of those delights which only youth and ecstatic imagination can conjure. Now I was 3 miles away from her kisses and the warmth of her hands. At the same time there was this devil or angel of ambition which, quite in spite of myself, was sweeping me onward. I fancied some vast Napoleonic ending for myself, which of course was moonshine. I could not have gone back to Chicago then if I had wished. It was not spiritually possible. Something within kept saying, on, on. Besides, it would have done no good. The reaction would have been more irritating than the pain it satisfied. As it was, I could only walk about the city in this chilling November weather and speculate about myself and Alice and N and K and my own future. What an odd beginning, I often thought to myself. Scandalous, perhaps, in one so young. 3 girls in as many years, 2 of them deeply and seriously wounded by me. I shall write to her, I thought. I will ask her to come down here. I can't stand this. She is too lovely and precious to me. It is cruel to leave her so. There is this to be said for me in regard to my not writing to her. I was uncertain as to the financial practicability of it. In Chicago, I had been telling her of my excellent position, boasting that I was making more than I really was. So long as I was there and not married, the pretense could easily be sustained. Here, 300 miles away, where she would and could not come unless I was prepared to support her, it was a different matter. To ask her now meant a financial burden which I did not feel able, or at least willing, to assume. No doubt I could have starved her on $20 a week. Had I been desperately swayed by love, I would have done so. I could even have had her, had I so chosen, on conditions which did not involve marriage, but I could not bring myself to do this. I did not think it quite fair. I felt that she would have a just claim to my continuing the relation with her, and outside was the wide world. I told myself that I would marry her if I had money. If she had not been of a soft, yielding type, she could easily have entrapped me, but she had not chosen to do so. Anyhow, here I was, and here I stayed, meditating on the tragedy of it all. By this time, of course, it is quite obvious that I was not an ethically correct and moral youth, but a sentimental boy of considerable range of feeling who, facing the confusing evidences of life, was not prepared to accept anything as final. I did not know whether I believed that the morality and right conduct preached by the teachers of the world were important or not. The religious and social aphorisms of the day had been impressed upon me, but they did not stick. Something whispered to me that apart from theory, there was another way which the world took and which had little in common with the straight and narrow path of the doctrinaires. Not all men swindle in little things, or lie or cheat, but how few fail to compromise in big ones. Perhaps I would not have deliberately lied about anything, at least not in important matters, and I would not now, under ordinary circumstances, after the one experience in Chicago, have stolen. Beyond this, I could not have said how I would have acted under given circumstances. Women were not included in my moral speculations as among those who were to receive strict justice, not pretty women. In that, perhaps, I was right. They did not always wish it. I was anxious to meet with many of them, as many as I might, and I would have conducted myself as joyously as their own conscience would permit. That I was to be in any way punished for this, or that the world would severely censure me for it, I did not yet believe. Other boys did it. They were constantly talking about it. The world of youth at least, seemed to be concerned with libertinage. Why should not I be? End of chapter 18. Read by Albert Friedman, Philadelphia, June 15th, 2021.
Chapter 19 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 19. No picture of these my opening days in St. Louis would be of the slightest import if I could not give a fairly satisfactory portrait of myself and of the blood moods or so-called spiritual aspirations which were animating me. At that time I had already attained my full height, 6 feet 1½ inches, and weighed only 137 pounds, so you can imagine my figure. Aside from one eye, the right, which was turned slightly outward from the line of vision, and a set of upper teeth which, because of their exceptional size, were crowded and so stood out too much, I had no particular blemish except a general homeliness of feature. It was a source of worry to me all the time because I imagined that it kept me from being interesting to women, which apparently was not true, not to all women, at least. Spiritually, I was what might be called a poetic melancholiac, crossed with a vivid materialistic lust of life. I doubt if any human being, however poetic or however material, ever looked upon the scenes of this world, material or spiritual, so-called, with a more covetous eye. My body was blazing with sex, as well as with a desire for material and social supremacy, to have wealth, to be in society, and yet I was too cowardly to make my way with women readily. Rather, they made their way with me. Love of beauty as such, feminine beauty first and foremost, of course, was the dominating characteristic of all my moods. Joy in the arch of an eyebrow, the color of an eye, the flame of a lip or cheek, the romance of a situation, spring, trees, flowers, evening walks, the moon, the roundness of an arm or a hip, the delicate turn of an ankle or a foot, spring odors, moonlight under trees, a lighted lamp over a dark lawn. What tortures have I not endured because of these? My mind was riveted on what love could bring me. Once I had the prosperity and fame, which somehow I foolishly fancied commanded love, and at the same time I was horribly depressed by the thought that I should never have them, never, and that thought, for the most part, has been fulfilled. In addition to this, I was filled with an intense sympathy for the woes of others. Life in all its helpless degradation and poverty, the unsatisfied dreams of people, their sweaty labors, the things they were compelled to endure, nameless impositions, curses, brutalities, the things they would never have, their hungers, thirsts, half-formed dreams of pleasure, their gibbering insanities, and beaten resignations at the end. I have sobbed dry sobs looking into what I deemed to be broken faces and the eyes of human failures, a shabby tumble-down district or doorway, a drunken woman being arraigned before a magistrate, a child dying in a hospital, a man or woman injured in an accident. The time's unbidden tears have leaped to my eyes, and my throat has become parched and painful over scenes of the streets, the hospitals, the jails. I have cried so often that I have felt myself to be a weakling. At other times I have been proud of them and of my great rages against fate and the blundering, inept cruelty of life. If there is a God, conscious and personal, and he considers the state of man and the savagery of his laws and his indifferences, how he must smile at little insect man's estimate of him. It is so flattering, so fatuously unreasoning, that only a sardonic devil could enjoy it. I was happy enough in my work, although at times despondent, lest all the pleasures that can come to youth from health, courage, wealth, and opportunity should fail me while I was working and trying to get somewhere. I had health, yet I imagined I had not, because I was not a Sandow, an athlete, and my stomach, due to an undiscovered appendix, gave me some trouble. As to courage, when I examined myself in that direction, I fancied that I had none at all. Would I slip out if a dangerous brawl were brewing anywhere? Certainly. Well, then I was a coward. Could I stand up and defend myself against a man of my own height and weight? I doubted it, particularly if he were well trained. In consequence, I was again a coward. There was no hope for me among decently courageous men. Could I play tennis, baseball, football? No, not successfully. Assuredly, I was a weakling of the worst kind. Nearly everybody could do those things, and nearly all youths were far more proficient in all the niceties of life than was I. Manners, dancing, knowledge of dress and occasions. Hence, I was a fool. The dullest athlete of the least proficiency could overcome me. The most minute society man, if socially correct, was infinitely my superior. Hence, what had I to hope for? And when it came to wealth and opportunity, how poor I seemed. No girl of real beauty and force would have anything to do with a man who was not a success, and so there I was, a complete failure to begin with. The aches and pains that went with all this, the amazing depression, all but suicidal. How often have I looked into comfortable homes and wished that some kindly family would give me shelter, and yet half knowing that had it been offered, I would have refused it. How often have I looked through the windows of some successful business firm and wished I had achieved ownership or stewardship, a position similar to that of any of the officers and managers inside, to be president or vice president or secretary of something, some great thrashing business of some kind. Great God, how sublime it seemed! And yet, if I had only known how centrally controlling the tool of journalism could be made! It mattered not then that I was doing fairly well, that most of my employers had been friendly and solicitous as to my welfare, that the few girls I had approached had responded freely enough. Still, I was a failure. I rapidly became familiar with the city news department of the Globe Democrat. Its needs, aside from great emergencies, were simple enough: interviews, the doings of conventions of various kinds, wholesale grocers, wholesale hardware men, wholesale druggists, the plans of city politicians, when those could be discovered, the news of the courts, jails, city hospitals, police courts, the deaths of well-known people, the goings-on in society, special functions of one kind and another, fires, robberies, defalcations. For the first few weeks, nothing of importance happened. I was given the task evenings of looking in at the North 7th Street police station, a slow district, to see if anything had happened, and was naturally able to add to my depression by contemplating the life about there. Again, I attended various churches to hear sermons, interviewed the Irish boss of the city, Edward Butler, an amazing person with a head like that of a gnome or ogre, who immediately took a great fancy to me and wanted me to come and see him again, which I did once. He has always stuck in my mind as one of the odd experiences of my life. He lived in a small red brick family dwelling just beyond the prostitution area of St. Louis, which stretched out along Chestnut Street between 12th and 22nd, and was the city's sole garbage contractor, out of which he was supposed to have made countless thousands, as well as one of its principal horseshoers, having many blacksmithing shops, and was incidentally its Democratic or Republican boss, I forget which, a position he retained until his death. I first saw him at a political meeting during my first few weeks in St. Louis, and the manner in which he arose, the way in which he addressed his hearers, the way in which they listened to him, all impressed me. Subsequently, being sent to his house, I found him in his small front parlor, a yellow plush album on the marble-topped center table, horsehair furniture about the room, a red carpet, crayon enlargements of photographs of his mother and father. But what force in the man, what innate gentility of manner and speech! He seemed like a prince disguised as a blacksmith. "So you've come to interview me," he said soothingly. "You're from the Globe Democrat. Well, that paper's no particular friend of mine, but you can't help that, can ye?" And then he told me whatever it was I wanted to know, giving me no least true light, you may be sure. At the conclusion, he offered me a drink, which I refused. As I was about to leave, he surveyed me pleasantly and tolerantly. "Ye're a likely lad," he said, laying an immense hand on one of my lean shoulders, "and you're just starting out in life, I can see that. Well, be a good boy. Ye're in the newspaper business, where ye can make friends or enemies just as ye choose, and if ye behave yourself right, ye can just as well make friends. Come and see me sometime. I like your looks. I'm always here of an evening, when I'm not attending a meeting of some kind, right here in this little front room or in the kitchen with me wife. I might be able to do something for ye sometime. Remember that. I've a good deal of influence here. You'll have to write what you're told, I know that, so I won't be offended. So come and see me, and remember that I want nothing av ye." And he gently ushered me out and closed the door behind me. But I never went, at least not for anything for myself. The one time I asked him for a position for a friend who wanted to work on the local streetcars as a conductor, he wrote across the letter, "Give this man what he wants." It was wretchedly scrawled. The man brought it back to me before presenting it, and was signed Edward Butler. But the man was given the place at once. Although Butler was an earnest Catholic, he was supposed to control and tax the vice of the city, which charge may or may not have been true. One of his sons owned and managed a leading vaudeville house in the city, a vulgar burlesque theater at which the ticket-taker was Frank James, brother of the amazing Jesse, who terrorized Missouri and the Southwest as an outlaw at one time, and enriched endless dime novel publishers afterward. As dramatic critic of the Globe Democrat later, I often saw him. Butler's son, a more or less stodgy type of Tammany politician, popular with a certain element in St. Louis, was later elected to Congress. I rode up a labor meeting or two, and at one of these saw for the first time Terence V. Powderly, the head of the dominant labor organization, the Knights of Labor. This meeting was held in a dingy hall at 9th or 10th and Walnut, a dismal institution known as the Working Man's Club, or some such thing as that, which had a single red light hanging out over its main entrance. This long, lank leader, afterwards so much discussed in the so-called capitalistic press, was sitting on a wretched platform surrounded by local labor leaders, and discussed in a none too brilliant way, I thought, the need of a closer union between all classes of labor. In regard to all matters relating to the rights of labor and capital, I was at this time perfectly ignorant. Although I was a laborer myself in a fair sense of the word, I was more or less out of sympathy with laborers, not as a class struggling for their rights. I did not know what their rights or wrongs were, but merely as individuals. I thought, I suppose, that they were not quite as nice as I was, not as refined and superior in their aspirations, and therefore not as worthy, or at least not destined to succeed as well as I. I even then felt dimly what subsequently, after many rough disillusionments, I came to accept as a fact, that some people are born dull, some shrewd, some wise, and some undisturbedly ignorant, some tender, and some savage ad infinitum. Some are silk purses, and others sow's ears, and cannot be made the one into the other by any accident of either poverty or wealth. At this time, however, after listening to Mr. Powderly and taking notes of his speech, I came to the conclusion that all laborers had a just right to much better pay and living conditions, and in consequence had a great cause and ought to stick together. I also saw that Mr. Powderly was a very shrewd man and something of a hypocrite, very simple-seeming and yet not so. Something he said or did, I believe it was a remark to the effect that I always say a little prayer whenever I have a stitch in my side, irritated me. It was so suave, so English chapel people-like, and he was an Englishman, as I recall it. Anyhow, I came away disliking him and his local labor group, and yet liking his cause and believing in it, and wrote as favorable a comment as I dared. The Globe was not pro-corporation exactly, at least I did not understand so, and yet it was by no means pro-working man either. If I recall correctly, it merely gave the barest facts and let it go at that. End of Chapter 19. Read by Tad Davis, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, June 19th, 2021.
Chapter 20 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by EvaErskine. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser, Chapter 20. My connection with the Globe Democrat had many aspects, chief among which was my rapidly developing consciousness of the significance of journalism and its relation to the life of the nation and the state. My journalistic career had begun only 5 months before, and preceding that, I had had no newspaper experience of any kind. The most casual reader of a newspaper would have been as good as I in many respects. But here I rather sensed the significance of it all, the power of a man like McCullough, for instance, for good or evil, the significance of a man like Butler in this community. I still had a lot to learn, the extent of graft and connection with politics in a city, the power of a newspaper to make sentiment in a state and so help to carry it for a governor or a president. The political talk I heard on the part of one newspaper man and another doing politics, as well as the leading editorials in this and other papers, which just at this time were concerned with a coming mayoralty fight and a feud in the state between rival leaders of the Republican Party, completely cleared up the situation for me. I listened to all the gossip, read the papers carefully, wondered over the personalities and oddities of state governments in connection with our national government. Just over the river in Illinois, everybody was concerned with the administration of John P. Altgeld, governor of the state, and whether he would pardon the Chicago anarchists whose death sentences, recorded a few years before, had been commuted to life imprisonment. On this side of the river, everybody was interested in the administration of William Joel Stone, who was the governor. A man by the name of Cyrus H. Walbridge was certain to be the next mayor if the Republicans won, and according to the Globe, they ought to win because the city needed to be reformed. The local Democratic Board of Aldermen was supposed to be the most corrupt in all America. How many cities have yearly thought that, each of its governing body, since the nation began? And Edward Noonan, the mayor, was supposed to be the lowest and vilest creature that ever stood up in shoes. The chief editorials of the Globe were frequently concerned with blazing denunciations of him. As far as I could make out, he had joined with various corporations and certain members of council to steal from the city, sell its valuable franchises for a song, and the like. He had also joined with the police in helping bleed the saloons, gambling dens, and houses of prostitution. Gambling and prostitution were never so rampant as now, so our good paper stated.
the good people of the city should join and help save the city from destruction. How familiar it all sounds, doesn't it? Well, this was 1892, and I have heard the same song every year since in every American city in which I have ever been. Gambling, prostitution, graft, etc. must be among our national weaknesses, not? Just the same, insofar as this particular office and the country about St. Louis were concerned, Joseph McCullough was of immense significance to his staff and the natives. Plainly, he was like a god to many of them, the farmers and the residents in small towns in states like Texas, Iowa, Missouri, Arkansas, and in southern Illinois, where his paper chiefly circulated, for they came to the office whenever they were in the city merely to get a glimpse of him. He was held in high esteem by his staff and was one of the few editors of his day who really deserved to be. Within his office, he had an adoring group of followers, which included everyone from the managing editor down. The chief says, the chief thinks, the old man looks a little grouchy this morning. What do you think? Gee, wait till the old man hears about that. He'll be hopping. That ought to please the old man, don't you think? He likes a bit of good writing. Yet for all this chatter, the old man never seemed to notice much of anything or have much to say to anyone, except possibly to one or two of his leading editorial writers and his telegraph editor. If he ever conferred with his stout city editor for more than one moment at a time, I never saw or heard of it. And if anything seen or heard by anybody in connection with him was not whispered about the reporter's room before nightfall or daybreak, it was a marvel of concealment. Occasionally he might be seen ambling down the hall to the lavatory or to the room of his telegraph chief, but most always it was merely to take his carriage or walk to the Southern Hotel at 1 o'clock for his luncheon or at 6 for his dinner, his derby hat pulled over his eyes, his white socks gleaming, a cane in his hand, a cigar between his lips. If he ever had a crony, it was not known in the reporter's room. He was a solitary or eccentric, and a few years later, as I have said, he leaped to his death from the second-story window of his home, where he had lived in as much privacy and singularity as a Catholic priest. There were silent figures slipping about, Captain King, a chief editorial writer, Caspar S. Yost, a secretary of the corporation, assistant editor and whatnot, several minor editors, artists, reporters, the city editor, the business manager, but no one or all of them collectively seemed to amount to a hill of beans. Only the old man, or J.B., as he was occasionally referred to, counted. Under him the paper had character, succinctness, and point, not only in its news but in its editorial columns. Although it was among the conventional of its day, what American newspaper of that period could have been otherwise, still it had an awareness which made one feel that the old man knew much more than he ever wrote. He seemed to like to have it referred to as the great religious daily, and often quoted that phrase, but with the saving grace of humor behind it. And he seemed to understand just how to supply that region with all it desired in the shape of news. Though in the main the paper published mere gossip, oddities about storms, accidents, eccentricities, still there was something about the way the thing was done, the crisp and brief manner in which the material was edited, which made it palatable, very much so, I should say, to the small-town store lounger or owner, and nearly all had humor, naivete, or pathos. The drift of things politically was always presented in leaders in such a way that even I, a mere stripling, began to get a sense of things national and international. States, the adjacent ones in particular, which supplied the bulk of the globe's circulation, were given special attention, and yet in such a way as not to irritate the general reader, leaving it optional with him whether he should read or not. The editorials, sometimes informing, sometimes threatening and directive, sometimes mere folderol and foolery, and intended as such, had a delicious whimsy in them. Occasionally, the old man himself wrote one, and then everybody sat up and took notice. One could easily single it out, even if it had not been passed around, as it nearly always was. The old man wrote that. Have you read the old man's editorial in this morning's paper? Gee, read it. then you expected brilliant biting words, a luminous phraseology, sentences that cracked like a whip, and you were rarely disappointed. The paragraphs exploded at times, burst like a torpedo. At others, the whole thing ended like music, the deep, sonorous bass of an organ. The old man could write. There was no doubt of that. He also seemed to believe what he wrote, for the time being anyhow. That was why his staff, to a man, revered him. He was a real editor, as contrasted with your namby-pamby businessman masquerading as editor. He had been a great reporter and war correspondent in his day, one of the men who were with Farragut on the Mississippi and with Sherman and others elsewhere during the Great Civil War. Wandering about this building at this time was an old red-faced, red-nosed German with a protuberant stomach, very genial, dull, and apparently unimportant. He was, as I later learned, the real owner of the paper, the major portion of the stock being in his name, and yet, as everyone seemed to understand, he never dared pose as such, but must slip about, as much overawed as the rest of us. I was a mere underling and new to the place, and yet I could see it. A more apologetic mien and a more obliging manner was never worn by any mortal, especially when he was in the vicinity of McCullough's office. His name was Daniel M. Hauser. For the most part, he wandered about the building like a ghost, seeming to wish to be somebody or to say something, but absolutely without meaning. The short, stout, Napoleonic editor ruled supreme. By degrees, I made friends with a number of those that worked here. Bob Hazard, Jock Bellairs, son of the Captain Bellairs who presided over the city zoo, Charlie Benson, and a long list of others whose names escape me now. Of all those on the city staff, I was inclined to like Hazard most, for he was a personage, a character, quick, gay, intellectual, literary, forceful. Why he never came to greater literary fame I do not know, for he seemed to have all the flair and feeling necessary for the task. He was an only son of some man who had long been a resident of St. Louis and was himself well known about town. He lived with a mother and sister in southwest St. Louis in a small cottage, which always pleased me because of its hominess, and supported that mother and sister in loyal, son-like fashion. I had not been long on the paper before I was invited there to dinner, and this in spite of a rivalry which was almost immediately and unconsciously set up between us the moment I arrived, and which endured in a mild way even after our more or less allied literary interests had drawn us socially together. At his home I met his sister, a mere slip of a tow-headed girl, whom later on I saw in vaudeville as a headliner. Hazard I encountered years later as a blasé correspondent in Washington, representing a league of papers. He had then but newly completed a Wild West thriller, done in cold blood and with an eye to a quick sale. Assuming that I had influence with publishers and editors, he invoked my aid. I gave him such advice and such letters as I could. But only a few months later I read that Robert Hazard, well-known newspaper correspondent, living with his wife and child in some Washington residence section, had placed a revolver to his temple and ended it all. Why, I have often wondered. He was seemingly so well fitted mentally and physically to enjoy life. Or is it mental fitness that really kills the taste for life? I would not dwell on him at such length save for some other things which I propose later to narrate. For the moment I wish to turn to another individual, Jock Bellairs, who impressed me as a most curious compound of indifference, wisdom, literary and political sense, and a hard social cunning. He had a capacity for, as someone in the office once phrased it, a lewd and profane life. He was the chief police reporter at a building known as the Four Courts, an institution which housed, among other things, 4 judicial chambers of differing jurisdiction, as well as the county jail, the city detention wards, the office of the district attorney, the chief of police, chief of detectives, the chief attorney, and a reporter's room where all the local reporters were permitted to gather and were furnished paper ink tables. A more dismal atmosphere than that which prevailed in this building and in similar institutions in all the cities in which I ever worked would be hard to find. In Chicago, it was the City Hall and County Courthouse, with its police attachment. In Pittsburgh, the county jail. In New York, the Tombs and Criminal Courts building, with police headquarters as a part of its grim attachment. I know of nothing worse. These places, essential as they are always low in tone, vile, and defile nearly all they touch. They have a corrupting effect upon those with whom they come in contact, and upon those who are employed to administer law or justice. Harlots, criminals, murderers, buzzard lawyers, political judges, detectives, police agents, and court officials generally. What a company! I have never had anything to do with one of these institutions in any city as reporter, plaintiff, or assisting friend without sensing anew the brutality and horror of legal administration. The petty tyrannies that are practiced by underlings and minor officials, the grafting of low swinish brains, the tawdry pomp of ignorant officials, the cruelty and cunning of agents of justice, set a thief to catch a thief. Clothe these officials as you will, in whatsoever uniforms of whatsoever splendor or sobriety, give them desks of rosewood and walls of flowered damask, entitle them as you choose, high in mightiness this or that, still they remain the degraded things they have always been, equals of the criminals and the crimes they are supposed to do away with. It cannot be helped. It is a law of chemistry, of creation. Offal breeds maggots to take care of it, to nullify its stench. Carrion has its buzzards, carrion crows, and condors. So with criminals and those petty officials of the lower courts and jails who are set to catch them. But this is a wandering paragraph, and has little to do with Jacques Bellairs, except that he was of, and yet not of, this particular atmosphere. The first time I saw him, I felt compelled to study him, for he seemed somehow to suggest this atmosphere to which he was appointed as reporter. He was, in a way, and yet with pleasing reservations, the man for this task. He had a sense of humor and a devil-may-care approach to all this. Whenever anything of real import broke loose, he was always the one to be called upon for information or aid, because he was in close touch with the police and detectives, who were his cronies and ready to aid him. And whenever anything happened that was beyond his power to manage, he called up the office for aid. On more than one occasion, some mystery coming up, I was the one delegated to help him, the supposition being that it was likely to yield a big story, bigger than he had time for, being a court fixture. I then sought him out at the 4 courts and was given what he knew, whereupon I began investigations on my own account. Nearly always I found him lolling about with other reporters and detectives, a chair tilted back, possibly a game of cards going on between him and the reporters of other papers, a bottle of whiskey in his pocket, to save time, as he once amusingly remarked, and a girl or two present, friends of one or other of these newspaper men, their dollies. He would rise and explain to me just what was going on, whisper confidentially in my ear the name of some other newspaper man who had been put on the case by one of the other papers, perhaps ask me to mention the name of some shabby policeman or detective who had been assigned to the case, one who was a good fellow, and who could be depended upon to help us in the future. I often had to smile. He was so naive and yet so wise in his position, so matter-of-fact and commonplace about it all. Sometimes he would give me the most befuddling information as to how the news got out. He and John somebody or other were down at Maggie Sanders's place in Chestnut Street the other night, where he heard from a detective who was telling somebody else, who told somebody else, and so on. Then if there was a prisoner in the case, he would take me to him, or tell me where some individual or the body was to be found, if there was a body. Then after I had gone about my labors, he would return to his card game, his girl, and his bottle. There were stories afloat of outings with these girls, or the using of some empty room in this building for immoral purposes with the consent of complacent officials. And all about, of course, was this atmosphere of detained criminals, cases at trial, hurrying parents and members of families, weeping mothers and sisters, a mess. On an average of twice a month during my stay in St. Louis, I was called to this building on one errand and another, and always I went with a sicky and stinking sensation, and always I came away from it breathing a sigh of relief. To me it was a horrible place, A pest hole of suffering and error and trickery, and yet necessary enough, I know. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jesse Zuba. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 21. I was walking down the marble hall of our editorial floor one day, not long after I arrived, when I noted on a door at its extreme end the words, Art Department. The Globe in Chicago had no art department. At least I had never discovered it. The mere word art, although I had no real understanding of it, was fascinating to me. Was it not on every tongue? A man who painted or drew was an artist. Doré was one, for instance, and Rembrandt. I classed the two together. In Chicago, I had of course known that each paper should have an art department, and that interested me in this one. What were artists like? I had never known one. Another day I was on my way to the lavatory when I discovered that I had come away without the key, a duplicate of which every department possessed. The art department door being nearest, I entered to borrow theirs. Behold, 3 distinctive, if not distinguished-looking individuals at work upon drawings laid upon drawing boards. 2 of these looked up, the nearest me with a look of criticism in his eye, I thought. The one who answered me when I asked for the key, and who swiftly arose to get it for me, was short and stocky, with bushy, tramp-like hair and beard. There was something that savored of opera bouffe about him, and yet, as I could see, he took himself seriously enough. There was something pleasing in his voice, too, as he said, "Certainly, here it is," and smiled. The one who had looked up at first and frowned but made no move was much less cheery. I recall the long, thin, sallow face, the coal-black hair, long and coarse, which was parted most carefully in the middle and slicked down at the sides and back over the ears until it looked as though it had been oiled, and the eyes, black and small and querulous and petulant, as was the mouth, with drawn lines at each corner, as though he had endured much pain. That long, loose, flowing black tie, and that soft white or blue or green or brown linen shirt. Would any Quartier Latin denizen have been without them? He had thin, pale, bony hands, long and graceful, and an air of, "Touch thou me not, O defiled one." The man appealed to and repelled me at a glance, appealing to me much more later, and ever remained a human humoresque, something to coddle, endure, decipher, laugh at. Surely Dick Wood, or Richard Wood, artist, as his card read, might safely be placed in any pantheon of the unconventionally ridiculous and delicious. The visit provided a mere glance, however. When I returned the key, I was given no encouragement. A little later, my ability to write having been fairly established, I was given a rather large order for one so new. A double-page spread with illustrations for the Sunday issue, relating to the new depot then under construction. I was told to see that the art department supplied several drawings, one in particular of a proposed iron and glass train shed which was to cover 32 tracks, also one of a clock tower 232 feet high. This assignment seemed a very honorable one, since it was to carry drawings, and I went about it with energy and enthusiasm. It was Mitchell who told me to look to the art department for suitable illustrations. Evidently, the art department knew all about it before my arrival, for upon inquiry I found that P.B. McCord, he of the tramp-like hair and whiskers, was scheduled to make the pictures. His manner pleased me. He was so cordial, so helpful. Together we visited the depot, and a few days later he called upon me in the repertorial room to ask me to come and see what he had done. Having in regard to most things the same point of view, we were soon the best of friends. A more or less affectionate relationship was then and there established, which endured until his death 16 years later. During all of that period we were scarcely out of touch with each other, and through him I was destined to achieve some of my sanest conceptions of life. See Peter, 12 Men. And the amazing Wood. I have never encountered another like him, possibly because for years I have not been associated with young people who are frequently full of eccentricities. A more romantic ass than Wood never lived, nor one with better sense in many ways. In regard to newspaper drawing, he was only a fairly respectable craftsman, if so much, but in other ways he was fascinating enough. He and McCord were compelled at that time to use the old chalk plate process for much of their hurried work, a thing which required the artist to scratch with a steel upon a chalk-covered surface, blowing the chalk away from his outlines as he made them. This created a dust which both McCord and Wood complained of as being disagreeable and hard on the lungs. Wood, who pretended to be dying of consumption and did die of it 16 years later within a month of his friend McCord, made an awful row about it, although he could easily have done much to mend matters by taking a little exercise and keeping out of doors as much as possible. But he preferred to hover over a radiator or before a fire. Always, on every occasion, he was given to playing the role of the martyr. Spiritually, he was morbid, as was I, only he showed it much more in his manner. He had much the same desire as I had at the time, to share in the splendors of marble halls and palaces and high places generally. And like myself, he had but little chance. Fresh from Bloomington, Illinois, a commonplace American town, he was obsessed by the commonplace dream of marrying rich and coming into the imaginary splendors of that West End life of St. Louis, which was so interesting to both of us. Far more than myself, I am sure, he seemed to be seething with an inward rebellion against the fact that he was poor, not included in the exclusive pleasures of the rich. At the same time, he was glowing with the desire to make other people imagine that he was or soon would be of them. What airs, what shades of manner! He, like myself, was forever dreaming of some gorgeous maiden, rich, beautiful, socially elect, who was to solve all his troubles for him. But there was this difference between us, or so I imagined at the time. Dick being an artist, rather remote and disdainful in manner, and handsome as well as poetic, and better positioned than myself, as I fancied, was certain to achieve this gilded and crystal state, whereas I, not being so handsome, nor an artist, nor sufficiently poetic, could hardly aspire to so gorgeous an end. I might perchance arrive at some such goal if I sought it eagerly enough, but the probabilities were that I should not unless I waited a long while. And besides, my dreams and plans varied so swiftly from day to day that I couldn't be sure what I wanted to do, whereas Wood, being so stable in this, that, and the other, all the things I was not, was certain to arrive quickly. Sometimes around dinner time, when I would see him leaving the office arrayed in the latest mode, as I assumed, dark blue suit, patent leather boots, dark, round, soft felt hat, loose tie blowing idly about his neck, neat thin cane in his hand, I was fairly convinced that this much-anticipated fortune had already arrived, or was about to arrive, this very evening perhaps, and that I should never see him more, never even be permitted to speak to him. Somewhere, out in the West End, of course, was the girl, wondrous, rich, beautiful, with whom he was to elope and be forgiven by her wealthy parents. Even now he was on his way to her, while I, poor oaf that I was moiling here over some trucky task. Would my ship never come in, my great day arrive? And Wood was just the type of person who would take infinite delight in creating such an impression. 10 years later, when McCord and I were in the East together, and Wood was still in St. Louis, we were never weary of discussing this histrionic characteristic of his, laughing sympathetically with and at him. Later he married, but I shall not anticipate. Mentally, at this time, he was living a dream, and insofar as possible, acting it, playing the part of some noble Algernon Charles Claude Vere de Vere, heir to or affianced to some maid with an immense fortune which was to make them both eternally happy, and allow him to travel, pose, patronize as he chose. A laudable dream, verily. But I confess that I was bitter with envy. What, never to shine thus? Never to be an artist? Never to have beauty in my lap? For me there were other stings in connection with him, stings sharp as serpents' teeth. Dick had a wristwatch, the envy of my youthful days. Oh, wondrous watch! Also a scarf-pin made of some strange stone brought from the Orient, and with a cabalistic sign or word on it, enough in itself to entice any heiress, and that boutonniere of violets. He was never without them. And along with all this, that sad, wan, reproachful, dying smile, and that mysterious something of manner which seemed to say, my boy, the things you will never know. And yet after a time Dick condescended to receive me into his confidence and into his studio, a very picturesque affair, situated in the heart of the downtown district. Also he condescended to bestow upon me some of his dreams as well as his friendly presence, a thing which exalted me, being so new to this art world. I was permitted, note the word, to gather dimly, as neophyte from priest, the faintest outlines of these wondrous dreams of his, and to share with him the hope that they might be realized. I was so set up by this great favor that I felt certain great things must flow from it. Assuredly, we three could do great things, if only we would stick together. But was I worthy? There were already rumors of books, plays, stories, poems, to come from a certain mighty pen. As a matter of fact, it was already hard upon the task of writing them. which were to set the world aflame by and by. Certain editors in New York were already receiving, and sending back, alas, certain preliminary masterpieces, along with carefully worded suggestions in regard to slight but necessary changes which would perfect them and so inaugurate the new era. Certain writers, certain poets, certain playwrights were already better than any that had ever been, the best ever, in short. Dick knew, of course, and I was allowed to share this knowledge, to be thrilled by it. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 22. Once the ice was broken in this way, intimacy with these twain came fast enough, although I never became quite as intimate with Dick as I did with Peter, largely because I could not think him as important. Wood had some feminine characteristics. He could be very jealous of anybody's interest in Peter, as well as Peter's interest in anybody else. He was big enough at times to see the pettiness of this and try to rise above it, but at other times it would show. Years later, McCord confided to me in the most amused way how, when I first appeared on the scene, Dick at once began to belittle me and to resent my obvious desire to break in, as he phrased it, these two, according to Dick, having established some excluding secret union. But the union was not exclusive, insofar as Peter was concerned. Shortly after my arrival, young Hartung had begun running into the art room, so Peter told me, with amazing tales of the new man, his exploits in Chicago. I had been sent for to come to this paper. That was the great thing. I was vouched for by no less a person than John T. McGinnis, one of the famous newspapermen of St. Louis and a former city editor of this same paper, also by Mr. Somebody, the Washington correspondent of the paper, for whom I had worked in Chicago on the World's Fair. He had hurried to the art department with his tales of me, wishing, I fancy, to be on friendly and happy terms there. Dick, however, considered Hartung's judgment as less than nothing, himself an upstart, a mere office rat. To have him endeavor to introduce anybody was too much. At first he received me very coldly. Then, finding me perhaps better than he thought, he hastened to make friends with me. The halcyon hours with these two that followed. Not infrequently, Peter and Dick would dine together at some downtown restaurant, or, if a rush of work were on and they were compelled to linger, they had a late supper in some German saloon. It was Peter who first invited me to one of these late séances, and later Wood did the same, but this last was based on another development in connection with myself, which I should narrate here. The office of the Globe proved a sprouting bed for incipient literary talent. Hazard had, some 15 or 18 months before, in company with another newspaper man of whom later I heard amazing things, written a novel entitled Theo, which was plainly a bog fire kindled by those blazing French suns, Zola and Balzac. The scene was laid in Paris. Imagine two Western newspaper men who had never been out of America writing a novel of French life and laying it in Paris, and had much of the atmosphere of Zola's Nana, plus the delicious idealism of Balzac's The Great Man from the Provinces. Never having read either of these authors at this time, I did not see the similarity, but later I saw it plainly. One or both of these men had fed up on the French realists to such an extent that they were able to create the illusion of France, for me at least, and at the same time to fire me with a desire to create something, perhaps a novel of this kind, but preferably a play. It seemed intensely beautiful to me at the time, this book, with its frank pictures of raw, greedy, sensual human nature, and its open pictures of self-indulgence and vice. The way this came about was interesting, but I would not relate it save that it had such a marked effect on me. I was sitting in the city repertorial room later one gloomy December afternoon, having returned from a fruitless assignment, when a letter was handed to me. It was postmarked Chicago and addressed in the handwriting of Alice. Up to then, I had allowed matters to drift, having, as I have said, written but one letter in which I apologized rather indifferently for having come away without seeing her. But my conscience had been paining me so much that when I saw her writing, I started. I tore the letter open and read with a sense of shame. Dear Theo, I got your letter the day you left, but then it was too late. I know what you say is true about your being called away, and I don't blame you. I'm only sorry our quarrel, there had been none save of my making, didn't let you come to see me before you left. Still, that was my fault too, I guess. I can't blame you entirely for that. Anyhow, Theo, that isn't what I'm writing you for. You know that you haven't been just the same to me as you once were. I know how you feel. I have felt it too. I want to know if you won't send me back the letters I wrote you. You won't want them now. Please send them, Theo, and believe I am as ever your friend, Alice. There was a little blank space on the paper, and then, I stood by the window last night and looked out on the street. The moon was shining, and these dead trees over the way were waving in the wind. I saw the moon in that little pool of water over the field. It looked like silver. Oh, Theo, I wish I were dead. As I read this, I jumped up and clutched the letter. The pathos of it cut me to the quick. To think I should have left her so. To think I should be there and she there. Why hadn't I written? Why had I shilly-shallied these many days? Of course she wished to die. And I, what of me? I went over the situation and tried to figure out what I should do. Should I send for her? $20 a week was very little for two. My legitimate expenses made a total of $11 a week. I wished to keep myself looking well, to have a decent room, to eat 3 fair meals a day, and I was in no position to return to Chicago, where I had earned less. Then my new friendships with Wood and McCord, as well as with other newspaper men, nearly all of them like to drink, were costing me something extra. I could not associate with them without buying an occasional drink. I did not see where I was to save much or how I could support a wife. In addition, there was the newsness of my position here. I could not very well leave it now, having just come from Chicago. By nature, where things material of futorial were concerned, I was timid, but little inclined to battle for my rights or desires, and consequently not often realizing them. I was in a trying situation, for I had, as I have said, let it appear to Alice that money was no object. With the vanity of youth, I had always talked about my good salary and comfortable position, and now that this salary and comfortable position were to be put to the test, I did not know what to do about it. Honesty would have dictated a heartfelt confession, of course. But I made none. Instead, I wavered between two horns of an ever-recurring dilemma, sympathizing with the pain which Alice was suffering and alive to my own loss of honor and happiness. Still, I hesitated to pull down the fine picture of myself which I had so artistically built up to reveal myself as I really was, a man unable to marry on his present salary. If I had loved her more, if I had really respected her, if I had not looked upon her as one who might be so easily put aside, I would have done something about it. My natural tendency was to drift, to wait and see, suffering untold agonies in the meanwhile. This I was preparing to do now. These mental stresses were always sufficient, however, to throw me into a soulful mood. And now as I looked out of the window on the fast-windowing sky, it was with an ache that rivaled in intensity those melancholy moods we sometimes find interpreted by music. Indeed, my heart was torn by the inextricable problems which life seemed ever too present, and I fairly wrung my hands as I looked into the face of the hurrying world. How it was hastening away! How swiftly and insensibly my own life was slipping by! The few sweets which I had thus far tasted were always accompanied by such bitter repinings. No pleasure was without pain, as I had always seen, and life offered no solution. Only silence and the grave ended it all. My body was racked with a fine tremor. My brain ached. I went to my desk and took up a pencil. I sat looking into the face of the tangle as one might into the gathering front of a storm. Words moved in my brain, then bubbled, then marshaled themselves into curious lines and rhythms. I put my pencil to paper and wrote line after line. Presently I saw that I was writing a poem, but that it was rough and needed modifying and polishing. I was in a great fever to change it, and did so, but more eager to go on with my idea, which is about this tangle of life. I became so moved and interested that I almost forgot Alice in the process. When I read it over, it seemed but a poor reflection of the thoughts I had felt, the great sad mood I was in. Then I sat there, disappointed and unhappy, resolving to write Alice and tell her all. I took a pen and wrote her that I could not marry her now, that I was in no position to do so. Later, if I found myself in better shape financially, I would come back. I told her that I did not want to send back her letters, that I did not wish to think our love was at an end. I had not meant to run away. I closed by saying that I still loved her, and that the picture she had painted of herself standing at the window in the moonlight had torn my heart. But I could not write it as effectively as I might have, for I was haunted by the idea that I should never keep my word. Something kept telling me that it was not wise, that I didn't really want to. While I was writing, Hazard came into the room and glanced over my shoulder to where the poem was lying. "What are you doing, Dreiser? Writing poetry?" "Trying to," I replied a little shamefacedly. "I don't seem to be able to make much of it, though. The while I was wondering at the novelty of being taken for a poet. It seems such a fine thing to be." "There's no money in it," he observed helpfully. "You can't sell 'em. I've written tons of 'em, but it don't do any good. You'd better be putting your time on a book or a play." A book or a play? I sat up. To be considered a writer, a dramatist, even a possible dramatist, raised me in my own estimation. Why, at this rate, I might become one. Who knows? "I know it isn't profitable," I said. "Still, it might be if I wrote them well enough. It would be a great thing to be a great poet." Hazard smiled sardonically. From his pinnacle of 26 years, such aspirations seemed ridiculous. I might be a good newspaper man, I think he was willing to admit that, but a poet. The discussion took the turn of book and playwriting. He had written a book in connection with Young, I think his name was. He had lately been thinking of writing a play. He expatiated on the money there was to be made out of this, the great name some playwrights achieved. Look at Augustus Thomas now, who had once worked on the Star here. One of his pieces was then running in St. Louis. Look at Henry Blossom, once a St. Louis society boy, one of whose books was now in the local bookstore windows, a hit. To my excited mind, the city was teeming with brilliant examples. Eugene Field had once worked here on this very paper. Mark Twain had idled about here for a time, drunk and hopeless. W.C. Brand had worked on and gone from this paper. William Marion Reedy, the same. I returned to my desk after a time, greatly stirred by this conversation. My gloom was dissipated. Hazard had promised to let me read this book. This world was a splendid place for talent, I thought. It bestowed success and honor upon those who could succeed. Plays or books, or both, were the direct entrance to every joy which the heart could desire. Something of the rumored wonder and charm of the lives of successful playwrights came to me, their studios, their summer homes, and the like. Here at last, then, was the equivalent of Dick's wealthy girl. I sat thinking about plays somewhat modified in my grief over Alice for the nonce, but none the less aware of its tremendous sadness. I read over my poem and thought it good, even beautiful. I must be a poet. I copied it and put a duplicate in Alice's letter, and folded my own copy and put it in my pocket close to my heart. It seemed as though I had just forged a golden key to a world of beauty and light, where sorrow and want could never be.
Chapter 23 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 23. The central character of Hazard's book was an actress, young and very beautiful. Her lover was a newspaper man, deeply in love with her, and yet not faithful, in one instance anyhow. This was brought about in a Zola-esque scene in which she spanked another actress with a hairbrush. There was a treacherous plotting on the part of somebody in regard to a local murder, which brought about the arrest and conviction of the newspaper man for something he knew nothing about. This entailed a great struggle on the part of Theo to save him, which resulted in her failure and his death on the guillotine. A priest figured in it in some way, grim, Jesuitical. To this day, some of the scenes of this book come back to me as having been forcefully done. The fight between the two actresses, for one thing, a midnight feast with several managers, the gallows scene, a confession. I am not sure of the name of the newspaper man who collaborated with Hazard on this work, but the picture of his death in an opium joint later, painted for me by Hazard, with the eccentricities of his daily life, stand out even now as Poe-like. He must have been blessed or cursed with some such temperament as that of Poe, dark, gloomy, reckless, poetic, for he was a dope fiend and died of dope. Be that as it may, this posthumous work, never published, so far as I know, was the opening wedge for me into the realm of realism. Being distinctly imitative of Balzac and Zola, the method was new and to me impressive. It has always struck me as curious that the first novel written by an American that I read in manuscript should have been one which, by reason of its subject matter and the puritanic character of the American mind, could never be published. These two youths knew this. Hazard handed it to me with the statement, "Of course a thing like this could never be published over here. We'd have to get it done abroad." That struck me as odd at the time. The fact that if one wrote a fine thing, nevertheless, because of an American standard I had not even thought of before, one might not get it published. How queer, I thought. Yet these two incipient artists had already encountered it. They had been overawed to the extent of thinking it necessary to write of French, not American life, in terms of fact. Such things as they felt called upon to relate occurred only in France, never here, or at least such things, if done here, were never spoken of. I think it nothing less than tragic that these men, or boys, fresh, forceful, imbued with a burning desire to present life as they saw it, were thus completely overawed by the moral hypocrisy of the American mind, and did not even dare to think of sending their novel to an American publisher. Hazard was deeply impressed with the futility of attempting to do anything with a book of that kind. The publishers wouldn't stand for it. You couldn't write about life as it was. You had to write about it as somebody else thought it was, the ministers and farmers and dullers of the home. Yet here he was, as was I, busy in a profession that was hourly revealing the fact that this sweetness and light code, this idea of a perfect world which contained neither sin nor shame for any save vile outcasts, criminals and vagrants, was the trashiest lie that was ever foisted upon an all-too-human world. Not a day, not an hour, but the pages of the very newspaper we were hoping to fill with our scribbled observations were full of the most incisive pictures of the lack of virtue, honesty, kindness, even average human intelligence, not on the part of a few, but of nearly everybody. Not a business, apparently, not a home, not a political or social organization or an individual, but in the course of time was guilty of an infraction of some kind of this seemingly perfect and unbroken social and moral code. But in spite of all this, judging by the editorial page, the pulpit and the noble mouthings of the average citizen, speaking for the benefit of his friends and neighbors, all men were honest, only they weren't. All women were virtuous and without evil intent or design, but they weren't. All mothers were gentle, self-sacrificing slaves, sweet pictures for songs and Sunday schools, only they weren't. All fathers were kind, affectionate, saving, industrious, only they weren't. But when describing actual facts for the news columns, you were not allowed to indicate these things. Side by side with the most amazing columns of crimes of every kind and description would be other amazing columns of sweet mush about love, undying and sacrificial, editorials about the perfection of the American man, woman, child, his or her sweet deeds, intentions, and the like. A wonderful dose. And all this last in the face of the other, which was supposed to represent the false state of things, merely passing indecencies, accidental errors that did not count. If a man like Hazard or myself had ventured to transpose a true picture of facts from the news columns of the papers, from our own reportorial experiences, into a story or novel, what a howl! Ostracism would have followed much more swiftly in that day than in this, for today turgid slush approximating at least some of the facts is tolerated. 15 years later, Hazard told me he still had his book buried in a trunk somewhere, but by then he had turned to adventurous fiction, and a year later, as I have said, he blew his brains out. Just the same, the book made a great impression on me. It gave me a great respect for Hazard, made me really fond of him. And it fixed my mind definitely on this matter of writing. Not a novel, curiously, but a play, a form which from the first seemed easier for me, and which I still consider so, one in which I work with greater ease than I do in the novel. I mentioned to Wood and McCord that Hazard and another man had written a novel and that I had read it. I must have enthused over it, for both were impressed, and I myself seemed to gain standing, especially with Wood. It was generally admitted then that Hazard was one of the best reporters in the city, and my being taken into his confidence in this fashion seemed to Wood to be a significant thing. And not long after that I had something else to tell these two which carried great weight. There was at that time on the editorial page of the paper a column entitled Heard in the Corridors, which was nothing more than a series of imaginary interviews with passing guests at the various hotels, or interviews condensed into short tales, about 6 to the column, one at least being accredited to a guest at each of the 3 principal hotels, the others standing accredited as things heard at the Union Station or upon the street somewhere. Previous to my arrival, this column had been written by various men, the last one having been the already famous W.C. Brand, then editor of the brilliant Iconoclast. By the time I arrived, however, Brand had departed, and the column had sagged. Hazard was doing a part of it, Bellairs another, but both were tired of it. At first, when I considered it, a little extra work added to my daily reporting, I was not so pleased. Indeed, it seemed an all but impossible thing to do. Later, however, after a trial, I discovered that it gave free rein to my wildest imaginings, which was exactly what I wanted. I could write any sort of story I pleased, romantic, realistic, or lunatic, and credit it to some imaginary guest at one of the hotels, and if it was not too improbable, it was passed without comment. At any rate, when this was assigned to me, I went forth to get names of personages stopping in the hotels. I inquired for celebrities. As a rule, the clerks could give me no information or were indifferent, and seemed to take very little interest in having the hotel advertised. I returned and racked my brain, decided that I could manufacture names as well as stories, and forthwith scribbled 6 marvels, attaching such names as came into my mind. The next day these were all duly published, and I was told to do the column regularly, as well as my regular assignments. My asinine ebullience had won me a new task without any increase in pay. However, it seemed an honor to have a whole column assigned to me, and this honor I communicated to McCord and Wood. It was then that either Wood or McCord informed me that Brand had done it previously and had written snake stories for the paper into the bargain. This flattered me, for they pictured him for what he was, a rare soul, and I felt myself growing. Peter had illustrated some of these tales for him, for, as he said with mock dignity, I am the official snake artist of this paper. That very night, as a reward for my efficiency, I was invited by Dick to come to his room, the studio, where he inflicted about 9 of his horrible masterpieces upon me. I would not make so much of this great honor if it were not for what it meant to me then. The room was large and dark, on Broadway between Market and Walnut, with the cars jangling below. It contained one great white bed, a long table covered with the papers and literary compositions of Mr. Richard Wood, and was decorated and reinforced with that gentleman's conception of what constituted literary insignia. On the walls hung dusty engravings representing the death of Hamlet and the tempting of Faust. In one corner, over a chest of drawers, was the jagged blade of a swordfish, and in another a most curious display of oriental coins. The top of the wardrobe was surmounted by a gruesome papier-mâché head representing that somewhat demented creature known in England as Ally Sloper. A clear space at one corner of the table held a tin pail for carrying beer, and the floor, like the walls, was covered with some dusty brown material which might once have been a carpet. Owing to the darkness of the furnishings and brightness of the fire, the room had a very cheery look. "Say, Dick, did you see where one of Blank's plays made a great hit in New York?" asked McCord. "He's made a strike this time." "No," replied Dick solemnly, poking around the coals of the grate and drawing up a chair. Sit down, Dreiser. Pull up a chair, Peter. This confounded grate smokes whenever the wind's from the south. Still, there's nothing like a grate fire. We drew up chairs. I was revolving in my mind the charm of the room and a vision of greatness in playwriting. These two men seemed subtly involved with the perfection of the arts. In this atmosphere, with such companions, I felt that I could accomplish anything, and soon. I'll tell you how it is with the game of playwriting, observed Dick sententiously. You have to have imagination and feeling and all that, but what's more important than anything is a little business sense, to know how to get in with those fellows. You might have the finest play in the world in your pocket, but if you didn't know how to dispose of it, what good would it do you? None at all. You got to know that end first. He reached over and pulled the coal scuttle into position as a footrest, and then looked introspectively at the ceiling. The play's the thing, put in Peter. If you could write a real good play, you wouldn't need to worry about getting it staged. Oh, wouldn't I? Listen to that now, commented Dick irascibly. I tell you, Peter, you don't know anything about it. You only think you do, that's all. Say, did Campbell have a good play in his pocket, or didn't he? You bet your neck he did. Did he get it staged? No, you bet your boots he didn't. Don't talk to me, I know. By his manner, you would have thought he had a standing bone to pick with Peter, but this was only his way. It made me laugh. Well, the play is the first thing to worry about, anyhow, I observed. I wish I were in a position to write one. Why don't you try? Suggested McCord. You ought to be able to do something in that line. I bet you could write a good one. We fell to discussing dramatists. Peter, with his eye for gorgeous effects, costuming, and the like, immediately began to describe the ballet effects and scenery of a comic opera laid in Algeria, which was then playing in St. Louis. You ought to go and see that, Dreiser, he urged. It's something wonderful. The effect of the balconies in the first act, with the muezzins crying the prayers from the towers in the distance, it's great. Then the harmony of the color work in the stones of the buildings is something exquisite. You want to see it. I felt myself glowing. This intimate conversation with men of such marked artistic ability, in a room, too, which was the reflection of an artist's personality, raised my sense of latent ability to the highest point. Not that I felt I was not fit to associate with these people. I felt that I was more than fit, their equal at every point, conceal it as I might. But it was something to come in touch with your own, to find real friends to the manner born who were your equals, and able to sympathize with you and appreciate your every mood. A man who had found such friends as these so quickly surely need never worry. I'll tell you what I propose to do, Peter, while you people are talking, observed Dick. I propose to go over to Frank's and get a can of beer. Then I'll read you that story. This proposal to read a story was new to me. I had not heard Wood had written one before. I looked at him more keenly, and a little flame of envy leaped to life in me. To be able to write a short story, or any kind of a story. He went to his wardrobe, whence he extracted a medium-length black cape of broadcloth, which he threw about his shoulders, and a soft hat which he drew rakishly over his eyes, then took the tin pail and piece of money from a plate, after the best fashion of the artistic romances of the day, and went out. I gazed admiringly after him, touched by the romance of it all. That face, waxen, drawn, sensitive, with deep burning eyes, and that frail body, that cape, that hat, that plate of coins. Yes, this was Bohemia. I was now a part of that happy middle world which was superior to wealth and poverty. I was in that serene realm where moved freely talent, artistic ability, noble thought, ingenious action, unhampered by conventional thought and conduct. A great man should so live, an artist certainly. These two could and did do as they pleased. They were not as others, but wise, sensitive, delicately responsive to all that was best in life, and as yet the great world was not aware of their existence. Wood came back with the beer, and then Peter insisted that he read us the story. I noticed that there was something impish in his manner. He assured me that all of Dick's stories were masterpieces, every one, that time alone was required for worldwide recognition. Dick picked up a single manuscript from a heap. I don't want to inflict this on you, Dreiser, he said sweetly and apologetically. We had planned to do this before I knew you were coming. That's just the way he talks, put in Pete banteringly. Dick loves to stage things, but they're great stories just the same. I leaned back, prepared to be thrilled. Dick drew up his chair to the table and adjusted a green-shaded gas lamp close to the table's edge. He then unfolded his manuscript and began reading in a low, well-modulated, semi-pathetic voice, which seemed very effective in the more sentimental passages. Reverently I sat up and listened. The tale was nothing, a mere daub, but oh, the wonder of it! Was I not in the presence and friendship of artists? Was not this Bohemia? Had I not long heard and dreamed of it? Well then, what difference whether the tales were good or bad? They were by one whom I was compelled to admire, an artist, pale, sensitive, recessive, one who, at the slightest show of inattention or lack of appreciation, might leave me and never see me more. I listened to about 9 without dying, declaring each and every one to be the best I had ever heard. Perfect. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 24. From now on, because of this companionship, my life in St. Louis took on a much more cheerful aspect. Hitherto, in spite of my work and my natural interest in a strange city, I had had intensely gloomy moments. My favorite pastime, when I was not out on an assignment or otherwise busy, was to walk the streets and view the lives and activities of others, not thinking so much how I might advantage myself and my affairs, as how, for some, the lightning of chance was always striking somewhere and disrupting plans, leaving destruction and death in its wake, for others, luck or fortune. I never was blinded to the gross favoritism practiced by nature, and this I resented largely, it may be, because it was not, or I thought it was not, practiced in my behalf. Later in life I began to suspect that a gross favoritism, in regard to certain things at least, was being practiced in my behalf. I was never without friends, never without someone to do me a good turn at a critical moment, never without love and the sacrifice of beauty on the part of someone on my behalf, never without a certain amount of applause or repute. Was I worthy of it? I knew I was not, and I felt that the powers that make and control life did not care two whoops whether I was worthy or not. Life, as I had seen and felt from my earliest thinking period, used people, sometimes to their advantage, sometimes not. Occasionally, as I could see, I was used to my advantage, as well as to that of someone or something else. Occasionally I was used, as I thought, to my disadvantage. Now and then I imagined I was being used most disadvantageously. It was not so at all, as when for a period I found myself unable to write and so compelled to turn to other things, a turning which resulted in better material later on. At this time, however, I felt that whatever the quality of the gifts handed me or the favors done me, they were as nothing compared to some, and again I was honestly and sympathetically interested in the horrible deprivations inflicted upon others, their weakness of mind and body, afflictions of all sizes and sorts, the ways so often they helplessly blundered or were driven by internal chemic fires, as in the case of the fascinating and beautiful-minded John T. McEnnis, to their own undoing. That great idealistic soul, that warm, ebullient heart. The opportunity for indulging in these moods was due to the fact that I had plenty of time on my hands, that just at this time I was more interested in seeing than in reading, and that the 3 principal hotels here, Southern fashion, were most hospitable, equipping their lobbies and even their flanking sidewalks with comfortable rocking chairs where one might sit and dream, or read or view the passing scene with idle or analytic eye. My favorite hotel was the Lindell, rather large and not impressive but still successful and popular, which stood at the northwest corner of 6th and Washington Avenue. Here I would repair wherever I had a little time, and rock in peace, and watch the crowd of strangers amble to and fro. The manager of this hotel, a brisk, rather interesting, and yet job-centered American, seeing me sit about every afternoon between 4:30 and 6, and knowing that I was from the Globe, finally began to greet me and ask occasionally if I did not want to go up to dinner. How lonely and forlorn I must have looked. On Thanksgiving and Christmas afternoons of this, my first season there, seeing me idle and alone, he asked me to be his guest. I accepted, not knowing what else to do. To make it seem like a real invitation, he came in after I was seated at the table and sat down with me for a few minutes. He was so charming, and the hotel so brisk and crowded that I soon felt at home. The daily routine of my work seemed to provide ample proof of my suspicions that life was grim and sad. Regularly it would be a murder, a suicide, a failure, a defalcation, which I would be assigned to cover, and on the same day there would be an important wedding, a business or political banquet, a ball or a club entertainment of some kind, which would provide just the necessary contrast to prove that life is haphazard and casual and cruel, to some lavish, to others niggardly. Mere money, often unworthily inherited or made by shabby methods, seemed to throw commonplace and even wretched souls into such glittering and condescending prominence, in this world at least. Many of the businessmen with whom I came into contact were vulgarians, their wives and daughters vain and coarse and inconsiderate. I was constantly impressed by the airs of the locally prominent, their craving for show and pleasure, their insane greed for personal mention, their hearty indifference to anything except money, plus a keen wish to seem to despise it. I remember going one afternoon to an imposing residence where some function was in progress. I was met by an ostentatious butler who exclaimed most nobly, "My dear sir, who sent you here?" The Globe knows we never give lists to newspapermen. We never admit reporters. And then stiffly closed the door on me. I reported as much to the city editor, who remarked meekly, "Well, that's all right," and gave me something else to do. But the next day a list of the guests at this function was published, and in this paper. I made an inquiry of Hartung, who said, "Oh, the society editor must have turned that in. These society women send in their lists beforehand, and then say they don't receive reporters." Another time it was the residence of the Catholic Archbishop of St. Louis, a very old but shrewd man, whom, so it was rumored in newspaper circles, the local priests were plotting to make appear infirm and weak-minded, in order that a favorite of theirs might be made coadjutor. I was sent to inquire about his health, to see him if possible. At the door I was met by a sleek, dark priest, who inquired what I wished, whereupon he assured me that the archbishop was too feeble to be seen. "That is exactly why I am here," I insisted. "The Globe wishes to inform the public of his exact condition. There seems to be a belief on the part of some that he is not as ill as is given out." "What? You accuse us of concealing something in connection with the archbishop? This is outrageous," and he firmly shut me out. It seemed to me that the straightforward thing would have been to let me meet the archbishop. He was a public official, the state of whose health was of interest to thousands. But no, official control regulated that. Shortly afterward he was declared too feeble to perform his duties, and a coadjutor was appointed. Again I was sent to a fashionable West End hotel to interview a visiting governor who was attending a reception of some kind, and who, as we understood, was leaving the next day. "My dear young fellow," said a functionary connected with the entertainment committee, "you cannot do anything of the sort. This is no time to be coming around for anything of this kind." "But he's leaving tomorrow." "I cannot help that. You cannot see him now." "How about taking him my card and asking him about tomorrow?" "No, no, no. I cannot do anything of the sort. You cannot see him." And once again I was shunted briskly forth. I recall being sent one evening to attend a great public ball of some kind, the Veiled Prophets, which was held in the general selling room of the Stock Exchange at 3rd and Walnut, and which followed as a rule some huge autumnal parade. The city editor sent me for a general view or introduction or pen picture to be used as a lead to the full story, which was to be done by others piecemeal. For this occasion I was ordered to hire a dress suit, the first I had ever worn, which cost the paper $3. I remember being greatly disturbed by my appearance once I got in it, and feeling very queer and conspicuous. I was greatly troubled as to what sort of impression my garb would make on the various members of the staff. As to the latter, I was not long in doubt. "Say, look at our friend in the claw hammer, will you?" This from Hazard. "He looks like a real society man to me." "Usher, you mean?" called Bellairs. "Who is he? I don't seem to remember him." "Those pants come darn near being a fit, don't they?" This from someone who had laid hold of the sidelines of the trousers. I could not make up my mind whether I wanted to fight or laugh, or whether I was startlingly handsome or a howling freak. But the thing that weighed on me most was the luxury, tawdry enough perhaps to those intimately connected with it, which this ball presented, contrasted with my own ignoble state. After spending 3 hours there bustling about, examining flowers, decorations, getting names, details of costumes, and drinking various drinks with officiating floor-masters, whose sole duty appeared to be to look after the press and see that they got all the details straight, I returned to the office and began to pour forth a glowing account of how beautiful it all was, how gorgeous, how perfect the women, how marvelous their costumes, how gracious and graceful the men, how Oriental or Occidental or Arabic, I forget which, were the decorations, outdoing the Arabian Nights or the fabled splendors of the Caliphate. Who does not recognize this indiscriminate newspaper tosh, poured forth from one end of America to another for everything from a farmer's reunion or an IOOF ladies' day to an Astor or Vanderbilt wedding? As I was writing, my head was whirring with the imaginary and impossible splendors of the occasion. I was informed by my city editor that when I was done I should go to a number in South St. Louis, where only an hour before a triple or quadruple murder had been committed. I was to go out on a streetcar, and if I could not get back in time by streetcar, I was to get in a carriage and drive at breakneck speed in order to get the story into the last edition. The great fear was that the rival paper, the Republic, would get it or might already have it, and we would not. And so, my head full of pearls, diamonds, silks, satins, laces, a world of flowers and lights, I was now hustled out along the dark, shabby, lonely streets of South St. Louis to the humblest of cottages, in the humblest of streets, where, among unpainted shacks with lean-tos at the back for kitchens, was one which contained this story. An Irish policeman, silent and indifferent, was already at the small dark gate in the dark and silent street, guarding it against intruders. Another was inside the door, which stood partially open, and beyond in the roadway in the darkness their faces all but indistinguishable, a few horrified people. A word of explanation and I was admitted. A faint glow from a small, smoky glass lamp illuminated the front room darkly. It turned out that a very honest, simple, religious, and good-natured Irish-American of about 50, who had been working by the day in this neighborhood, had recently been taken ill with brain fever, and had on this night arisen from his feverish sickbed, seized a flat iron, crept into the front room where his wife and 2 little children slept, and brained all 3. He had then returned to the rear room, where a grown daughter slept on a couch beside him, and had first felled her with the iron and then cut her throat with a butcher knife. Murderous as the deed seemed, and apparently premeditated, it was the result of fever. The policeman at the gate informed me that the father had already been taken to the 4 courts, and that a hospital ambulance was due any moment. "But he's out of his mind," he insisted blandly. "He's crazy, sure, or sick of the fever. No man in his right senses would do that. I tried to talk to him, but he couldn't say nothin', just mumble-like." After my grand ball, this wretched front room presented a sad and ghastly contrast. The house and furniture was very poor, the dead wife and children homely and seemingly work-worn. I noticed the dim, smoky flame cast by the lamp, the cheap bed awry and stained red, the mother and 2 children lying in limp and painful disorder, the bedding dragged half off. It was evident that a struggle had taken place, for a chair and table were upset, the ironing board thrown down, a bureau and the bed pushed sidewise. Shocked beyond measure, yet with an eye to color and to zest of the public for picturesque details, I examined the 3 rooms with care, the officer in the house following me. Together we looked at utensils in the kitchen, what was in the cupboard to eat, what was in the closet to wear. I made notes of the contents of the rooms, their cheapness, then went to the neighbors on either hand to learn if they had heard anything. Then, in a stray owl car, no carriages being available, I hurried to the 4 courts, several miles cityward, to see the criminal. I found him, old, pale, sick, thin, walking up and down in his small iron cell, plainly out of his mind, the picture of hopeless, unconscious misery. His hands trembled idly about his mouth, his shabby trousers bagged about his shoes. He was unshaven and weak-looking, and all the while he mumbled to himself some unintelligible sounds. I tried to talk with him but could get nothing. He seemed to not even know that I was there, so brain-sick was he. Then I questioned the jail attendants, those dull wiseacres of the law. Had he talked? Did they think he was sane? With the usual acumen and delicacy of this tribe, they were inclined to think he was shamming. I hurried through the dark streets to the office. It was an almost empty reportorial room in which I scribbled my dolorous picture. With the impetuosity of youth and curiosity and sorrow and wonder, I told it all, the terror, the pity, the inexplicability. As I wrote, each page was taken up by Hartung, edited, and set up. Then, having done perhaps a column and a half, Bellairs having arrived with various police theories, I was allowed finally to amble out into a dark street and seek my miserable room with its creaky bed, its dirty coverlets, its ragged carpets and stained walls. Nevertheless, I laid down with a high kind of pride and satisfaction my story of the murder and my description of the ball, and with my life in consequence. I was not so bad. I was getting along. I must be thought an exceptional man to be picked for 2 such difficult tasks in the same evening. Life itself was not so bad, it was just higgledy-piggledy, catch as catch can, that was all. If one were clever like myself, it was all right. Next morning, when I reached the office, McCord and Hazard and some others pronounced my stuff pretty good, and I was beside myself with glee. I strolled about as though I owned the earth, pretending simplicity and humility, but actually believing that I was the finest ever, that no one could outdo me at this game of reporting. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 25. Things relatively interesting, contrasts nearly as sharp and as well calculated to cause one to meditate on the wonder, the beauty, the uncertainty, the indifference, the cruelty and rank favoritism of life, were daily, if not hourly, put before me. Now it would be some such murder as this, or a social scandal of some kind, often of a gross and revolting character, in some ultra-respectable neighborhood, or a suicide of peculiarly sad or grim character. Or, again, it would be a fine piece of chicane, as when a certain board-and-feed stable owner of the West End, about to lose his property because of poor business and anxious to save himself by securing the insurance, set fire to the stable and destroyed 17 healthy horses as well as one stable attendant and got away with it, legally anyhow. His plan had probably been to save the horses and the man,
but the plan miscarried. I gathered as much from him when I interviewed him. I put some pertinent questions at him, but could get no admissions on which to base a charge. He was a shrewd, calculating, commercial type, vigorous and semi-savage. He evaded me blandly, and I had to write the fire-up as a sad accident, thereby aiding him to get his insurance, the while I was convinced he was guilty, a hard-hearted scoundrel. Another thing that I sensed very clearly at this time was the fact that the average newspaper reporter was a far better detective in his way than the legitimate official detective, and not nearly so well paid. The average so-called headquarters man was a loathsome thing, as low in his ideas and methods as the lowest criminal he was set to trap. The criminal was at least shrewd and dynamic enough to plot and execute a crime, whereas the detective had no brains at all, merely a low kind of cunning. Often red-headed, freckled, with big hands and feet, store clothes, squeaky shoes. Why does such a picture of the detective come back to me? Pop-eyed, with the ridiculous air of mystery and profundity in matters requiring neither, dirty, offensive, fish-eyed, and merciless, the detectives floundered about in different cases without a grain of humor, whereas the average reporter was, by contrast anyhow, intelligent or shrewd, cleanly nearly always, if at times a little slouchy, inclined to drink and sport perhaps, but genial, often gentlemanly, a fascinating storyteller, a keen psychologist, nearly always one of the best, frequently well-read, humorous, sympathetic, amusing or gloomy as the case might be, but generally to be relied upon in such emergencies for truly skillful work. Naturally, there was some enmity between the two, a contempt on the part of the newspaper man for the detective, a fear and dislike and secret opposition on the part of the detective. The reporter would go forth on a mystifying case, and as a rule, given time enough, would solve it, whereas the police detectives would be tramping about, often trailing the reporters, reading the newspapers to discover what had been discovered, and then, when the work had been done and the true clue furnished, would step forward at the grand moment to do the arresting and get their pictures and names in the papers. The detectives were constantly playing into the hands of the police reporters in unimportant matters during periods between great cases, doing them little favors, helping them in small cases, in order that when a big case came along they might have favors done unto them. The most important of all these favors, of course, was that of seeing that their names were mentioned in the papers as being engaged in solving a mystery or having done thus, and so, when in all likelihood some newspaper man had done it. Sometimes the tip as to where the criminal was likely to be found would be furnished by the papers and later credited to the police. Sometimes the newspaper men would lash the police, sometimes flatter them, but always they were seeking to make the police aid them to get various necessary things done, but not always succeeding. Sometimes the police were hand in glove with certain crooks or evildoers, and you could all but prove it, but until you did so, and sometimes afterward, they were stubborn and would defy you and the papers. But not for long. They loved publicity too much. Offer them sufficient publicity and they would act. It was nearly always my experience that the newspapers, which meant the reporters, of course, plus an efficient city editor and possibly a managing editor, would be the first to worm out the psychology of any given case, and then point an almost unerring finger at the criminal. Then the police or detectives would come in and do the arresting and get the credit. Another thing that impressed me greatly at this time was the kaleidoscopic character of newspaper work, which, in its personal significance to me, cannot be too much emphasized. As I have said, one day it would be a crime of a lurid or sensational character that would arrest and compel me to think, and the same day, within the hour perhaps, it would be a lecturer or religionist with some fine-spun theory of life, some theosophist like Annie Besant, who, in passing through St. Louis on a lecture tour, would be at one of the best hotels, usually the Southern, talking transmigration and nirvana. Again, it would be some mountebank or quack of a low order, a spiritualist, let us say, of the Eva Fay stripe, or a mind-reader like Bishop, or a third-rate religionist like the Reverend Sam Jones, who was then in his heyday preaching unadulterated hell, or the arrival of a prize-fighter actor like John L. Sullivan, then only recently defeated by Corbett, or a novelist of the quack order, such as Hall Caine. And there were distinguished individuals, including such excellent lecturers as Henry Watterson and Henry M. Stanley, or a musician like Paderewski, or a scientist of the standing of Nikola Tesla. I was sent to interview my share of these to get their views on something, anything or nothing really, for my city editor, Mr. Mitchell, seemed at times a little cloudy as to their significance, and certainly I had no clear insight into what most of them stood for. I wondered, guessed, made vague stabs at what I thought they represented, and in the main took them seriously enough. My favorite question was what did they think of life, its meaning, since this was uppermost in my mind at the time, and I think I asked it of every one of them, from John L. Sullivan to Annie Besant. And what a jangle of doctrines! What a noble burst of ideas! Annie Besant, in a room at the Southern delicately scented with flowers, arrayed in a cool silken gray dress, informed me that the age was material, that wealth and show were an illusion based on nothing at all. I wrote that down without understanding what she meant. And that the Hindu swamis had long since solved all this seeming mystery of living, Madame Blavatsky being the most recent and greatest apostle of wisdom in this matter, and that the great thing to do in this world or the next was to improve oneself spiritually and so eventually attain to nirvana, nothingness, a word I had to look up afterward. When I told Dick Wood about her, he seemed greatly impressed and said, "Oh, there's more to that stuff than you think, Dreiser. You're just not up on all that yet. These mystics see more than we think they do," and he looked very wise. And Henry Watterson, imagine me at the age of 21 trying to interview him when he was in the heyday of his fame and mental powers. Short, stocky, with a protuberant belly, slightly gray hair, gruff and simple in his manner and joyously secure in his fame, he had just the preceding summer said that Cleveland, Democratic candidate of the hour and later elected, was certain to walk up an alley to a slaughterhouse and an open grave, and had of course seen his prediction fail. He was convinced that the country was in bad hands, not likely to go to the demnition bow-wows as yet, but in for a bad corporation materialistic spell. And when I asked him what he thought of life, "My son, when you get as old as I am, you probably won't think so much of it, and you won't be to blame. It's good enough in its way, but it's a damn ticklish business. You may say that Henry Watterson said that if you like. Do the best you can, and don't crowd the other fellow too hard, and you'll come out as well as anybody, I suppose." And then John L. Sullivan, raw, red-faced, big-fisted, broad-shouldered, drunken, with gaudy waistcoat and tie, and rings and pins set with enormous diamonds and rubies. What an impression he made! Surrounded by local sports and politicians of the most rubicund and degraded character, he was a great favorite with them, he seemed to me, sitting in his suite at the Lindell, to be the apotheosis of the humorously gross and vigorous and material. Cigar boxes, champagne buckets, decanters, beer bottles, overcoats, collars and shirts littered the floor, and lolling back in the midst of it all in ease and splendor, his very great self, a sort of prize-fighting J.P. Morgan. "Ah-ha, ha-ha!" I can hear him even now when I asked him my favorite question about life, his plans, the value of exercise, etc. He wants to know about exercise. You're all right, young fella. Kinda slim, but you'll do. Sit down and have some champagne. Have a cigar. Give him some cigars, George. These young newspaper men are all right to me. I'm for 'em. Exercise? What I think? Ha ha! Write any damned thing you please, young fella, and say that John L. Sullivan said so. That's good enough for me. If they don't believe it, bring it back here and I'll sign it for you. But I know it'll be all right, and I won't stop to read it neither. That suit ya? Well, all right. Now, have some more champagne and don't say I didn't treat you right, 'cause I did. I'm ex-champion of the world, defeated by that little dude from California, but I'm still John L. Sullivan. Ain't that right? Ha ha! They can't take that away from me, can they? Ha ha! Have some champagne, boy. I adored him. I would have written anything he asked me to write. I got up the very best article I could and published it, and was told afterwards that it was fine. Another thing that interested me about newspaper work was its pagan or unmoral character as contrasted with the heavy religionistic and moralistic point of view seemingly prevailing in the editorial office proper, the editorial page, of course, as well as the world outside. While the editorial office might be preparing the most flowery, moralistic, or religionistic editorials regarding the worth of man, the value of progress, character, religion, morality, the sanctity of the home, charity, and the like, the business office and newsrooms were concerned with no such fine theories. The business office was all business, with little or no thought of anything save success, and in the city newsroom the mask was off and life was handled in a rough-and-ready manner, without gloves, and in a catch-as-catch-can fashion. Pretense did not go here. Innate honesty on the part of anyone was not probable. Charity was a business with something in it for somebody. Morality was in the main for public consumption only. Get the news! Get the news! That was the great cry in the city editorial room. Don't worry much over how you get it, but get it and don't come back without it. Don't fall down. Don't let the other newspapers skin us. That is, if you value your job. And write well. If any other paper writes it better than you do, you're beaten and might as well resign. The public must be entertained by the writing of reporters. But the methods in the effrontery and the callousness necessary at times for the gathering of news, what a shock, even though one realized that it was conditional with life itself. At most times one needed to be hard, cold, Jesuitical. For instance, one of the problems that troubled me most, and to which there was no solution save to act Jesuitically or get out, was how to get the facts from a man or woman suspected of some kind of misdeed or error without letting him know what you were doing. In the main, if you wanted facts of any kind, especially in connection with the suspected, You did not dare tell them that you came as an enemy or were bent on exposing them. One had to approach all, even the worst and most degraded, as a friend and pretend an interest, perhaps even a sympathy one did not feel, to apply the oil of flattery to the soul. To do less than this was to lose the news, and while a city editor might readily forgive any form of trickery, he would never forgive failure. Cheat and win and you were all right, be honest and lose and you were fired. To appear wise when you were ignorant, dull when you were not, disinterested when you were interested, brutal or severe when you might be just the reverse, these were the essential tricks of the trade. And I, being sent out every day and loafing about the corridors of the various hotels at different times, soon encountered other newspaper men who were as shrewd and wily as ferrets, who had apparently but one motive in life, to trim their fellow newspaper men in the matter of news, or the public which provided the news. There being only 2 morning papers here, the Globe and the Republic, the reporters of each loved the others not, even when personally they were inclined to be friendly. They did not dare permit the personal likes to affect their work. It was every man for himself. Meet a reporter of the Republic or the Globe on a story, he might be friendly enough, but he would tell you nothing. He wished either to shun you or to worm facts out of you. Meet him in the lobby of the Laclede, where by common consent, winter or summer, most seemed to gather, or at the corner drugstore outside, and each would be friendly with the other, trading tales of life, going together to a saloon for a drink or to the Beanery, a famous eating place on the Chestnut between 4th and Broadway, perhaps borrowing a dime, a quarter, or $1 until payday, but never repaying with news or tips. Quite the reverse, as I soon found. One had to keep an absolutely closed mouth as to all one might be doing. The counsel of all these men was to get the news in any way possible, by hook or by crook, and to lose no time in theorizing about it. If a document was lying on an official's table, for instance, and you wanted to see it and could not persuade him to give it to you, well, if he turned his back, it was good business to take it, or at least read it. If a photograph was desired, and the one concerned would not give it, and you saw it somewhere, take it, of course, and let them complain afterward if they would. Your city editor was supposed to protect you in such matters. You might know of certain conditions of which a public official was not aware, and the knowledge of which would cause him to talk in one way, whereas lack of that knowledge would cause him to talk in another. Personally, you might think it your duty to tell him, but as a newspaper man you could not. It was your duty to your paper to sacrifice him. If you didn't, someone else would. I was not long in learning all this and more, and although I understood the necessity, I sometimes resented having to do it. There were times when I wanted to treat people better than I did or could. Sometimes I told myself that I was better in this respect than other newspaper men, but when the test came I found that I was like the others, as eager to get the news. Something akin to a dog's lust of the chase would, in critical moments, seize upon me, and in my eagerness to win a newspaper battle I would forget or ignore nearly every tenet of fairness and get it. Then, victorious, I might sigh over the sadness of it all, and decide that I was going to get out of the business, as I eventually did, and for very much this reason, but at the time I was weak or practical enough. One afternoon I was sent to interview the current Democratic candidate for mayor, an amiable soul who conducted a wholesale harness business, and who was supposed to have an excellent chance of being elected. The city had long been sick of Republican misrule, or so our office seemed to think. When I entered his place, he was in the front part of the store, discussing with several friends or politicians the character of St. Louis, its political and social backwardness, its narrowness, slowness, and the like, and for some reason, possibly due to the personality of his friends, he was very severe. Local religionists, among others, came in for a good drubbing. I did not know him, but for some unexplainable reason I assumed at once that the man talking was the candidate. Again, I instinctively knew that if what he was saying were published, it would create a sensation. The lust of the hunter stalking a wild animal immediately took possession of me. What a beat to take down what this man was saying! What a stir it would make! Without seeming to want anything in particular, I stood by a showcase and examined the articles within. Soon he finished his tirade and came to me. "Well, sir?" "I'm from the Globe," I said. "I want to ask you," and I asked him some questions. When he heard that I was from the Globe, he became visibly excited. "Did you hear what I was saying just now?" "Yes, sir." "Well, you know that I was not speaking for publication." "Yes, I know." "And you're not to forget that." "I understand." Just the same, I returned to the office and wrote up the incident just as it had occurred. My city editor took it, glanced over it, and departed for the front office. I could tell by his manner that he was excited. The next day, it was published in all its crude reality, and the man was ruined politically. There were furious denials in the rival Democratic papers. A lying reporter was denounced, not only by Mr. Bannerman, the candidate, but by all the other newspapers editorially. At once I was called to the front office to explain to Mr. McCullough, which I did in detail. "He said it all, did he?" he asked, and I insisted that he had. "I know it's true," he said, for other people have told me that he has said the same things before. Next day there was a defiant editorial in the Globe defending me, my truthfulness, the fact that the truth of the interview was substantiated by previous words and deeds of the candidate. Various editors on the paper came forward to congratulate me, to tell me what a beat I had made, but to tell the truth I felt shamefaced, dishonest, unkind. I was an eavesdropper. I had taken an unfair advantage, and I knew it. Still, something in me made me feel that I was fortunate. As a reporter, I had done the paper a great service. My editor-in-chief, as I could see, appreciated it. No other immediate personal reward came to me, but I felt that I had strengthened my standing here a little. Yet for that I had killed that man politically. Youth, zest, life, the love of the chase, that is all that explains it to me now. End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of a book about myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MauriceWilliams. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 26. My standing as a local newspaperman seemed to grow by leaps and bounds. I am not exaggerating. Certain almost fortuitous events, how often they have occurred in my life, seemed to assist me, far above my willing or even my dreams. Thus, one morning, I had come down to the Globe City room to get something, a paper or a book I had left. Before going to my late breakfast, when a tall, broad-shouldered man, wearing a slouch hat and looking much like the typical Kentucky colonel, hurried into the office and exclaimed, "Is the city editor here?" "He isn't down yet," I replied. "Anything I can do for you?" "I just stopped to tell you there's a big wreck on the road up here near Alton. I saw it from the train as I passed coming down from Chicago. A half-dozen cars are burning. If you people get a man up there right away, you can get a big lead on this." I grabbed a piece of paper, for I felt instinctively that this was important. Someone ought to attend it right away. I looked around to see if there was anyone to appeal to, but there was no one. "What did you say the name of the place was?" I inquired. "Wayne," replied the stranger. "Right near Alton. You can't miss it. Better get somebody up there quick. I'm thinking something big. I know how important these things are to you newspaper boys. I used to be one myself, and I owe the Globe a few good turns anyhow." He smiled and bustled out. I did not wait to see the city editor. I felt that I was taking a big risk, going out without orders. But I also felt that something terrible had happened, and that the occasion warranted it. I had never seen a big wreck. It must be wonderful. Newspapers always gave them so much space. I wrote a note to the state editor explaining that the wreck was reported to be a great one, and added that I felt it to be my duty to go at once. Perhaps he had better send an artist after me. Imagine me advising him. On the way to the depot, I thought of what I must do. Telegraph for an artist if the wreck was really important, and then get my story and get back. It was over an hour's run. I got off at the nearest station to the wreck and walked the remaining distance, which was little more than a mile. As I neared it, I saw a crowd of people gathering about what was evidently the smoldering embers of a train, and on the same track, not more than 100 feet away, were 3 oil tank cars, those then evidently into which the passenger train had crashed. These cars were also surrounded by a crowd, citizens of nearby towns, as it proved, who were staring at them as the fire blazed about them. As I learned later, a fourth oil tank car had been smashed, and the contents had poured out about these others of the oil group, as well as the passenger train itself. The oil had taken fire and consumed the train, although no people were killed. The significance of the scene had not yet quite dawned upon me. However, when for the second time in my life I was privileged to behold one of those terrible catastrophes, which it is given to few of us to see, the oil tank cars about which the crowd was gathered, having become overheated by the burning oil beneath, exploded all at once with a muffled report which to me, I was no more than 1,500 feet away, sounded like a deep breath exhaled by some powerful man. The earth trembled. The heavens instantly appeared to be surcharged with flame. The crowd, which only a moment before I had seen solidly massed about the cars, was now hurled back in confusion, and I beheld men running, some towards me, some from me, their bodies on fire or being momentarily ignited. I saw flames ascending towards me, long, red, licking things, and realized the danger. I turned and in panic ran as fast as I could, never stopping until I deemed myself at a safe distance. Then I halted and gazed back, hearing at the same time a chorus of pitiful wails and screams which tore my heart. Death is here, I said to myself. I am witnessing a real tragedy, a horror. The part of the great mysterious force which makes and unmakes our visible scene is here and now magnificently operative. But first of all, I was a newspaper man. I must report this. Run to it. Not away. I saw dashing towards me a man whose face I could not make out clearly, for at times it was partially covered by his hands, which seemed aflame. At other times the hands waved in the air like flails, and were burning. His body was being consumed by a rosy flame which partially enveloped him. His face, whenever it became visible as he moved, his hands to and fro, were screwed into a horrible grimace. Unconscious of me as he ran, he dashed like a fiery force to the low ditch which paralleled the railroad, where he rolled and twisted like a worm. I could scarcely believe my eyes or my senses. My hair rose on end, my hands twitched convulsively. I ran forward, pulling off my coat, and threw it over to him, smothering the spots of flame. But it was of no use. My coat began to burn. With my bare hands, I tore grass and earth from the ditch and piled them upon the sufferer. For the moment, I was beside myself with terror and misery and grief. Tears came to my eyes, and I choked with a sense of helpless misery. When I saw my own coat burning, I snatched it away and stamped the fire out. The man was burned beyond recovery. The oil had evidently fallen in a mass upon the back of his head and shoulders and back and legs. It had burned his clothes and hair, and cooked the skin. His hands were scorched black, as well as his neck, and ears, and face. Finally, he ceased to struggle, and lay still. Groaning heavily but unconsciously, he was alive, but that was all. Oppressed by the horror of it, I looked about for help, but seeing many others in the same plight, I realized the futility of further labor here. I could do nothing more. I had stopped the flames in part. The man's rolling in the ditch had done the rest, but to what end? Hope of life was ridiculous. I could see that plainly. I turned, like a soldier in battle, and looked after the rest of the people. To this hour I can see it all. Some running over the fields in the distance away from the now entirely exploded tanks, others approaching the fallen victims. A house a little beyond the wreck was burning. A small village, not 1,000 feet away, was blazing in spots, bits of oil having fallen upon the roofs. People were running hither and thither like ants, bending over and extending prostrate forms. My first idea, of course, when I recovered my senses, was that I must get in touch with my newspaper and get it to send an artist, would if possible, and then get the news. These people here would do as much for the injured as I could. Why waste my newspaper's time on them? I ran to a little road-crossing telegraph station, a few hundred feet farther on, where I asked the agent what was being done. "I've sent for a wrecked train," he replied excitedly. "I've telegraphed the Alt General Hospital. There ought to be a train and doctor here pretty soon. Any minute now." He looked at his watch. "What more can I do?" "Have you any idea how many are killed?" "I don't know. You can see for yourself, can't you?" "Will you take a message to the Globe Democrat? I want to send for an artist." "I can't be bothered with anything like that now," he replied roughly. I felt that an instant antagonism and caution enveloped him. He hurried away. How am I to do this? I thought, and then I ran, studying and aiding with the victims where aid seemed to have the slightest use, wondering how I should ever be able to report all of this, and await the arrival of the hospital and wrecking train. End of chapter 26.
Chapter 27 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 27. It was not long before the wreck train arrived, a thing of flat cars, boxcars, and cabooses of an old pattern, with hospital cots made ready en route, and a number of doctors and nurses who scrambled out with the air and authority of those used to scenes of this kind. Meanwhile, I had been wondering how long it would be before the wreck train would arrive, and had set about getting my information before the doctors and authorities were on the scene, when it might not be so easy. I knew that names of the injured and their condition were most important, and I ran from one to another of the groups that had formed here and there, over one dying or dead, asking them who it was, where he lived, what his occupation was. Curiously, there were no women, and how he came to be at the scene of the wreck. Some, I found, were passengers, some residents of the nearby village of Juan or Alton, who had hurried over to see the wreck. Most of the passengers had gone on a train provided for them. I had a hard enough time getting information even from those who were able to talk. Citizens from the nearby town and those who had not been injured were too much frightened by the catastrophe or were lending a hand to do what they could. They were not interested in a reporter or his needs. A group carrying the injured to the platform resented my intrusion, and others searching the meadows for those who had run far away until they fell were too busy to bother with me. Still, I pressed on. I went from one to another asking who they were, receiving in some cases mumbled replies, in others merely groans. With those laid out on the platform awaiting the arrival of the wreck train, I did not have so much trouble. They were helpless, and there were none to attend them. "Oh, can't you let me alone?" explained one man whose face was a black crust. "Can't you see I'm dying?" "Isn't there someone who will want to know?" I asked softly. It struck me all at once that this was a duty these people owed to everybody, their families and friends included. "You're right," said the man with cracked lips, after a long silence, and he gave me his name and an account of his experiences. I went to others, and to each who was able to understand, I put the same question. It won me the toleration of those who were watching me. All except the station agent seemed to see I was entitled to do this, and he could have been soothed with a bribe if I had thought of it. As I have said, however, once the wreck train rolled in, surgeons and nurses leaped down, and men brought litters to carry away the wounded. In a moment the scene changed. The authorities of the road turned a frowning face upon inquiry, and I was only too glad that I had thought to make my inquiries early. However, I managed in the excitement to install myself in the train just as it was leaving, so as to reach Alton with the injured and dead and witness the transfer. Some died en route, others moaned in a soul-raking way. I was beside myself with pity and excitement, and yet I could think only of the manner in which I could describe, once the time came. Just now I scarcely dared to make notes. At Alton, the scene transferred itself gradually to the Alton General Hospital, where, in spite of the protests of railroad officials, I demanded as my right that I be allowed to enter and was finally admitted. Once in the hospital, I completed my canvass, being new assisted by doctors and nurses who seemed to like my appearance and to respect my calling, possibly because they saw themselves mentioned in the morning paper. Having interviewed every injured man, obtaining his name and address where possible, I finally went out, and at the door encountered a great throng of people, men, women, and children, who were weeping and clamoring for information. One glance, and I realized for all time that these tragedies of the world really mean to those dependent. The white-drawn faces, the liquid appealing eyes, tragedy written in large human characters. "Do you know whether my John is in there?" cried one woman. "Your John?" I replied sympathetically. "Will you tell me who your John is?" "John Taylor. He works on the road. He was over there." "Wait a moment," I said, reaching down in my pocket for my pad and reading the names. "No, he isn't here." The woman heaved a great sigh. Others now crowded around me. In a moment, I was the center of a clamoring throng. All wanted to know, each before the other. "Wait a moment," I said as an inspiration seized me. I raised my hand, and a silence fell over the little group. "You people want to know who is injured," I called. "I have a list here which I made over at the wreck and here. It is almost complete. If you will be quiet, I will read it." A hush fell over the crowd. I stepped to one side, where there was a broad balustrade, mounted it, and held up my paper. "Edward Reeves," I began, 224 South Elm Street, Alton. Arms, legs, and face seriously burned. He may die." "Oh!" came a cry from a woman in the crowd. I decided not to say whether anyone was seriously injured. "Charles Wingate, 415 North 10th Street, St. Louis." No voice answered this. "Richard Shortwood, 193 Thomas Street, Alton." No answer. I read on down the list for 40 or more, and at each name there was a stir, and in some instances, cries. As I stepped down, 2 or 3 people drew near and thanked me. A flush of gratification swept over me. For once, I felt that I had done something of which I could honestly be proud. The rest of the afternoon was spent in gathering outside details. I hunted up the local paper, which was getting out an extra, and got permission to read its earlier account. I went to the depot to see how the trains ran, and by accident ran into Wood. In spite of my inability to send a telegram, the city editor had seen fit to take my advice and send him. He was intensely wrought over how to illustrate it all, and I am satisfied that my description of what had occurred did not ease him much. I accompanied him back to the hospital to see if there was anything there he wished to illustrate, and then described to him the horror as I saw it. Together, we visited the morgue of the hospital, where already 14 naked bodies had been laid out in a row, bodies from which the flames had eaten great patches of skin, and I saw that there was nothing now by which they could be identified. Who were they? I asked myself. What had they been, done? The nothingness of man. They looked so commonplace, so unimportant, so like dead flies or beetles. Curiously enough, the burns which had killed them seemed in some cases pitifully small, little patches cut out of the skin as if a pair of shears, revealing the raw muscles beneath. All those dead were stark naked, men who had been alive and curiously gaping only 2 or 3 hours before. For once, Dick was hushed. He did not theorize or pretend. He was silent, pale. "It's hell, I tell you," was all he said. On the way back on the train, I wrote. In my eagerness to give a full account, I impressed the services of Dick, who wrote for me such phases of the thing as he had seen. At the office, I reported briefly to Mitchell, giving that solemn salamander a short account of what had occurred. He told me to write it at full length, as much as I pleased. It was about 7 in the evening when we reached the office, and at 11 I was still writing and not nearly through. I asked Hartung to look out for some food for me about midnight, and then went on with my work. By that time, the whole paper had become aware of the importance of the thing I was doing. I was surrounded and observed at times by gossips and representatives of out-of-town newspapers who had come here to get transcripts of the tale. The Telegraph editor came in from time to time to get additional pages of what I was writing in order to answer inquiries, and told me he thought it was fine. The night editor called to ask questions, and the reporters present sat about and eyed me curiously. I was a lion for once. The realization of my importance set me up. I wrote with vim, vanity, a fine frenzy. By 1 o'clock I was through. Then after it was all over, other reporters and newspaper men gathered about me. Hazard, Bellairs, Benson, Hartung, David the railroad man, and several others. "This is going to be a great beat for you," said Hazard generously. "We've got the Post licked all right." They didn't hear of it until 3 o'clock this afternoon, but they sent 5 men out there and 2 artists. But the best they can have is a cold account. You saw it. "That's right," echoed Bellairs. "You've got 'em licked. That'll tickle Mac all right. He loves to beat the other Sunday papers. It was Saturday night." "Toby's tickled sick," confided Hartung cautiously. "You've saved his bacon. He hates a big story because he's always afraid he won't cover it right, and it always worries him. But he knows you've got him beat. McCullough gave him credit for it, all right." "Oh, that big stiff," I said scornfully, referring to Tobias. "Something always saves that big stiff," said Hazard bitterly. "He plays in luck, by George. He hasn't any brains." I went in to report to my superior after a time and told him very humbly that I thought I had written all I could down here, but there was considerable more up there which I was sure should be personally covered by me, and that I ought to go back. "Very well," he replied gruffly, "but don't overdo it." The big stiff, I thought as I went out. That night I stayed at a downtown hotel, since I was now charging everything to the paper and wanted to be called early, and after a feverish sleep arose at 6 and started out again. I was as excited and cheerful as though I had suddenly become a millionaire. I stopped at the nearest corner and bought a Globe, a Republic, and a Post-Dispatch, and proceeded to contrast the various accounts, scanning the columns to see how much my stuff made and theirs, and measuring the atmosphere and quality. To me, of course, mine seemed infinitely the best. There it was, occupying the whole front page with cuts, and nearly all the second page with cuts. I could hardly believe my eyes. Dick's illustrations were atrocious, a mess, no spirit or meaning to them, just great blotches of weird machinery and queer figures. He had lost himself in an effort to make a picture of the original crumpling wreck, and he had done it very badly. At once, and for the first time, he began to diminish as an artist in my estimation. "Why, this doesn't look anything like it at all. He hasn't drawn what I have drawn," and I began to see or suspect that art might mean something besides clothes and manner. Why didn't he show those dead men? That crowd clamoring about the main entrance of the hospital? The illustrations in the other papers seemed much better. As for myself, I saw no least flaw in my work. It was all right, especially the amount of space given me. Splendid. "My," I said to myself vainly, "I think I should have written all this, and single-handed, between the hours of 5 and midnight. It seemed astonishing, a fine performance." I picked out the most striking passages first and read them, my throat swelling and contracting uncomfortably, my heart beating proudly, and then I went over the whole of the article word by word. To me, in my vain mood, it read amazingly well. I felt that it was full of fire and pathos, and done in the right way, with facts and color. And, to cap it all, and fill my cup of satisfaction to the brim, This same paper contained an editorial calling attention to the facts that the Globe had triumphed in the matter of reporting this story, and that the skill of the Globe Democrat could always be counted upon in a crisis like this to handle such things correctly and commensurating the other poor journals on their helplessness when faced by such trying circumstances. The Globe was always best and first, according to this statement. I felt that at last I had justified the opinion of the editor-in-chief in sending me. Bursting with vanity, I returned to Alton. Despite the woes of others, I could not help glorifying in the fact that nearly the whole city, a good part of it anyhow, must be reading my account of the wreck. It was anonymous, of course, and they could not know who had done it. But just the same, I had done it whether they knew it or not, and I exulted. This was the chance, apparently, that I had been longing for, and I had not failed. This second day at Alton was not so important as I had fancied it to be, but it had its phases. On my arrival, I took one more look at the morgue, where by then 31 dead bodies were laid out in a row, and then began to look after those who were likely to recover. I visited some of the families who were afflicted, who talked of damage suits. At my leisure, I wrote a full account of just how the case stood and wired it. I felt that to finish the thing properly, I could stay another day, which really was not necessary, and decided to do so without consulting my editor. But by nightfall, after my copy had been filed, I realized my mistake, for I received a telegram to return. The local correspondent could attend to the remaining details. On the way back, I began to feel a qualm of conscience in regard to my conduct. I had been taking a great deal for granted, as I knew, in thus attempting to act without orders. My city editor might think I was getting a swelled head, as no doubt I was, and so complained to McCullough. I knew he did not like me, and this gave him a good excuse to complain. Besides, my second day's story, now that it was gone, did not seem to be so important. I might as well have carried it and saved the expense of telegraphing it. I felt that I had failed in this. Also, that mature consideration might decide that I had failed on the first story also. I began to think by my own attitude I had worked up all the excitement in the office that Saturday night, and that my editor-in-chief would realize it now and so be disappointed in me. Suppose, I thought, when I reached the office, McCullough were dissatisfied and should fire me. Then what? Where would I go? Where get another job as good as this? I thought of my various follies and my past work here. Perhaps with this last error, my sins were now to find me out. "Pride goeth before destruction," I quoted, "and a haughty spirit before a fall." By 8 o'clock, when I reached the office, I was thoroughly depressed and hurried in, expecting the worst. Of course, the train had to be late, had to be on this occasion. I did not reach the office in time to take an evening assignment. Mitchell was out, which left me nothing to do but worry. Only Hartung was there, and he seemed rather glum. According to him, Toby had seemed dissatisfied with my wishing to stay up there. Why had I been so bold, I asked myself, so silly, so self-hypnotized? I took up an evening paper and retired gloomily to a corner to wait. When Mitchell arrived at 9, he looked at me but said nothing. As I was about to go out to get something to eat, Hartung came in and said, "Mr. Mitchell wants to speak to you." My heart sank. I went in and stood before him. "You called for me?" "Yes. Mr. McCullough wants to see you." It's all over, I thought. I can tell by his manner. What a fool I was to build such high hopes on that story. I went out to the hall and walked nervously to the office of the chief, which was at the front end of the hall. I was so depressed I could have cried. To think that all my fine dreams were to have such an end. That Napoleon-like creature was sitting in his little office, his chin on his chest, a sea of papers about him. He did not turn when I entered, and my heart grew heavier. He was angry with me. I could see it. He kept his back to me, which was to show me that I was not wanted. Done for. At last he wheeled. "You called for me, Mr. McCullough?" I murmured. Yes. He mumbled in his thick, gummy, pursy way. His voice always sounded as though it were being obstructed by something leathery or woolly. "I wanted to say," he added, covering me with a single glance, "that I like that story you wrote very much indeed. A fine piece of work, a fine piece of work. I like to recognize a good piece of work when I see it. I have raised your salary $5 and would like to give you this." He reached in his pocket, drew out a roll, and handed over a yellow $20 bill. I could have dropped where I stood. The reaction was tremendous after my Great Depression. I felt as though I should burst with joy, but instead I stood there, awed by this generosity. "I'm very much obliged to you, Mr. McCullough," I finally managed to say. "I thank you very much. I'll do the best I can. It was a good piece of work," he repeated mumblingly. "A good piece of work," and then slowly wheeled back to his desk. I turned and walked briskly out. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of a book about myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A book about myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 28. The fact that I had gained the notice of a man as important as McCullough, a man about whom a contemporaneous poet had written a poem, was almost more than I could stand. I walked on air. Yet the next morning, returning to work, I found myself listed for only hotels and hard in the corridors, my usual tasks, and was depressed. Why not great tasks always? Why not noble hours always? Yet once I had recovered from this, I walked about the downtown streets, convulsively digging my fingers into my palms and shaking myself with delight as I thought of Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. That was something worth talking about. Now I was a real newspaper man. I had beaten the whole town, and in a new city, a city strange to me. Having practically nothing to do and my excitement cooling some, I returned to the art department this same day to report on what had happened. By now I was so set up that I could scarcely conceal my delight and told both volubly not only about my raise in salary, but also that I had been given a $20 bill by McCullough himself, an amazing thing, of course. This last was received with mingled feelings by the department. McCord was pleased, of course, but Dick naturally was inclined to the glum. He was conscious of the fact that his drawings were not good, and McCord had been tweeting him about them. Dick admitted it frankly, saying that he had not been able to collect himself. "You know, I can't do those things very well, and I shouldn't have been sent out on it. That's Mitchell for you." Perhaps it angered him to think that he should have been so unfortunate at the very time that I should have been so signally rewarded. Anyhow, he didn't show anything save a generous side to me at the time, although latterly I felt that it was the beginning of a renewal of that slight hostility based on his original opposition to me. He complimented me, saying, "You've done it this time. I'm glad you've made a hit, old man." That night, however, I wasn't invited to his room, as I had hoped I should be, although he and Peter went off somewhere to his room, as I assumed. I applied myself instead to herd in the corridors. Then the days settled down into their old routine. For me, petty assignments, minor contrasts between one thing and another. Only one thing held me up, and that was that Hazard now urged me to do a novel with him, a thing which flattered me so much that I felt my career as a great writer was at hand. For had he not done a novel already, I considered it seriously for a few days, arguing the details of the plot with him at the office and after hours, but it came to nothing. Plays rather than novels, as I fancied for some reason, were more in my line, and poems things which I thought easier to do. Since writing that first poem a month or so before, I was busy now, from time to time scribbling down the most mediocre jingles relative to my depressions and dreams, and imagining them to be great verse. Truly, I thought I was to be a great poet, one of the very greatest, and so nothing else really mattered for the time being. Weren't poets always lone and lorn, as I was? It was about this time, too, that, having received the gift of 20 and the raise of 5, I began to array myself in manner so ultra-smart, as I thought, but fantastic really, that I grieve to think that I should ever have been such a fool. Yet, to tell the truth, I don't know whether I do or not. Foolish boyhood is as delightful as any. I had now moved into 10th Street, and fortunately or unfortunately for me, fortunately I now think, a change in the personnel of the Globe's editorial staff occurred which had a direct bearing upon my ambitions. A man by the name of Carmichael, who did the dramatics on the paper, had been called to a better position in Chicago, and the position he had occupied here was therefore temporarily vacant. Hazard was the logical man for the place, and should have had it because he had held this position before. He was older and a much better critic. But I, as may be imagined, was in a very appropriate mood for this, having recently been thinking of writing a play, and besides I was crazy for advancement of any kind. Accordingly, the moment I heard of it, I was on the alert, eager to make a plea for myself, and yet not dreaming that I should ever get it. My sole qualification, as I see it now, was that I was an ardent admirer of the stage, and one who, because of his dramatic instincts, as I conceived mine to be, ought to make a good enough critic. I didn't know that I was neither old nor cold nor experienced enough to do justice to the art of any one. Yet I should add in all fairness that for the work here required to write a little two-stick announcement of each new play, mostly favorable, and to prepare a weekly announcement of all the new performances, I was perhaps not so poorly equipped. At any rate, my recent triumph had given me such an excellent opinion of myself, had made me think that I stood so well in the eyes of Mr. McCullough, that I decided to try for it. It might not mean any more salary, but think of the honor of it. Dramatic editor of the Globe Democrat of St. Louis. I decided to try. There were two drawbacks to this position, as I learned later. One was that, although I might be a dramatic editor, I should still be under the domination of Mr. Tobias Mitchell, who ruled this department. The other was that I should have to do general reporting along with this other work, thing which irritated me very much and took much of the savor of the task away. The department was not deemed important enough to give any one man complete control of it. It seemed a poor sort of thing to try for, once I learned of this, but still there would be the fact that I could still say I was a dramatic editor. It would give me free entrance to the theaters also. Consequently, I began to wonder how I should go about getting it. Mitchell was so obviously opposed to me that I knew it would be useless to appeal to him. McCullough might give it to me, but how appeal to him? I thought of asking him direct, but that would be going over Mitchell's head, and he would never forgive me for that, I was sure. I debated for a day or two and then decided, since my principal relations had been with Mr. McCullough, that I would go to him direct. Why not? He had been very kind to me, had sent for me. Let Mitchell be angry if he would. If I made good, he could not hurt me. I began to lay my plans, or rather to screw up my courage, to the point where I could force myself to go and see Mr. McCullough. He was such a chill and distant figure. At the same time I felt that this man, who was the object of so much reverence, was one of the loneliest persons imaginable. He wasn't married. Day after day he came to this office alone, sat alone, ate alone, went home alone, for he had no friends, apparently, to whom he would condescend to unbend. This touched me. He was too big, too lonely. This realization drew me sympathetically toward him and made me imagine, if you please, that he ought to like me. Was I not his protégé? Had he not brought me here? Instinctively I felt that I was one who could appreciate him, one whom he might secretly like. The only trouble was that he was old and famous, whereas I was a mere boy, but he would understand that too. The day after I had made up my mind, I began to loiter about the long corridor which led to his office, in the hope of encountering him accidentally. I had often noticed him shouldering his way along the marble wainscoting of this hall, his little Napoleonic frame cloaked in a conventional overcoat, his broad, strong, intellectual face crowned by a wide-brimmed derby hat which he wore low over his eyes. Invariably he was smoking a short, fat cigar and always looked very solemn, even forbidding. However, having made up my mind, I lay in wait for him one morning, determined to see him, and walking restlessly to the empty telegraph room, which lay at the other end of the hall from his office, and then back, but keeping as close as I could to one door or another, in order to be able to disappear quietly in case my courage failed me. Yet so determined was I to see him that I had come down early, before any of the others, in order that he should not slip in ahead of me and so rob me of this seemingly accidental encounter. At about 11 he arrived. I was on one of my return trips from the telegraph room when I heard the elevator click and dodged into the city room, only to reappear in time to meet him, ostensibly on my way to the toilet. He gave me but one sage glance, then stared straight ahead. At sight of him I lost my courage. Arriving exactly opposite him, however, I halted, controlled my reckless, eager impulse. "Mr. McCullough," I said without further ado, "I want to know if you want to make me dramatic editor. I hear that Mr. Carmichael has resigned and the position is open. I thought maybe you might give it to me." I flushed and hesitated. "I will," he replied simply and gruffly. "You are a dramatic editor. Tell Mr. Mitchell to let you be it." I started to thank him, but the stocky little figure moved indifferently away. I had only time to say, "I'm very much obliged," before he was gone. I returned to the city editorial room, tingling to the fingertips. To think that I should have been made dramatic editor, and so quickly, in such an offhand, easy way. This great man's consideration for me was certainly portentous, I thought. Plainly, he liked me, else why should he do this? If only I could now bring myself seriously to this great labor, what might I not aspire to? Dramatic editor of the Globe Democrat of the great city of St. Louis. And at the age of 21, well, now that was something. By George. And this great man liked me. He really did. He knew me at sight, honored my request, and would no doubt, if I behaved myself, make a great newspaper man of me. It was something to be the favorite of a great editor-in-chief by Jing, a very great thing indeed. End of chapter 28. Read by Victor Seremet, Bucharest, 2nd November 2021.
Chapter 29 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 29. Upon my explaining to Mitchell what had happened, he looked at me coldly, as much as to say, "What the devil is this now that this ass is telling me?" Then, thinking, I suppose, that I must have some secret hold on Mr. McCullough, or at least stand high in his favor, he gave me a very wry smile and said he would have made out for me a letter of introduction to the local managers. An hour later this was laid on my desk by Hartung, who congratulated me, and there I was, dramatic editor. "Gee," exclaimed Hartung when he came in with the letter, "I bet you could have knocked Tobe over with a straw. He doesn't understand yet, I guess, how well you stand with the old man. The chief must like you, eh?" I could see that my new honor made a considerable difference in his already excellent estimate of me. Armed with this letter, I now visited the managers of the theaters, all of whom received me cordially. I can still see myself very gay and enthusiastic, sure that I was entering upon a great work of some kind. And the dreams I had in connection with the theater, my future as a great popular playwright, perhaps? It was all such a wonder world to me, the stage, such a fairyland, that I bubbled with joy as I went about thinking that now, certainly, I should come in touch with actors, beautiful women. Think of it, dramatic critic, a person of weight and authority. There were 7 or 8 theaters in St. Louis, 3 or 4 of them staging only that better sort of play known as a first-class attraction, the others giving melodrama, vaudeville, and burlesque. The manager of the Grand, a short, thick-set, sandy-complexioned man of most jovial mien, was McManus, father of the well-known cartoonist of a later period, and the prototype of his most humorous character, Mr. Jiggs. He exclaimed upon seeing me, "So you're the new dramatic editor, are you? Well, they change around over there pretty swift, don't they? What's happened to Carmichael? First it was Hartridge, then Albertson, then Hazard, then Mathewson, then Carmichael, and now you, all in my time. Well, Mr. Dreiser, I'm glad to see you. You're always welcome here. I'll take you out and introduce you to our doorman and Mr. Blank in the box office. He'll always recognize you. We'll give you the best seat in the house if it's empty when you come." He smiled humorously, and I had to laugh at the way he rattled off this welcome. An aura of badinage and humor encircled him, quite the same as that which makes Mr. Jiggs delightful. This was the first I had ever heard of Hazard having held this position, and now I felt a little guilty, as though I had edged him out of something that rightfully belonged to him. Still, I didn't really care, sentimentalize as I might. I had won. "Did Bob Hazard once have this position?" I asked familiarly. "Yes, that was when he was on the paper the last time. He's been often on the Globe 3 or 4 times, you know." He smiled clownishly. I laughed. "You and I'll get along, I guess," he smiled. At the other theaters I was received less informally but with uniform courtesy. All assured me that I should be welcome at any time, and that if I ever wished tickets for myself or a friend or anybody on the paper, I could get them if they had them. "And we'll make it a point to have them," said one. I felt that this was quite an acquisition of influence. It gave me considerable opportunity to be nice to any friends I might acquire, and then think of the privilege of seeing any show I chose, to walk right into a theater without being stopped, and to be pleasantly greeted en route. The character of the stage of that day, in St. Louis and the rest of America at least, as contrasted with what I know of its history and the world in general, remains a curious and interesting thing to me. As I look back on it now, it seems inane, but then it was wonderful. It is entirely possible that nations, like plants or individuals, have to grow and obtain their full development, regardless of the accumulated store of wisdom and achievement in other lands. Else how otherwise explain the vast level of mediocrity which obtains in some countries, and many forms of effort, and that after so much that has been important elsewhere? The stage in other lands had already seen a few tremendous periods. Even here in America, the mimetic art was no mystery. A few great things had been done, in acting at least, by Booth, Barrett, Macready, Forrest, Jefferson, Modjeska, Fanny Davenport, Mary Anderson, to name but a few. I was too young at the time to know or judge of their art or the quality of the plays they interpreted, aside from those of Shakespeare, perhaps, but certainly their fame for a high form of production was considerable.
And yet, during the few months that I was dramatic editor, and the following year when I was a member of another staff and had entree to these same theaters, I saw only 1 or 2 actors worthy the name, only 1 or 2 performances which I can now deem worthwhile. Richard Mansfield and Felix Morris stand out in my mind as excellent, and Sol Smith Russell and Joseph Jefferson as amusing comedians, but who else? Comic and light opera with a heavy intermixture of straight melodrama, and comedy dramas were about the only things that managers ventured to essay. Occasionally, a serious actor of the caliber of Sir Henry Irving or E.S. Willard would appear on the scene, but many of their plays were of a more or less melodramatic character, highly sentimental, emotional, and unreal. In my stay here of about a year and a half, I saw Joseph Jefferson, Sol Smith Russell, Salvini Jr., Wilson Barrett, Fanny Davenport, Richard Mansfield, E.S. Willard, Felix Morris, E.H. Southern, Julia Marlowe, and a score of others more or less important but too numerous to mention, comedians, light opera singers, and the like. And although at the time I was entertained and moved by some of them, I now realize that in the main they were certainly pale spindling lights. And at that, America was but then entering upon its worst period of stage sentiment or mush. The movies as such had not yet appeared, but Mr. Frohman Presents was upon us, master of middle-class sweetness and sentimentality. I remember staring at the 3-sheet lithos, and thinking how beautiful and perfect they were, and what a great thing it was to be of the stage. To be an actor, an author, a composer, a manager, to have Mr. Frohman present. The Empire and Lyceum theater companies, with their groups of perfect lady and gentleman actors, were then at their height, the zenith of stage art. Mr. John Drew, for instance, with his wooden face and manners, Mr. Faversham, Miss Opp, Miss Spong, Miss This, Miss That. Such excellent actors as Henry E. Dixie, Richard Mansfield, or Felix Morris could scarcely gain a hearing. I recall sitting one night in Hogan's Theatre at 9th or 10th and Pine Streets, and hearing Richard Mansfield order down the curtain at one of the most critical points in his famous play, Baron Chevreuil, or some such name, and then come before it and denounce the audience in anything but measured terms for what he considered its ignorance and lack of taste. It had applauded, it seems, at the wrong time, in that asinine way in which only an American audience can, when it is there solely because it thinks it ought to be. By that time Mansfield had already achieved a pseudo, if not a real artistic following, and was slowly but surely becoming a cult. On this occasion he explained to that bland gathering that they were fools, that American audiences were usually composed of such animals or creatures, and were in the main dull to the point of ennui, that they were not there to see a great actor act, but to see a man called Richard Mansfield, who was said to be a great actor. He pointed out how uniformly American audiences applauded at the wrong time, how truly immune they were to all artistic values, how wooden and reputation following. At this some of them arose and left, others seemed to consider it a great joke and remained, still others were angry but wanted to see the show. Having finished his speech, he ordered up the curtain and proceeded with his act as though nothing had happened, as though the audience were not really there. I confess I rather liked him for his stand, even though I did not quite know whether he was right or wrong, but I wrote it up as though he had grossly insulted his audience, a body of worthy and respectable St. Louisans. Someone, Hazard, I think, suggested that it would be good policy to do so, and I, being green to my task, did so. The saccharine strength of the sentiment and mush which we could gulp down at that time, and still can and do to this day, is to me beyond belief. And I was one of those who did the gulping. Indeed, I was one of the worst. Those perfect nights, for instance, when as dramatic critic I strolled into one theatre or another, 2 or 3 in an evening possibly, and observed, critically, as I thought, the work of those who were leaders in dramatic or humorous composition and that of our leading actors. It may be that the creative spirit has no particular use for intelligence above a mediocre level, or, better yet, and far more likely, creative intelligence works through supermen, whose visions, by which the mob is eventually entertained and made wise, must content them. Otherwise, how explain the vast level of mediocrity, especially in connection with the stage, the people's playhouse, then, today and forever, I suppose, until time shall be no more? I recall, for instance, that I thought Mr. Drew was really a superior actor, and also that I thought that most of the plays of Henry Arthur Jones, Arthur Wing Pinero, Augustus Thomas, and others, many others, were enduring works of art. I confess it. I thought so, or at least I heard so, and let it go at that. How sound I thought their interpretations of life to be. The cruel overlords of trade in those plays, for instance, how cruel they were and how true. The virtues of the lowly working man and the betrayed daughter with her sad, downcast expression. The moral splendor of the young minister who denounced heartless wealth and immorality and cruelty in high places, and reformed them then and there, or made them confess their errors. I can see him yet. Slim, simple, perfect, a truly good man. The offhand, on-the-spot manner in which splendid reforms were effected in an hour or a night, the wrongs righted instanter. In plays! You can still see them in any movie house in America. To this hour, there is no such thing as a reckless unmarried girl in any movie exhibited in America. They are all married. But how those St. Louis audiences applauded. Right, here in America at least, was always appropriately rewarded and left triumphant. Wrong was quite always properly drummed out. Our better selves invariably got the better of our lower selves, and we went home cured, reformed, saved. And there was little of evil of any description which went before, in Acts 1 and 2, which could not be straightened out in the last act. The spirit of these plays captivated my fancy at that time and elevated me into a world of unreality, which unfortunately fell in with the wildest of my youthful imaginings. Love, as I saw it here set forth in all those gorgeous or sentimental trappings, was the only kind of love worthwhile. Fortune also, gilded as only the melodramatic stage can gild it, and as shown nightly by Mr. Frohman everywhere in America, was the only type of fortune worthwhile. To be rich, elegant, exclusive, as in the world of Frohman and Mr. Jones and Mr. Pinero. According to what I saw here, love and youth were the only things worth discussing or thinking about. The splendor of the Orient, the social flair of New York, London, and Paris, the excited sex imaginings of such minds as Dumas Jr., Oscar Wilde, then in his heyday, Jones, Pinero, and a number of other current celebrities, seemed all to be built around youth and undying love. The dreary humdrum of actual life was carefully shut out from these pieces. The simple delights of ordinary living, if they were used at all, were exaggerated beyond sensible belief. And elsewhere, not here in St. Louis, but in the East, New York, London, Paris, Vienna, St. Petersburg, were all the things that were really worthwhile. If I really wanted to be happy, I must eventually go to those places, of course. There were the really fine clothes and the superior personalities, physically and socially, and vice and poverty, painted in such peculiar colors that they were always divinely sad or repellent, existed only in those great cities. End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 30. I began to dream more than ever of establishing some such perfect atmosphere for myself, somehow, somewhere, but never in St. Louis, of course. That was too common, too Western, too far removed from the real wonders of the world. Love and mansions and travel and saccharine romance were the great things, but they were afar off in New York. It was around this time that I was establishing the atmosphere of a studio in 10th Street. Nothing could be so wonderful as love in a mansion, a palace in some oriental realm. Such was indicated in the comic operas in which De Wolf Hopper, Thomas Q. Seabrook, Francis Wilson, Eddie Foy, and Frank Daniels were then appearing. How often with McCord or Wood as companion, occasionally Hazard or a new friend, introduced me by Wood and known as Rothenberger or Roddy, a most amazing person, as I will later relate. I responded to these poetic stage scenes. With one or other of these, I visited as many theaters as I could, if for no more than an hour or an act at a time, and consumed with wonder and delight such scenes as most appealed to me. The denunciation scene, for instance, in The Middleman, or the third act of nearly any of Henry Arthur Jones' plays. Also, quite all of the light operas of Reginald de Koven and Harry B. Smith, as well as those compendiums of nondescript color and melody, the extravaganzas, The Crystal Slipper, Ali Baba, Sinbad the Sailor. Young actresses such as Della Fox, Mabel Amber, Edna May, forerunners of a long line of comic opera soubrettes, who somehow reminded me of Alice, held me spellbound with delight and admiration. Here at last was the kind of maiden I was really craving, an actress of this hoyden, airy temperament. I remember that one night, at the close of one of Mr. Willard's performances at the Olympic, The Professor's Love Story, in which he was appearing with a popular leading woman, a very beautiful one, I was asked by the manager to wait for a few moments after the performance so that he might introduce me. Why, I don't know. It seemed as though he was taking them to supper and thought they might like to meet one of the local dramatic critics, or that I might like to accompany them. an honor which I declined out of fright or bashfulness. When they finally appeared in the foyer of the theater, however, the young actress, very stagey and soft and clinging, and dressed most carefully after the manner of the stage, I was beside myself with envy and despair, for she appeared hanging most tenderly on her star's arm. She was his mistress, I understood, and gazing soulfully about. Such beauty, such grace, such vivacity! Could anything be so lovely? Think of having such a perfect creature love you, hang on your arm, and here was I, poor dub, a mere reporter, and nobody, upon whom such a splendid creature would not bend a second glance. Mr. Willard was full of the heavy hauteur of the actor, which made the scene all the more impressive to me. I think most of us like to be upstaged at one time or another by someone. I glanced at her bashfully sidewise, pretending to be but little interested, while I was really dying of envy. Finally, after a few words and a few sweet smiles cast in my direction, I was urged to come with them, but instead hurried away, pleading necessity and cursing my stars and my fate. Think of being a mere reporter at 25 or 30 a week, while others earning thousands were thus basking in the sunshine of success and love. Ah, why might not I have been born rich or famous and so able to command so lovely a woman? If I had been an ordinary, sensible, everyday turn of mind, with a modicum that practical wisdom which puts moderate place and position first and sets great store by the saving of money, I might have succeeded fairly well here, much better than did anywhere else for a long period after. Unquestionably, Mr. McCullough liked me. I think he may have been fond of me in some amused Saturnian way, interested to keep such a bounding, high-flown dunce about the place. I might have held this place for a year or two and made it a stepping stone to something better, but instead of rejoicing in the work and making it the end and aim of my daily labors, I looked upon it as a mere bauble, something I had today, but might not have tomorrow. And anyhow, there were better things than working day by day and living in a small room. Life ought certainly to bring me something better, something truly splendid, and soon. I deserved it. Everything, a great home, fine clothes, pretty women, the respect and companionship of famous men. Indeed, all my pain and misery was plainly caused by just such lack or lacks as this. Had I these things, all would be well. Without them, well, I was very miserable. I was ready to accept socialism if by that I could get what I wanted, while not ready to admit that all people were as deserving as I by any means. The sad state of the poor working man was a constant thought with me, but nearly always I was the greatest and poorest and most deserving of all working men. This view naturally tended to modify the sanity of my work. Granting a modicum of imagination and force, still, any youth limited as I was at that time has a long road to go. Even in that most imaginative of all possessions, the literary, the possessor of such notions as I then held, is certainly debarred from accomplishing anything important until he passes beyond them. Yet, the particular thought or attitude I have described appears to reign in youth. Too often it is a condition of many minds of the better sort, and is retained in its worst form until by rough experience it is knocked out of them, or they are destroyed utterly in the process. But it cannot be got over with quickly. Mine was a sad case. One of the things which this point of view did for me was to give my writing, at that time, a mushy and melancholy turn which would not go in any newspaper of today, I hope. It caused me to paint the ideal as not only entirely probable, but necessary before life would be what it should. The progress bug, as you see. I could so twist and discolor the most commonplace scenes as to make one think that I was writing of paradise. Indeed, I allowed my imagination to run away with me at times, and only the good sense of the copy reader or the indifference of a practical-minded public saved the paper from appearing utterly ridiculous. On one occasion, for instance, I went to report on a play of mediocre quality that was running at the Olympic and was so impressed with a love scene which was a part of it that I was entirely blinded to all the faults of construction which the remainder of the play showed, and wrote it up in the most glowing colors. And the copy reader, Hartung, was too weary that night or too inattentive to capture it. The next day, some of the other newspaper men in the office noticed it and commented on it to me or to Hartung, saying it was ridiculously high-flown and that the play itself was silly, which was true. But did that cure me? Not a bit. I was reduced for a day or two by it, but not for long. Seeing other plays of the same caliber and with much sweet love mush in them, I raved as before. A little later, a Negro singer, a young woman of considerable vocal ability, who was being starred as the Black Patty, was billed to appear in St. Louis. The manager of the bureau that was presenting her called my attention by letter to her marvelous ability, and by means of clippings and notices of her work published elsewhere, had endeavored to impress me favorably. I read these notices, couched in the glowing phrases of the press agent, and then went forth on this evening to cover this myself. To make it all the grander, I invited McCord and with him proceeded to the theater, where we were assigned a box. As it turned out, or as I chanced to see or feel it, the young woman was a sweet and impressive singer, engaging and magnetic. McCord agreed with me that she could sing. We listened to the program of a dozen pieces, including such old favorites as Swanee River and Coming Through the Rye, and then I, being greatly moved, returned to the office and wrote an account that was fairly sizzling with the beauty which I thought was there. I did not attempt critically to analyze her art. I could not, knowing nothing of even the rudiments of music, but plunged at once into that wider realm which involved the subtleties of nature itself. What is so beautiful as the sound which the human voice is capable of producing, I wrote in part, especially when that voice is itself a compound of the subtlest things in nature. Here we have a young girl, black it is true, fresh from the woods and fields of her native country, yet blessed by some strange chance with that mystic thing, a voice, and fittingly interpreting via song all that we hold to be most lovely. The purling of the waters, the radiance of the moonlight, the odor of sweet flowers, sunlight, storm, the voices and echoes of nature, all found here, thrilling over lips which represent in their youthfulness but a few of the years which wisdom and skill would seem to require. Yes, one may sit and, in hearing Miss Jones sing, vicariously entertain all these things. Because of them she is a compound, youthful, vivacious, suggestive of the elemental sweetness of nature itself. To understand the significance of such a statement in St. Louis, one would have to look into the social and political conditions of the people who dwelt there. To a certain extent, they were Southern in temperament, representing the vigorous anti-Negro spirit which prevailed for so many years after the war. Again, they were fairly illuminated where music was concerned. Assuming that a bit of idealism such as this was sound, it might get by, but when it is remembered that this was largely mush and written about a Negro, a race more or less alien to their sympathy, would it not naturally fall upon hard ears and appear somewhat ridiculous? A Negro, the compound of the subtlest elements in nature, and this is their favorite paper. By chance it went through, Hartung having come to look upon most of my stuff as the outpourings of some strange genius who could do about as he pleased. Neither Mitchell nor the editor-in-chief saw it perhaps, or if they did, they gave it no attention, music, the theater, and the arts being of small import here. But, depend upon it, The editors of the various rival papers that were constantly being sniffed at by the Globe saw it, and knowing the sensitiveness of our editor-in-chief to criticism of his own paper, at once set to work to make something out of it. And of all the editors in the Middle West, McCullough, by reason of his force and taste and care in editing his paper, was a shining target for a thing like this. He was, as a rule, impeccable and extremely conspicuous. Whatever he did or said, good, bad, or indifferent, was invariably the subject of local newspaper comment, and when any little discrepancy or error appeared in the Globe Democrat, it was always charged to him personally. And so it was with this furor over the Black Patty. It was too good a thing to be lost sight of. The erudite editor of the Globe Democrat, observed the Post-Dispatch editorially, appears to have visited one of our principal concert halls last night. It is not often that ponderous intellect can be called down from the heights of international politics to contemplate so simple a thing as a singer of songs, a black one at that. But when true art beckons, even he can be counted upon to answer. Apparently, the Black Patty beckoned to him last evening, and he was not deaf to her call, as the following magnificent bit of word painting, fresh from his pen, is here to show. Then followed the praise in full. None but the grandiloquent editor of the Globe Democrat could have looked into the subtleties of nature as represented by the person of Miss Cesaretta Jones, and there discovered the wonders of music and poetry, such as he openly confesses to have done. Indeed, we have here, at last, a measure of that great man's insight and feeling, a love of art, music, poetry, and the like, such as has not previously been indicated by him. And we hereby hasten to make representation of our admiration and great debt, that others too may not be deprived of this great privilege. After this came the same gay raillery, with here and there a reference to the great patron of the black arts, and the pure joy that must have been his at thus vicariously being able to enjoy within the precincts of Exposition Hall the purling of the waters, bubbling from a black throat. It was a gentle satire, not wholly uncalled for, since the item had appeared in the Globe, and directed at the one man who could least stand that sort of thing, sensitive as he was to his personal dignity. I was blissfully unaware that any comment had been made on my effusion until about 5 in the afternoon, by which time the afternoon editions of the Post-Dispatch had been out several hours. When I entered the office at 5, comfortable and at peace with myself in my new position, excited comment was running about the office as to what the old man would think and say and do now. He had gone at 2, it appeared, to the Southern for luncheon and had not returned. Wait until he saw it. Oh me, oh my. Wouldn't he be hopping? Hartung, who was reasonably nervous as to his own share in the matter, was the first to approach and impress me with the dreadfulness of it all. How savage the old man could be in any such instance. Gee, just wait. Oh, but he'll be hot, I bet. As he talked, the old man passed up the hall, a grim and surly figure. I saw my dramatic honors going a-glimmering. Here, I said to Hartung, pretending a kind of innocence, even at this late hour, what's all this about? What's the row, anyhow? Didn't you see the editorial in the Post-Dispatch? Inquired Hartung gloomily. It was his own predicament that was troubling him. No. What about? Why, that criticism you wrote about the Black Patty. They've made all sorts of fun of it. The worst of it is they've charged it all up to the old man. I smiled a sickly smile. I felt as if I had committed some great crime. Why had I attempted to write anything fine anyhow? Why couldn't I have been content and rested with a little praise? Had I no sense at all? Must I always be trying to do something great? Perhaps this would be the end of me. Hartung brought me the Post-Dispatch, and sorrowfully and with falling vitals I read it, my toes curling, my stomach seemingly gradually to retire to my backbone. Why had I done it? As I was standing there, my eyes glued to the paper near the door which looked into the main city room, in which was Toby scribbling dourly away, I heard and then saw McCullough enter and walk up to the stout city editor. He had a copy of the self-same Post-Dispatch crumpled roughly in his hand, and on his face was gathered what seemed to me a dark scowl. "Did you see this, Mr. Mitchell?" I heard him say. Toby looked up, then closely and respectfully at the paper. "Yes," he said. "I don't think a thing like that ought to appear in our paper. It's a little bit too high-flown for our audience. Your readers should have modified it." "I think so myself," replied Toby quietly. The editor walked out. Toby waited for his footsteps to die away and then growled at Hartung. "Why the devil did you let that stuff go through? Haven't I warned you against that sort of thing? Why can't you watch out?" I could have fallen through the floor. I had a vision of Hartung burying his head in his desk, scared and mute. After the evening assignments had been given out and Toby had gone to dinner, Hartung crept up to me. "Gee, the old man was as mad as the devil," he began. "Toby gave me hell. He won't say anything to you, maybe, but he'll take it out on me. He's a little afraid of your pull with the old man, but he gives me the devil. Can't you look out for those things?" End of chapter 30.